boot for calling me a fruit, for trying to take the loot, but Billy won't be bothering any more hoots. Next couple of cash, do you want it in your chest or your knees or your head? DJ Provey has the lead. You can beg, you can plead, you can tell us what we need, you can change your name, but you're all the fucking same.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world. We're live, we're alive, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. We're live and we're alive. From Dublin, Ireland, ladies and gentlemen, coming to you live from cold and gloomy Dublin, Ireland. We're live and alive. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you straight up live from the motherland. Where white people, the good kind of white people, were invented, folks. Whose grandma's house are you in? Dude, this is how everywhere in Ireland is, okay? Jesus Christ. The hotel I'm staying at is like this, all right? I am not in LA. No, I'm alive in Dublin, like I said. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day, today's a wonderful day. Today's Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025, 11:14 a.m. in Los Angeles, California. However, yeah, they're celebrating Christmas pretty hard out here. Oh shit. That's crazy that my room service came right as I started the broadcast. Hold on one second. Close the door, but open it again. Shit. One moment. Oh, I just want the bottle. It's fine. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow, that was look at my hair. Crazy princess chair, man, loving it. Thank you. Yeah, I'm live and alive from your grandmother's house, dude. I'm live and alive from your grandmother's house. That's vodka? No, it's not vodka. It's just regular ass water. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live. We're alive, like I said. It is actually here in Dublin, in Ireland, Ireland. It is currently 7 p.m., but honestly, at this point, I don't even know. I don't even know where I'm at in the world. I have no idea. I have no understanding of time, space. Like, I cannot comprehend what is going on in the world. I'm going to be honest. I just, from China to Los Angeles, back to, from China to Los Angeles, then to Ireland, it's given me whiplash. I'm going to be honest. You did make it to the regular stream time. Nice job, dude. Bro's in his traveling era. Yeah. Did Woke not cancel Christmas there? Well, it is a Catholic country, so I don't think woke is going to have an easy time canceling Christmas here of all places. I am a citizen of the world, yes. Please go to Connolly's Books in Dublin at some point. You meet anyone with... you meeting with anyone in the Irish streaming scene? No. I'm not meeting with anyone in the Irish streaming scene. I don't know who I would even meet in the Irish streaming scene. Anyway, but yeah. That place looks so cute. Thank you. It's your grandma's house. Will you be going IRL? I would love to shake your hand. Yes. Wait, did a song go right? I don't know what that means. Are you going to connect with Kneecap? Yes. Hold on. I got some grapes in the room. And I'm eating fruits. But basically, folks, I'm going to keep it real with you. This is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. And as far as personal news goes, I'm so all over the place, dude. I'm so all over the place. Food tastes different in Ireland, I swear. What's the crack? Is that how you say it? I need to learn how to read Irish. I didn't realize how much Irish Gaelic is all over the place. Like, they just straight up have Irish everywhere in all the signs and shit. But is this your first time in Ireland? Yeah. It's my first time in Ireland. It's fucking awesome. What happened at the airport? What do you mean? What do you mean what happened at the airport? Nothing. Tell them their Celtic symbols are white supremacists. Hashtag or /ash. Was I detained? No. Exiting the country is not a problem. Oh, yeah. So that's just normal. I always get stopped by TSA. Always. Because remember, I have a shit ton of electronic equipment. So it always gets dinged. I think that's the reason, at least. Yes, I'll be covering Tennessee later. I will be taking you out to Ireland as well. Hopefully, maybe even tonight. But not exactly sure on when. I decided the trials in. They're supposed to give you hiccups. Yeah, you can get hiccups. I found U.S. customs in Ireland way more chill than the United States itself. Bro, is Mr. Worldwide this year? Yeah. Pretty much. So, the jet lag is cooking me. The jet lag is absolutely cooking me. Ended the broadcast last night, or ended the broadcast yesterday in America, in Los Angeles. Packed my bags. Got to LAX. And flew in on an Irish carrier. And it was really interesting. Aer Lingus is what it's called. Okay. And it's the first time I've ever been on an international flight where it wasn't fully booked. Yeah, Aer Lingus like cunnilingus. Sounds like a kink. I know. Air cunnilingus is what I took to get here. And honestly, it's not the best flight. It wasn't the best plane. Austin had warned me ahead of time that it was not going to be a very good plane, and he wasn't wrong. It was like small. However, the food was insane. I never thought that I would actually enjoy the food on an airline this much. Like, it was actually really good. It was surprising. Snizlik Airlines, yeah. Venezuela, please talk about it. No, I refuse. As you guys know, I rarely ever talk about Venezuela, so I'm going to continue refusing to talk about Venezuela. Okay, I clicked on it, and this is not what they served, okay? Because if they had served this, I wouldn't say the food is good. This doesn't... This doesn't do it justice. And also, I was business class, so I don't think this is... I think this is maybe the economy food. But yeah, I had a nice roasted beef. It was good. Anyway, I didn't sleep at all on the flight, which is bad. I normally am able to knock out, but this time I was not able to. This time I was not able to knock out. Oh yeah, this is the food. Yeah, business, a new menu to delight all tastes. Indulge with luxury dining. Honestly, the thing that was so good, on the, oh, this is the menu. Yeah, this is the menu. The thing that was absolute fire was the butter. Yeah, for starters, I had a deliciously smooth artichoke soup, finished with grilled truffled artichokes. I've never had artichoke soup before. Shit was bomb. Okay, that's number one. Is that a hotel room or a B&B? I don't know. I just got room service. What do you think? I've never had the Irish butter. I don't know. Like, I've never had butter on a flight that was so good that it made me want to go back for seconds. Okay. The butter was bomb. And the artichoke soup was also bomb. And the tasty bread options were also bomb. And then on the entree side, I got the hearty spiced, seared grass-fed beef fillet with celeriac Gruyere gratin, buttered spring cabbage. That one sucked. I'm going to be honest. The buttered spring cabbage was ass, but the glazed pearl onions and a creamy peppercorn sauce, the rest was good. And then I had the decadent dark chocolate flourless cake dusted in icing sugar and paired with a strawberry cremeux. The strawberry cremeux was good. The decadent dark chocolate flourless cake was, it's flourless cake. It's whatever. And then for breakfast, I had the light and airy ricotta pancakes and lemon curd served with American maple bacon and whole blueberries. So I had all of that. And it was actually pretty decadent. And it was a pretty good dining experience. On the other hand, however, the flight, like the bed, the lie flat bed seat was a little tiny. Didn't fit in that. Didn't fit in that at all. Didn't get to sleep at all. I watched Frankenstein. It was pretty good. I liked it. Guillermo del Toro, you done did it again, King. Bro, it's hard to watch you these days when you're showing all this rich people stuff. Anyway, close your eyes then. But as I was saying, personal, they ain't wrong. I know. As soon as someone says that, there's gonna be a million chirpers being like, "They ain't wrong, bro. You live in a highfalutin, luxurious lifestyle, brother." Yeah, dog. I flew to fucking Ireland. Okay, you can too. Trust. Anyway, I made the mistake of taking an overnight flight in economy class with fucking Frontier earlier this year. The seats don't even go back slightly. Yeah, it's ass. But as far as the fucking business goes, it was also still, I couldn't sleep. But March was able to. Don't show Chad the price of anything in Dublin. The Gucci shirt will seem reasonable. Is everything expensive in Dublin? I don't even know. I haven't done anything yet. I just got in here. I got here. There's a slight Chad delay. I assume it's normal. I don't know. I got here. We couldn't even get to the fucking hotel. We're vlogging, by the way. Originally, I was supposed to get picked up by Daniel, the kneecap manager, in the Garda car, like the Jeep that they have, from the airport. And we were stoked on it. Then he sends a message to my team and he's like, "Oh, I can't do it anymore because the area that you're staying in," because I'm near Trinity College, the area that you're staying in is completely shut down. The hotel is completely shut down. Okay? And I'm like, what the fuck? Hey, guys, by the way, I don't know if that's considered rich people shit. So I just want to make sure. I hope I'm not revealing my class position too much by talking about how Zelensky is in town in Dublin, and for that reason they shut down all the fucking roads. Okay? You know, if you're like a working class person in Dublin, you probably get impacted by the traffic as well, but honestly, the very fact that you live in Dublin automatically means that you're not working class from the American perspective, because the one individual chatter is not going to make it to Dublin, right? So like, I don't know if that's a relatable experience. I don't know if traffic is a relatable experience for the everyday working class individuals who just don't even actually have enough money to have ever seen a car, let alone sit inside of public transit even, famously. I'm so fucking broke. I'm so broke, I don't even know what a car is. I'm so broke, technology hasn't actually advanced in my life, okay? I'm so broke, I don't do transit. Anyway, so he's like, yeah, you should get a taxi instead because a taxi can go through roads that like I can't, right? And I'm like, all right, fine, whatever. So Chad's gonna bury you, I know. So I was like, all right, no, that's fine. We get in a cab. This guy is he's Nigerian. He is his name is Moses. Okay. He's the only guy who's pro-Israel in Ireland, I think. I found the one guy. And he's talking about, by the way, taxis also, obviously incredibly wealthy people shit. As you guys know, most people actually just walk. Most working class people just walk with their luggage from the airport if they even are fortunate enough to get to the airport at all. But in any case, I get in a cab, like a regular ass taxi cab, which apparently they're going to be doing a strike tomorrow. It wasn't an Uber, it was a taxi. And the guy basically was the only person in the entire nation of Ireland that was like super pro-Israel. Talk to me about how, Nigerians are a part of the lost Hebrew tribes. I think you say Igbo people are technically, they're like the Hebrew Israelites. It was the most entertaining and interesting conversation of all time. He told me the kneecap guys are using Gaza to elevate their platform, and that they're anti-Semitic, and that Hamas is anti-Semitic, and Hezbollah is anti-Semitic. And he didn't know I was Turkish, so he kept telling me that like he went to Turkey and they were so aggressive, and he was scared, which I thought was really funny. But I don't know how I found this guy, but he was awesome. No way you found the only African Israelite, bro? No, it was dope. And he was saying how when he went to Dubai, they told him he should change his name to Musa instead of Moses, because that's how we say it in Turkish and in Arabic. We say Musa. And he took that as a slight. He'd been all around the fucking world, honestly. But he knew lol, or he brings that up to everyone? No. He didn't. He didn't know shit about us. He just thought we were regular ass Americans, but I love yapping. You guys think I only do the Uber conversations on stream? No, I do that all the time. I do that when I'm just traveling by myself with no cameras on too. I love talking to random motherfuckers. But anyway, he was yapping. He was yapping, okay? Anyway, we finally get to the hotel, but we can't get to the hotel because the entire surrounding area is shut down. And not only is the entire surrounding area shut down, we can't even walk. The guy basically circles the hotel, drops us off a couple blocks away. We have all this fucking baggage and shit. The background looks cozy as fuck. It is very cozy. I normally hate like grandma style hotels like this, but honestly, Christmas style, it's kind of cozy. I'm digging it. Whatever. Zelensky got aura. He got no aura, man. Now I am actually pro Russia now. He fucked me up. Anyway. He fucked my shit up. Are you mad at Zelensky? Yes, bro, I am. They literally shut down the entire center of the city where the government building is, and I'm near Trinity College. Light the fucking fire? No, there's a little card on that says, please don't light the fire for safety reasons, because it's not a real fireplace anymore. It used to be a real fireplace, I suspect, but it's not any longer. They put bricks all around it. But basically, we're lugging our shit down the random Dublin streets, trying to get to the hotel, and someone runs out. He's like, oh, I didn't even bring my phone. I just saw you walking down the street. I work in the neighborhood. Like, that's awesome. There's mad HasanAbi heads. There's mad HasanAbi heads in both Ireland, and there were mad HasanAbi heads at LAX. Shouts out to the one HasanAbi head who writes, who does journalism at Columbia University, whose Colombian mom, you know, both Columbias, whose Colombian mom saw me get out of my Uber getting into LAX and immediately clocked me and took a photo. One of you motherfuckers received a photo of me and your mom at LAX. But yeah. I know that sounds kind of weird the way I said it, but it wasn't like that. I wasn't like rizzing your mom or anything. Not the Chatter's mom, you dog. No. I feel kind of bad when I meet Chatter's parents because when they know who I am instantly, it's because I'm probably yelling in the background of their homes all the time. It's like when I see someone who's like, oh, my partner's a big fan of you. I'm like, I'm so sorry about that. But yeah, land in Ireland, in and out, super easy. Couple points I need to address here. Okay, number one, Ireland. You can't be letting the sun go down at like 3 p.m. We landed at like 2:30 and the sun was already setting. The fuck's going on here? No, you got to stop. You got to cut it out. You have to fix that somehow. I don't know how you're going to fix it, but you have to fix it. That's unacceptable. The sun comes up at 8:30 and then it starts setting at 2:30. There's no sun. What the hell is going on here? You're just in the dark for most of the time. And then apparently the sun doesn't go down in the summer until like 11 p.m. It's all out of whack. You can't be living like that. Figure it out. You got to figure it out. You can't be living like that. That's unacceptable. In the summer, apparently the sun doesn't go down until 11 p.m. Chat, do you understand how ridiculous that is? I would straight up kill myself if I lived in a country where the sun is down for most of the day, for the record. Sun up till 11 is fine. I like that. I like the sun. But if I lived in a country where there was like maximum 4 to 5 hours of peak sun, I would kill myself. That's crazy. I don't know how the fuck, I don't know how you can survive like that. That is no way to live. That is no way to live, bro. 4 hours max of sun for like an entire season. I'd die. I wouldn't even kill myself. I'd just die. I'd perish, honestly. So yeah, respect to the Irish. No wonder you're alcoholics. Anyway, where was I? Are you stiff? Yeah, I'm stiff as fuck. My back is so stiff. My back is so stiff, dude. From the chair on the plane. It fucked my shit up. The Macy's, thank you for the playlist. Cheers, by the way. I got a cappuccino. Pretty good. It's 7 p.m. here. Why am I dumping 2 cappuccinos in my system? You might be asking. Well, it's because I need to lock the fuck in. Right now, if I don't drink any coffee, I'm going to pass out. I need to drink some coffee right now so that I can wake up a little bit. Because remember, I got off the plane. I got into the hotel. My dad is here. I flew him from Turkey. He was in my they swapped up our rooms, unfortunately. I was in the other room. We had to fix that. Anyway, March is down the hall from me. He set this up while I was out doing the pod. And basically I didn't even get to actually take a shower since I got off the plane. I did a stripper shower real quick, washed my gooch area and armpits and stuff, threw some water on my face, and I did a podcast. Yeah, my billionaire dad. Whorebath is right, exactly. The podcast is like I think it's like a legit podcast. Like, it's not even video. It's a radio show. Second Captain's Podcast. I just did it and it was awesome. A bunch of wonderful boys. Bunch of great lads. Bunch of great fucking lads. Proper lads. That explains why you smell so bad right now, bro. No, I smell spectacular. Make no mistake. I still obviously... Chicken shop date. Chicken shop date is in England. So Ireland is not England. England is a separate country. I need to ask, how do you travel so much without getting completely exhausted? I do get completely exhausted. I do. Not if they had it their way, am I right? True. Ireland is not England. Are you gonna fall? You're about to fall asleep on stream like Donald Trump did in that cabinet meeting? No. I will be doing a chicken shop date eventually, though. Just not anytime soon. But I will do it. I met her. She's dope. She's actually cool as fuck. We talked about it before, remember? Bro's chugging coffee right now? Yes, I am. I should have ordered 3 cappuccinos, honestly. And not 2. Can you go to the Barack Obama gas station? There's a Barack Obama gas station. Manifesting Amelia on Fear End? Yes. You addict? Chatters, I was in China like last week, man. I was in China last week. I came to LA for like a couple days and now I'm in Ireland. What are we talking about? Give me a fucking break. Let me drink a little bit of coffee to straight up survive, you know? I can't do shit without a bunch of chirpers in here. How long you staying in Ireland for? Not that long. I'm coming back for the streamer awards, so I'm not going to be here for that long. The sun setting at 3 is why we're all alcoholics? No, I got that. They fixed the Chengdu meetup pic. They would never. They would never do this. You want to know why? Because they didn't even invite me, okay? They didn't even invite me to the Chengdu meetup. So performative? Yes, I'm performatively drinking coffee. But yeah. Please tell me you're getting a spice bag. You must or fake. What the fuck is a spice bag? I feel like I've heard that before. What?
Gas station in Ireland. Like, I don't think you know how quickly I dove into a rabbit hole when I saw this TikTok this girl posted. So anyway, here's everything I learned about it. First of all, it's technically called Barack Obama Plaza, and it's in Moneygall, Ireland. And the whole thing opened in 2014 after Obama visited Moneygall in 2011 to visit the birthplace of his great-great-great-grandfather, Falmouth Kearney. And to quote Bill Hader's Stefan, this place has everything. Bronze statues of the former president and first lady, souvenir coins, mugs, magnets, you know, the whole branded gamut. And of course, there is this whole food court. You can see the assortment of options one can get at the Barack Obama.
That's crazy that they have Papa John's. Famous for Papa John's, who says the N-word at the Obama station. That is crazy. Obama. Gotta go to the Obama gas station, lads. Oi, going to the Obama gas station. Right. Getting a proper Papa John's pizza.
Plaza, unless we forget there is a full-blown museum exhibition upstairs. It's called From Moneygall to the White House, The Influence of the Irish Abroad. And while it mostly...
That's my favorite thing, dude. I love that shit. Dude, Irish people are so funny because they are the most like not white people. They're so white from the outside, but that right there is typical not white people shit. Okay? You can't be that white while simultaneously behaving in the most non-white way possible. That right there is Turkish, okay? That right there is Mexican. That right there is every fucking country. That is non-Caucasian activity, okay? To be so proud of Barack Obama's Irish roots, to be like, oh, from Moneygall to the White House, you don't understand. We're everywhere. That's like Pinoy gang activities. You know what I mean? You come to Ireland, okay? Even on the fucking flight, everyone was the whitest type. Everyone was so white, you feel uncomfortable, where you're like, damn, like this is like when you're is so white, it makes other white people uncomfortable, is what I'm saying. Where you're like, fuck, man, this is the whitest area I've been in. But then they literally have like the world view and exhibit the tendencies of someone from like Trinidad and Tobago. I don't know how it's possible where one can be so goddamn white looking, but then on the inside, so like resemble the qualities of a person from the developing world, you know, from like a small country that is an underdog. The Irish are the only oppressed whites ever, so it makes sense. No, literally, it's so funny. Irish Americans should be ashamed. They're nothing like their cousins. No, Irish Americans are not what I'm talking about. Irish Americans are literally, this is not the conversation we're having. Irish people are very different than Irish Americans. And Irish people will tell you that personally, or at least they have told me that a lot. Irish people are the first people to apologize for Irish Americans when they meet other like-minded people. Okay? They know what the Irish Americans have done. They know what Irish Americans have done, and they're like, yeah, I don't think they like it when Irish Americans are like, oh, I'm so Irish, but then also they just like have they exhibit the qualities of an American hog. In any case, yeah, it's just some very interesting observations, okay? Some very interesting observations I've made about both Ireland and just Irish people in general. This is such a funny thing, dude. This is what somewhere in the Philippines, this would exist, okay? Something like this would be like, oh, you know, there's a president that's like 1/64th Filipino, so we dedicated an entire gas station commemorating how, you know, this like Pinoy gang is on top. We're in the White House. Like that's something you would see in the Philippines, not in like you just don't expect it from a white country. Okay.
It's called From Moneygall to the White House, The Influence of the Irish Abroad. And while it mostly talks about Obama, it talks a lot about other Irish American presidents. And there's a lot of them. And this sounds really random, but there's actually like a meeting room that you can book, which isn't that nuts because Moneygall is actually kind of right in between the big like Irish cities. We got.
Oh, shit. You know what I got to do? I've just decided maybe I'll do a pit stop when I'm going to Belfast and do a pit stop in Dundalk for my homie Stavros. For all the Baltimoreans out there, okay? See the real Dundalk. It's not going to happen. We don't have a lot of time here, but don't go to Dundalk. What the fuck is it even? What is even in Dundalk? Hasan knows ball. Yeah. Which way, Western man? Irish power, Irish power. There's got to be like 5 of these for Bill Clinton in Albania, right? Oh, yeah. Bill Clinton and Tony Blair as like a full name is like is a real name that a bunch of people in Kosovo to actually name their children, like straight up Bill Clinton. Don't go to either Dundalk, apparently. You don't want to know about Dundalk? Nothing. You'll just be done, dog. You won't understand a word they're saying in Dundalk? But yeah, I'll be in Belfast. Very excited about that. Trump is about to walk out to do an announcement. What the fuck's he announcing? What the fuck's he announcing now? I didn't even blast off yet. Here, let me do that real quick. Do we have a blast off meme? Chatters, do we got a blast off meme? Hold on. Oh, it's a fucking. Wait. Is it a Venezuelan invasion announcement or is it a cryptocurrency announcement? Give me like 3 minutes, dog. Any news on your long-awaited collab with Fatlaw? I'm in Ireland. I'm not in Scotland, chatters. So no. I don't even think Fatlaw is allowed. Is allowed in Ireland. I'm Fatlaw. Fatlaw. Yeah, she's not allowed in Ireland. This is like she thinks it's too anti-Semitic. Yeah, White House used Sabrina Carpenter's shit and music, and she snapped back at him, which I think is awesome. We want more of that. Okay. Anyway, we're waiting on the president. My big, beautiful president. Incredible. In Ireland, Pete Hegseth in trouble for war crimes. WITKOFF in Moscow. Background on DC shooter. Sabrina Carpenter snaps back at White House. And more. Might hit the pubs later. Get in now. Oh, and then we got the Afton Bain. Hold on. Tennessee special election upset question mark. Okay, that's a good enough one. All right. You know what's really funny? Not a lot of Irish people look like this, for the record. I'd go so far as to say more Irish people probably look like me than this version of me. A lot of Irish people just kind of look like this. They don't actually. I mean, there are some. How about you order a few more coffees and give us some dispatch later? Okay, you're out of your fucking mind, dude. But basically, I was in. I'm in the Trinity College area. It's very nice. The government building is here, and yeah, I got stopped a bunch of times on the road, walking over to the podcast studio. It's giving lemonade mouth. Yo, chill, you're hurting the Hibernian conspiracy theory. When are you coming to Belfast? Later this week, Thursday. It's the Trump bank account for babies. Nice. Oh, yeah, okay. Temple Bar Pub is a good shout. All right, he's here.
Nice to see you again. That was a long news conference we had before, wasn't it? Yeah, but it was a good one.
Yes, I'll get a fucking spice bag, chatters. Calm down. I don't know what it is, but I'll get it.
And we're thrilled to be joined by one of the most successful business leaders and people anywhere in the country. Whether it's technology, no matter what business you're talking about, there's really nobody quite like him. He's chairman and CEO of Dell Technologies.
Chairman Mao.
Make great everything, great computers, great everything. Michael Dell, very much of a legend, who's here with his really exciting announcement. It's so
okay, I won't go to Temple Bar. Shut up.
More importantly, he's here with his wonderful wife, Susan, and they have a special relationship. I think I can say that, really. It's very nice. I don't see too much of it. I see the opposite, but I don't see too much. I have two special people, and I've seen that. I've known that for a long time, and I think it's a tremendous thing. Also, the CEO of
I've seen the new journalist in the White House. I know.
Brad Gerstner. Where are you, Brad? Brad Gerstner is a terrific fellow who's very much involved in this incredible thing that we're doing today, along with the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, Treasury Secretary, Scott Besson, Chairman of the Senate Committee on Commerce and Science and Transportation, Ted Cruz, House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Jason Smith, Vice Chairman of the House Republican Conference, Blake Moore, as well as the Chief Design Officer of the United States Airbnb co-founder, Joe Gebbia. I want to thank you all for being here. It's a great group.
Gebbia.
I guess a potential Fed chair is here too. I don't know. Are we allowed to say that? Potential. He's a respected person, that I can tell you. Thank you, Kevin. Today is Giving Tuesday.
Airbnb. Did he say Airbnb?
But it is indeed Giving Tuesday, one of the biggest days of the year for philanthropy and charitable giving. And this afternoon, Michael and Susan Dell are committing to one of the largest private donations in American history, which will directly benefit the next generation.
It's so funny, like,
American
these guys
children.
will never pay more taxes, and they will vote for Donald Trump, so they never have to pay more taxes. And then they'll do these charitable donations that I guess are technically tax breaks, right? But like the charitable donations that they're giving are probably around the, like they're like they fight against a tax increase to the tune of the fucking same charitable donations that they're giving to Donald Trump. And I guess I understand in principle why they refuse to do that, because it's like when you give that money, when you give like $100 million in taxes, or when you give it to the IRS, you don't really get anything in return for it except for, like, you know, funding all these initiatives for everyone. But if you give it directly to Donald Trump, then you can just like be in his good graces. You could just give the money directly to Donald Trump, and then he'll be like, it's charitable giving. It's charitable giving is so good as Giving Tuesday. Like, make these motherfuckers actually donate that to the IRS, man. Michael and Susan. Oh, my God, that's what she looks like? What the fuck? Oh, Jesus. Someone in the chat was like, bro, look up what Susan Dell looks like. It's a nightmare. And at first I was like, come on, you're going to, like, people are going to call me sexist. But goddamn, this, bro, she looks like she got PS2 graphics. How are you a billionaire? And like, that's the job that they did. I'm sorry, that's crazy. Anyway, Michael and Susan Dell pledged $6.25 billion to help fund Trump accounts, a program aimed at building savings for millions of American kids. Trump babies.
That's fantastic, Susan. These gifts will be available to the first 25 million children aged 10 and under the zip codes where their median income is $150,000 or less. So they're giving them to children that won't be born particularly rich, and they're going to be hopefully very rich someday. This will give millions of dollars, millions of children, middle-class families a stake in American prosperity, a benefit from the rising stock market, and a better shot at the American dream. It really gives them a shot at the American dream. Michael and Susan, I want to thank you for this extraordinary act of kindness and patriotism and charity. This is truly one of the most generous acts in the history of our country. I mean, you don't hear about things like that, and we got to let people know he doesn't want and she doesn't care about that.
Pay
but I do.
your
I think when
fucking
somebody
taxes,
does
bro.
that, you got to let them know about it. As I mentioned, this gift is being made possible by the largest tax cuts in American history, which our Republican majorities passed earlier this year, and the Speaker worked so hard, and John Thune and Jason and all of them, every one of them. Ted Cruz is with us. He worked so hard getting that done. That was the biggest, most consequential bill they say ever passed. And you know, if they remember, Michael, they thought we had to put that in 12 to 14 bills. I said, I don't know if we can hold it that long with the Democrats. And we said, let's try doing it once. So we did, and people were surprised, but we got it done. So I congratulate you guys. Amazing job. Under that bill, the federal government will also automatically be making a one-time seed contribution of $1,000 into the tax-deferred Trump accounts for every newborn U.S. citizen, fulfilling a promise I made in the 2024 campaign. Trump accounts should grow to be worth many thousands of dollars by the time the child is 18 and even more by the time they are 20 or even 30 years old. We think it's going to be something really unique and really special. We hope many others will follow Michael and Susan's example and make their own contributions. I'll be doing it too, to the next generation, including businesses, churches, philanthropists, family members, and parents themselves. I think we're going to have a lot of people, Susan. I think a lot of people are going to be
How much?
A lot of people are watching us
How
right
much?
now.
Cherry
They
Act,
might not
bitch,
be
I'm right here. What do you
$6
mean?
billion plus, but
How
there'll be a
much?
lot.
How much is he
There aren't too
doing?
many people that are in the 6 billion range, but there'll be a lot. A lot of friends of mine have already told me they're going to contribute a lot of money.
Riots in Belfast tonight as a Palestinian flag is raised over Belfast City Hall. Well, I'm missing out on that because I'm in Dublin, where in Dublin they were going to rename Herzog Park, and I think they dropped it, which is somewhat
To
cowardly.
announce plans to contribute to these accounts in the coming months, and we've had tremendous interest in that regard.
It's
So
Grifting Tuesday?
The Trump accounts will be available starting on July 4th of next year. And Michael and Susan, to you again, it's an amazing act of just incredible everything. I mean, the life you've led to be able to do this, even to be able to, even a lot of people have a good heart, but they can't give $6.25 billion. And Michael, probably knowing you, it's not the last of it either. It's not the last. But
Is he lying, or is
on
he
behalf
doing
of
the robber
United
baron
States
thing?
of
It's
America, I wanna
always
thank you both, and I want to thank all
it's
three.
always the robber baron thing. It's always the robber baron thing. These guys are doing.
This is really
Look, we'll find out what the scheme is here soon enough. Okay, I'm sure that it's like
unique.
the tax write-offs, or I'm sure they're doing it to, like, you know, give Trump a W or something, and then they know that it'll pay dividends. Okay, but ultimately, no billionaire is volunteering $6.5 billion of their net worth, which is around 5% of Michael Dell's entire net worth, as someone in the chat was saying, without anything in return. Especially considering that if they were going to do it, they would be advocating for better tax policies that take that money from them directly and feed it back into redistributive programs. These guys never do that. They literally are constantly, they made their money through the wealth consolidation, and they made their money through making sure that Trump implements a deregulatory agenda.
Act has created a platform for families and
I think one of the craziest things, though, for both of the Dells is that they look the way that they do with 150 billion. And this isn't like, I'm not like ugly shaming or body shaming or anything like that. What I'm simply saying is, like, if you got that kind of money, like, you could get a better hair transfer, you know, like a better hair transplant, or like, it doesn't make any sense. Because clearly he's still trying to keep it up. He's still trying to keep it going. It's not like he doesn't care.
10 and under, and our gift will cover
Right?
most of the
He
children
does
who are
care.
10 and under
Go to Turkey,
that are
man.
not part
The
of
fuck you
federal
doing?
program, the 0 to 2 year olds, and who also live in zip codes where the median income is $150,000 or less. And I have spoken with a number of other wealthy Americans, philanthropists, and we are confident that others will join us, because we all understand the incredible impact that a gift like this can have on the lives of young Americans. So again, it's a great honor for us to be here to be able to announce this. You know, when I was 8 years old, I got a passport.
What if the money invested goes back into Dell stock?
In it.
That would be
And you'd
funny.
go to the savings and loan, and you'd give them a quarter, and they'd stamp your account. And I got to see the power of compound interest early in my life. And that has brought me here to this moment. And hopefully will inspire that kind of opportunity for many more young people.
Dude, what are we doing, man? Instead of funding initiatives that are helpful for all children, we're getting like what, 25 million kids? We're getting them primed for compound interest. Like, what the fuck? Everyone's a little capitalist, including little babies. I guess this is just the maximalist position, right? Like, you have to, this is the 401k, but for babies. Okay, even a baby will have a 401k now. It's awesome. Everyone will feel as though they have an investment in the stock market. Everyone will have a stake in the stock market success.
Well, first, it's an incredible honor to be here.
Baby
And we wouldn't be here
stockbrokers.
without the passage of the Invest America
We need to
Act.
get all the babies into day trading. We need to make sure. Yeah, 401 pre-K. From the people that brought you 401ks, now 401 pre-K. We need the babies to be doing day
Let's
trading.
make this happen in the big
Every baby must have a Robinhood account.
ready to act. They had the legislation drafted, but I couldn't be more grateful for the friendship and the partnership of the Dells that really show the best of America. Today is Giving Tuesday, right? And the fact of the matter is, for decades, we've talked about the wealth gap. We've talked about too many.
My dad's
people
company
left
did this with
out and
$100.
left
It didn't keep up with
behind.
inflation. When I
This
turned
president
10, I got like
was elected on a Main
$90
Street
and
agenda
bought a
to
Lego.
get
It's
the
a
rest of
fucking
America
waste.
into the game. And that's exactly what this does. It gets every American child, 3.7 million children born every year, will now start life off with an investment account, seeded with $1,000. And then you're going to have great philanthropists, great Americans like Michael and Susan, who are going to add money to those accounts. We're overwhelmed with the number of companies that want to contribute to these accounts. Already companies from Uber to NVIDIA, T-Mobile to Charter Communications, Dell, et cetera.
Yeah, don't fund daycares. Fund daycare trading. Day trading care. Okay?
It's like a 401k from birth. It's a benefit for the kids of our employees.
Yeah, look, he said
right?
it. He said it. That's a dystopian statement to make, dog. It's like a 401k since birth.
Apple paying in $5, $10, right? And getting these kids into the game. When we had the roundtable at the White House earlier this year, Dara Khosrowshahi, the CEO of Uber, said, you know, after fleeing Iran at the age of 9 with nothing, he came to America because it was the land of hope. And he said what the Invest America Act does is it bottles up hope for every child in America. Whether you're in rural Mississippi or rural Indiana, where I came from, inner city Trenton or Compton, you're now in the game, right? That act alone, I think, reinvigorates the American dream. It reinvigorates the idea of free market capitalism. Too many people are losing faith in you, sir. By passing the Invest America Act and getting all these kids into the game, this is a transformational act in this country forevermore. Every child starts off life in the game with a piece of the American dream compounding in the upside of America. So thank you for having us here.
Thank the secretary first. I defer to the brains.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I think this is a major change in philanthropy and for American working families. It is the merging of President Trump's agenda of parallel prosperity, Main Street meets Wall Street. For the next 5 years, every child born in the U.S. will get a $1,000 Trump account that will be with them and compound for the next 18 years. Treasury Department with other branches of government is going to do financial literacy, and we are going to make sure that all American families have a stake in the success of the United States of America. So every day when the stock market goes up or down, and we believe over the 18 years it will go up and families will learn the power of compounding, that it will be a game changer. People who have a stake in the system and become more and more vested in the system, they do not want to bring down the system. They want to make it better. So I think we will look back on today and know that these Trump accounts, they have started a new age of the capitalism and market interests for the whole country. I also think that it is a game changer, as we're seeing with Michael and Susan Bell today, that Americans are the most generous people in the history of the world, and the Trump accounts will provide a vehicle for philanthropists such as Michael and Susan and many more to contribute. And at Treasury, we are working, so Michael and Susan want to do it for children born in the past 10 years, a certain income level. As Brad said, it can be tailored, it can be to employees. It could be a philanthropist could adopt a state, they can adopt a school, they can adopt a zip code, they can adopt a street. And so we will constantly see these accounts be topped up. For those of you on the Treasury, will be running this on the operational side.
What are the benefits? What are the benefits for the billionaires? Come on, get to the benefits. What are they getting?
And see the homepage that has a basic.
I'm dying, brother. The American government will do anything but fucking tax the rich. I swear to God. What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? We will literally do anything but tax the rich, bro. It is crazy. Hey guys, you can just fucking own an entire state if you would like. You can become a lordship that has ownership over an entire state by, donating $1 billion to Oklahoma, to Oklahoman children's 401 pre-Ks. Just fucking pay taxes, man. What the fuck are we doing? God damn it. This is so dystopian, brother. I cannot comprehend this. Like, if redistributive policies are the goal, what the fuck is this capitalist dogma, this dogmatic approach where you're such a zealot that you literally cannot foresee any other method of engaging in redistributive policies where it has to be voluntary? It has to be voluntary from billionaires and the magnanimous nature of billionaires, which is not real, by the way. That's not a real thing, right? And we will do it by creating this funding vehicle that actually sets up bank accounts for babies, and hopefully billionaires will top it up. Inshallah.
One of the great features, one of the perils of having the big, beautiful bill and having it all in there together, the president and I have talked about many times, is that there's so many great things in that legislation, we don't have enough time to talk about all of it. So we need a moment to really focus on this. Giving Tuesday is a perfect time to do it. And it's absolutely perfect, I think, that July 5th becomes the operational date right after the nation's birthday. So what we're going to see here is
I bet they'll be forced to pay credit.
Anyone has done
and the tax this is 1K free fund.
They wouldn't have philanthropists and great Americans with big hearts like this,
bro,
who've earned their.
When you cut here, I'll give you an example, okay? When you don't have any fucking social safety nets, the cost of daycare is going to be far larger than the $1,000 turning into $2,000 over the course of a decade plus. Okay? Because the cost of daycare for the year is far larger than the interest that you're earning off of the 1,000 free dollars that you got. Do you understand how stupid this policy is for that reason? And the dumbest guy you know is going to say, this teaches people to do responsible compound interest. This teaches people to be passive earners from the start. You're so stupid. What's wrong with financial literacy? There's nothing wrong with financial literacy. It's just that you are saying yes to breadcrumbs when the actual broad sweeping change is such a glaringly obvious necessity that even these fucking dickheads realize that. So they're throwing crumbs your way. So you shut the fuck up. That's how busted the system is, that these guys are like, oh yeah, come on, give a couple billion here, a couple billion there. Let's just like squeeze something into the working poor's bank accounts. So they shut the fuck up.
Every child in America will have a personal investment account opened for them. Newborn children will have it seeded with $1,000. Parents and family and employers can contribute up to $5,000 a year in a tax-advantaged account. That money will be invested in the S&P 500 in the stock market, broad-based equity index account. Two massive benefits that change this country. Number one, every child in America will experience the benefits of compound growth. Take a little girl born next year. She's born next year. She has the account opened for her. $1,000 is automatically seeded. Her parents, her family, or an employer puts $5,000 a year each year into that account.
What?
If you assume the historic
That's
rate of
not
growth
compound
of the
interest,
S&P 500,
dumbass.
which is
That's
7% a year,
just.
by the time that
Why would anybody do that?
she will have 100.
Why would anybody put $5,000 every year into the baby's account? What company is going to do that?
That little girl is 35. She will have $700,000 in that account. That is game
Yeah,
changing.
if a
We're not
company is
talking the
dumping
children of
$5,000
Michael
a
and
year
Susan Bell,
every
children
year,
of Donald
yes.
Trump, and children of people of great success.
Yes, okay. Okay, here's how stupid what Ted Cruz is suggesting is, okay? Think about a baby. Okay, think about a baby. We give that baby $1,000. And then what if Michael Dell personally gives that baby $1 million every year? By the time that baby is 18 years old, that baby has $18 million plus the compound interest from the $18 million. Okay? Think about how much money that is. That's like almost $25 million. The baby could have $25 million. Every baby could be a 25 millionaire. By the time they reach 18, it's like, oh yeah, that's true. Technically, yes, if people were just volunteering $5,000 annually, that wouldn't be compound interest. That would just be people giving you $5,000 every year, which is not happening. It's a one-time $1,000 payment for the baby. And no, this isn't like, for the record, this isn't going to be, very excited for my baby to sign up for the Trump account as a collateral for a student loan that is suspiciously $50K more than the balance of their Trump account. Oh. Oh, God. They're not going to be able to free trade with this shit. Obviously, it's going to probably have a lot of restrictions, and it's going to be on some sort of like super conservative index.
Who just got a gift from Michael and Susan, and it's not a gift of a video game. It's not a gift of a bicycle. It's an investment in their future. That changes their lives, and I hope and believe Michael and Susan are going to inspire millions across the country to do the same thing. When Congress passed Section 401K of the ERISA, I don't know that anyone realized how much it would change retirement plans. There's now trillions of dollars in 401K plans. They're going to be trillions of dollars in these. These are 401Ks for kids. And Mr. President, these Trump accounts exist because you signed them. Thank you for your leadership.
It's a 401 pre-K, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be fantastic. We're going to make... Every child is going to be a baby day trader.
Thank Michael and Susan for the kind gift. What you all have done will be transformational for 25 million kids. And a lot of people we can thank for...
Dude, I can't be the only one that gets mad at like the I pissed in your face, so now you must thank me because I made it rain attitude that this fucking dumbass administration has, right? Like, please tell me there are other people who are seeing this for what it is. I'm not just like hating for the purpose of hating. And I know that there's going to be a lot of people who are like, the dumbest guy you know who has like wantrepreneur on his Instagram bio is going to be like, dude, what are you talking about? Get your money up, bro. If only I knew the importance of compound interest at the age of 5, I'd probably have $1 million by now. Like, the dumbest dude you know thinks he is a capitalist now, okay? The dumbest dude you know that's in and out of shit jobs with no adequate compensation, with no fucking benefits package, thinks that this is a banger, okay? They're going to look at this and go, this is so sick. They're putting you on game, dude. The rich people are finally fucking giving us the tools to trade, okay? But I hope that there are enough people that are looking at this and going, this is so dumb. Just fucking tax the rich and build a robust social safety net for everyone. So there's a base level of material equality. Oh, my Lord.
or something, and maybe that's going to continue to happen. But there is a new option and another way for them to be able to invest and have a lasting legacy. And as a dad of 4 kids, seeing kids in our neighborhood, them to have that opportunity is something that not every day in
listening
Congress,
to a
as I've
streamer
joked
for a
with my colleagues,
political
is the most
opinion.
productive day.
I agree with you. I think it's totally dumb. Yeah, they should only listen to Jake Tapper for political opinions. I mean, I think you can make up your mind on whether or not a streamer with a political science background who works with politicians is worthy of your time, and if his political commentary is correct or not. Because there are plenty of fucking streamers who are dumbasses who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I think you're smart enough as an adult to make up your own mind. Make up your own mind on whether or not what I'm saying here actually makes sense. Whether or not time will tell if my takes are actually solid or not. You know?
Life works, how business works. They want to go out and make a living for themselves, because maybe it's going to be a lot more than we think, or maybe it's not going to be quite as much as we think, depending on what happens with the world and the market. We'll try and do very well in that regard too, but there's a lot of learning to be done, and I think this is a big step forward.
And your reaction, did either of you say, you're donating how much?
Yeah, we already said it, it's $6.25 billion.
No, I mean, was the reaction between the two of you? Someone came up with the idea.
Oh, sure. Oh, well, so we kind of started with a smaller amount, to be honest. And we started talking about Texas only at the beginning.
And adopting the state of Texas.
Right. And then we thought about it some more, and we thought
Got pretty excited about the idea.
Yeah, and we went back and forth, and as we do on these things, and we
got
ended
more
up
and more excited, and next thing you know,
this is where we ended up. So, but
The number
a
kept
lot
climbing.
of discussion and consideration over a long period of time.
Yeah.
To,
I mean,
to
we
come to this.
believe
And
this
we feel
is
great about it.
the greatest investment that we could possibly make is in children, and we've been investing in children for over 26 years with our foundation.
Yeah, and
Oh my
you know,
God.
there are 30 states
Oh, it's so
already
sick.
that
Except
require-
that's been an abject failure. Okay, so that's a L. That's a bad investment you made then, because I don't see it. I don't see any return on that fucking investment. At least so far. Maybe there's an alternative here. Maybe the government should make this investment.
which can only.
I don't know. Maybe you should do a charitable donation in the form of, like, I don't know, taxes, like higher percentages of your yearly income and yearly revenue generated, and then the government could handle that.
Without you, to be honest.
The government could handle it. I don't know.
I know this relationship so well. There could be a lot of truth to that, but it shows you that there's a big heart in some pretty tough people. He's a tough cookie, but he's got a very, very warm spot. And what you've done, I don't think it's going to be talked about for a long time. Won't be forgotten. Thank you, sir.
May I ask a question? Thank you, sir. My question is about the logistics or the administration of the program. You obviously want to help poorer children. How will you help families perhaps who don't have access to computers or internet at home to make this program a reality?
Do you want to maybe answer that question?
Sure. And please speak in the microphone if you don't mind.
Well, first,
This guy-
Treasury
this
as
guy's
the
such a
Secretary
manlet.
talked
I'm
about, is going to
sorry.
be administering the program, and we should just say,
God
that
damn,
Luke
it's
Pettit,
gotta
the
be- it's
Assistant
gotta be
Treasury
painful walking
Secretary,
up there
has
and
just
pulling
done
it
an
down.
Extraordinary job with the Secretary in what I think will be the biggest
Put a fucking Apple
consumer
box over there,
launch
man.
in the
What are we
history
doing? This is
of
fucked
government.
up.
60 million accounts are going to get created next year. And these accounts are going to be, promulgated. All parents are going to have to do is to claim the account. So if they have access to an Android phone or a public library to go to a computer and gain access, they can claim that account. And whether they claim it or not, the account is going to continue to compound. So they don't have a deadline by which they have to claim the account. There's time, right? And there's going to be a lot of resources. Think about this. Kids in school, we're going to have schools engaged, helping to tell them that they need to claim their accounts, to educate them, et cetera. We're going to run a big public campaign around this. So we're just getting started. Today is day one. This is an extraordinary contribution, but it's the beginning of a drumbeat you're going to hear for the next 6 months leading up to the 250th anniversary of the country. I don't think there's anybody in the country who won't have heard about this by the time we get to July 4th of next year. And we're going to make sure, listen, we know that wealthy families have access to 529 accounts, right? This is an opportunity, and the instruction was, how do we get the 50 million other families into the game? This is the first time we've done that because we're auto-creating these accounts for every child at birth, and so we're going to be very focused on making sure that every family entitled to get one of these accounts is able to claim it and get it.
Daniel, do you have a question?
Yes, sir. These programs seem to create an opportunity for parents to create unprecedented financial security for their children, sir. Do you believe that these accounts will be a big part of your legacy when everything goes down? We've heard talks about you make legacy as a peacemaker, but this is a really
let me get in there. This is my favorite question. Beautiful,
I think it's a big
beautiful question.
Everybody up here today, this was a group that was very instrumental. And in particular, obviously, Michael and Susan, it's a big part of their legacy. You know, they've got a big legacy anyway, but this is maybe going to be as important or more important than anything they've done thus far. It's, you know, looking back in 100 years from now, I think you're going to see some things that they'll be talking about this very day. So thank you for that question.
Thank you for that question. It's a beautiful question. I love talking about my legacy. Yeah, 100 years from now, America will not exist, okay? Mark my fucking words, or at least the America that you know. The America that we all know and live in right now will not exist in 100 years, I don't think.
Looking at, there's a certain Australian plan that people are liking and they're talking about. You know what I mean? There's a plan where, not for children necessarily, but it's for people, working people. And we are looking at other things different from this. I think this is very different from
Whoa.
Yep, we're looking at it very seriously. It's a good plan. It's worked out very well. Yeah, please.
What the frick?
Can you talk about what tax benefits these accounts come with?
What the frick?
The information sheet that we just received said that when a child turns 18, they'll be treated like traditional IRAs and subject to a 10% withdrawal tax.
Please,
can you speak to when her children became able to access?
No, it was a brief F on my end.
When they're 18, or they can convert them
But it's
to
back.
an IRA at that time. During the 18 years, parents or employers can donate.
Why are people saying hold? It's
tax
back.
deduction up to $5,000 into each account, and then philanthropists, like Michael and Susan, can add an unlimited amount to the accounts. So $5,000 from employees or families, and then gifts from foundations and philanthropists can be an unlimited amount.
Mr. President, you said that you have been talking to your wealthy friends, as well as you, Mr. Dell, about contributing. Can you walk us through maybe who you've been talking to and how much more
Is
we
there
can
a
expect
delay?
on top of
I think the people you probably would think I would be talking to. There's a group of people out there that have been very successful, and we've already started talking to them. You know, we're doing ballrooms, we're doing...
Is there a delay? Okay. Subscribe right now. Delay check. Subscribe. For free with a Twitch Prime. Or for $7 for a regular subscription. Okay. To the Priker Broadcasting Service. Okay, ain't nobody subscribing. I guess there is a major delay because I'm not seeing subscriptions at all. I'm not seeing no subscriptions, which means there must be a major delay. Barely any gifted subs, barely any subscriptions. There must be a huge delay right now. The biggest delay of all time, because otherwise I am washed. And obviously that's not the case. I'm not washed. And my audience is not broke. Therefore, there must be a major problem, a major delay, the biggest delay of all time, Bigger than anyone has ever seen before. Folks, they're saying it's the greatest delay with the Irish internet. I'm donating to unborn babies.
Very good. We had some good meetings, as you know, but we had a very good talk today. Yes, I did.
You also pardoned the former president.
You didn't even make the top 10 list, your wash baby? Top 10 list for
Well,
what,
He was the
YouTube?
president, and they had some drugs being sold in their country, and because he was the president, they went after him. That was a Biden horrible witch hunt, which was, a lot of people in Honduras asked me to do that, and I did it. I feel very good about it. If you have some drug dealers in your country and you're the president, you don't necessarily put the president in jail for 45 years. That was a Biden-inspired witch hunt.
Did his letter impact your decision on
Yeah,
that, sir,
please,
from
go
Mr.
ahead.
Stone?
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Your decisions, recent decisions to Syria, renewed many hopes for the Syrian people. And now the minorities in Syria, like Kurds, Christians, and Jews, they want help, U.S. help them to have some sort of autonomy and their rights being protected in the Syria. How do you
We're going to
feel?
give them help, and I think Syria's come a long way. The new leader of Syria was here, as you know, 3 weeks ago, and he was really into making that country, bringing the country around. Not an easy job, not an easy job. It's centuries of problems, but I think he's going to do a good job. I mean, I have a lot of confidence in him. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, Mr. President.
In the broader context of the economy with these childhood investments, we just saw the biggest Black Friday in history, up 4.1%.
Wait, what if a baby was born before this so they don't get it? It doesn't matter. Remember, they don't talk about like fiscal cliffs or benefits cliffs when it comes to right-wingers doing this kind of like stock market thing. Okay? That only factors into the equation when it's a government initiative. They hate government initiatives, but if it's a like private charity, they don't, there's no concern for that sort of thing.
The better the economy is, better for the children, right? We're in a pretty good spot right now.
Well, I do, and I appreciate it. No, we have an amazing.
And before you
thing,
say,
we have
oh,
over-
well, what if, okay, there's a 10-year window, right? It's up to 10 years old. It's up to babies that are 10 years old. Okay. What about someone who's 11 years old then? There's always a fucking fiscal cliff. In the absence of universality for your initiatives, there's always going to be a fiscal cliff. The irony, of course, is that the solution to this is to fund it regardless, but not to do this anyway. To actually fund, universal pre-K, for example. That's how you're supposed to do this shit, because that would be much more beneficial. That would mean more jobs, more daycares being built, more jobs for the people who build the daycares, more people to do pre-K coverage, like child caretakers, janitors in those fucking pre-Ks or kindergartens and things of that nature. But of course, that would be too smart. And you can't do that. You have to instead do this like universal 401 pre-K initiative instead of universal pre-K.
He said 1 year ago, your country was dead. And now you've got the hottest country anywhere in the world. And that's what we have. And it's one of the reasons Michael's able to do this. It's one of the reasons I'm able to be here and, haven't really run a very successful campaign. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions. We won the districts. I'll tell you, the district vote is the most impressive. 2000.
This is the shittiest part of this is that there is broad recognition of how bad things are by the administration. Okay? There's broad recognition for it. That's the reason why they're doing this. But they would rather give you like a little bit of fucking crumbs and make you go, thank you so much. Say thank you. Say thank you to me and my billionaire buddies, instead of the actual most successful redistributive policies that we could implement, which is to fund these fucking assholes or tax these assholes in the room and then fund the government projects. God damn it, Americans are the most propagandized people on the planet. They will eat this shit up, I think. This is how dumb the billionaire buddy actually is. Let's take a look.
Equality theme for a second.
Here's Michael Dell talking about taxes at Davos in 2019.
There are growing calls to address these inequalities, particularly the wage inequality, with more taxes. In particular, in the United States, there's been a call by Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez to tax people earning over $10 million at a 70% tax rate. The current top rate in the United States is 37%.
The Macy's, can you
Michael
resend
Dell,
your
do you
playlist?
support this?
Can you resend your playlist, the Macy's?
No, I'm not supportive of that.
Well, Keith,
And I don't think it would help the growth of the U.S. economy.
oh, that's interesting. And can you say a little bit more about why? Why you don't think it would?
Well, name a country where that's worked, ever.
America. America. The United States of America. Just go far back enough in time, and you will find, even in our history, that has been very successful. Okay? Like higher top marginal tax rates at a time when there was obviously less wealth parked in the stock market and more income-based wealth was the appropriate measure back then. Now, obviously, wealth is now kept in the stock market, so clearly that's not even like income-based taxing of this sort is not even the most successful initiative, but like
Thanks so much for having me.
But like it definitely moves the needle in the appropriate direction. Also, every other country that has a higher fucking tax burden for regular people is doing a better job.
United States.
Brief.
Ain't no way. Wait, what? Pre-watch.
No,
Wait, hold
I'm not
on.
supportive
Who
of
said that?
Well, Keith,
And I don't think it would help the growth of the U.S. economy.
oh, that's interesting. And can you say a little bit more about why? Why you don't think it would?
Well, name a country where that's worked, ever.
United States.
Briefly, in the 80s.
No. From about the 1930s through about the 1960s.
My bad. My mistake. I should have let the video run. My bad, boys.
60s, the tax rate averaged about 70%. At times it was up as high as 95%. And those were actually pretty good years for growth. So I don't have a strong opinion on that proposal. A lot of the devil is in the details. But I think there's actually a lot of economics that suggests that it's not necessarily going to hurt growth. And I think we have to examine it more closely. There are people.
My mistake. I should have just let the video run and let the video do the talking for me. Anyway, this is also, you can tax speculative assets. I wonder if there is a already pre-existing vehicle to tax speculative assets, or at least something that shouldn't be considered a speculative asset, but is unfortunately considered a speculative asset in the United States of America. Oh, that's right. It's called property taxes. So yeah, there is obviously a method. It's already being implemented. Just like there is already a fucking way, just like there has already been a time in the United States history itself where top marginal tax rates were significantly higher and the tax burden was significantly higher on every single American. And actually that was pretty helpful in development making sure that America was improving. There is already a pre-existing system in place for taxing speculative assets. Even if they shouldn't be considered speculative assets, let's be real. I'm talking about housing. Property taxes already exist. So there is already a calculation that you can implement because there is one that is being implemented. I haven't seen the Drew Gooden video yet, but everyone's saying he's a fucking Maoist third worldist now or something. And I really respect it, and I will be watching it later, of course. It will hurt the growth of the billionaires' wealth and millionaires' wealth. They talk about growth, but all the growth they care is this. They don't care about the growth of everyone / the country. Anyway, so yes, chatters, the only thing that's missing from the equation is the willingness and the interest of the super wealthy to let go. Okay, that's it. That is the point. Also, I hope this proves why people come and watch a streamer for political opinions, because obviously, regardless of the medium, the message still stands. It turns out when you do like literally bare minimum reading and have the audacity to dream of a better future, you can do decent political fucking commentary, even on a platform where everyone else that's entertaining this stuff is not even remotely knowledgeable on the things they speak of. And Sean Hannity never burps in the microphone, but I do. But make no mistake, the fact that I burp into the microphone doesn't change the reality that I know what the fuck I'm talking about. All right, let's continue. We're going to get into Laura Loomer, free spirit, Laura Loomer. Don't you think it's wild that the host on the podium goes, yeah, briefly in the 80s in response to the United States mention? Why would you go cite the Reagan years as an example of high tax policy working? Does she know literally nothing? I despise you. Well, I love you. Okay, how about that? I love all of you. If I didn't, I wouldn't be fucking live every goddamn day. Yeah, it just makes you hella gross as well. Yeah, I can do both. Get you a man who can do both. Get you a man who burps in the microphone, but then can very easily say the exact same thing that the fucking guy who is supposed to be the knowledgeable figure on the panel is saying at the Davos summit. Okay. It's hot, not gonna lie. Okay, that's gross. Now I'm not gonna burp into the microphone. What a toxic relationship we're in, I fear. All right. Please burp more and slap your belly. Oh my God. When am I getting an Irish spice bag? I will get a spice bag eventually. I don't know what it is, but please stop asking when I will get an Irish spice bag. I don't even know what it is. Is it like cocaine and ketamine? Is it like a speedball mix or something? Let's be real. Correlation is not causation. The reason for high growth from the 30s on is because America was China manufacturing wise, and it also had a centrally planned much of its industry, as well as being a military superpower that took over the global British, French, Dutch, Belgian, and German colonial holdings. It didn't have much to do with tax rates, however convenient that argument is. No. Make no mistake. Yes, I do believe that central planning and building a robust industrial base was the reason why America was so dominant. Okay, but the funding vehicle for the New Deal, for example, it didn't hurt that it was just Uber Eats it already. Is chicken, chips, veggies, and spices. Is drunk food. Okay, got it. The funding vehicle for said redistributive policies and development also came from high marginal tax rates. At most, even if you're an MMT enjoyer and an MMT believer, you understand that taking money out of the hands of the wealthy is still a good thing. That's part of the reason why MMT enjoyers also still advocate for top marginal tax rates that are higher overall, or higher taxes, a higher tax burden on the super wealthy in general. Okay? It doesn't even matter. Ultimately, we got to do something about the fucking massive wealth disparity. It doesn't matter. There are many different ways of doing it. Obviously, doing it at the point of commodity production and surplus labor value being taken away from the super wealthy and being given back to the people that are generating said value is the way that I believe we should be doing it. But ultimately all signs point in that direction. Okay. You can be a firm and committed believer in MMT, and you still advocate for the same thing, taking away some of the existing currency away from the super duper wealthy, where it is consolidated, is the same. You're always arriving at the same point. You could be a Keynesian, firm and committed Keynesian economist, and you believe in the same exact thing. Every single person with any investment in changing the American trajectory from this downward trend that we're in will inevitably arrive at that same conclusion, that we have to redistribute and cycle this money somehow. If you're a Marxist, if you're a orthodox Marxist thinker, ultimately you still have to change the way that wealth and value is sticking to the absolute top of the capital owners at the point of surplus labor value extraction. If you're a believer, if you're a social democrat, you want higher tax rates for that reason, right? Everyone is arriving at the same fucking conclusion, that this income and wealth disparity, this income and wealth inequality has to change. And that means that the super wealthy are not going to generate super profits. It is no wonder that so many people, all the way from social democrats to even a lot of liberals, honestly, down to the Maoist third worldists, all agree on this same principle. And of course, capitalists and capitalism defenders, however, will still turn around and say, "Oh, this is the politics of envy." Okay? You just hate the rich. You just hate prosperity. It's like, no, I want prosperity. I just want prosperity for all. And that is the reason why I advocate for these things. Anyway, let's continue. Let's get to Laura Loomer, the free spirit, asking Pentagon press secretary questions about the Muslim Brotherhood. And you might be wondering, what the fuck is Laura Loomer doing in that room? Well, that's because the people in that room have signed a loyalty pledge to the Pentagon. And those who did not sign said loyalty pledge to the Pentagon, which literally includes Fox News, by the way, are not in that room. Let's take a look at some of the wonderful minds that are now in the press briefings of the Pentagon now.
Today, now that the president has started the process of designating the Muslim Brotherhood as a foreign Islamic terrorist organization, will the Department of War still proceed with selling F-15 fighter jets to Qatar? And how will they be able to train Qatari pilots at their air base in Idaho if Qatar is included in the designation?
Thank you for the question. We take very seriously our partnerships, and we always do thorough evaluations to make sure that they protect our intelligence, our operations.
Yeah, New Media Week at the Pentagon is happening right now. And the DoD has brought in a phalanx of newly accredited members of the press corps, some of whom, Laura Loomer and Cam Higbee, are competing to claim sole possession of the Washington Post's former desk. Note, they aren't the same desk. Here is Laura Loomer saying, the Washington Post and Dan Lamothe used to occupy this desk inside the Pentagon press room. Now it's mine. I can confirm the former Washington Post Pentagon desk is now the Fearless Media desk. This is Cam Higbee of PragerU. And Dan Lamothe actually got in on the fun and said, y'all are going to have to work this one out for yourselves. Because R.C. Maxwell also said, the Pentagon cubicle that used to belong to Dan Lamothe is now mine. Out with the propagandists and hacks. In with the truth tellers who love America. Every single person is saying they got Dan Lamothe's... Joey Manorino is another person that got the press pass, by the way, at the Department of War. This is... Look. Listen. A lot of the previous mainstream media Department of Defense reporters are already major dick riders of the American State Department to begin with. This is probably the weakest aspect of truth in journalism. It also is some of the strongest parts of at least press history, okay? You have some of the greatest reporters in American history that have come from this background. And in recent years, unfortunately, some of the worst. Okay? Having said that, this new devaluation, this new regression that we're experiencing is, and I can't believe I'm saying this once again, completely fucking unprecedented. It's not enough that you have NatSec writers who are already taking the outline of whatever the State Department is saying and repeating it verbatim ad nauseum in the New York Times or in Washington Post. That wasn't enough at all. We have now moved into a new era where even that's not enough. You have to quite literally sign a loyalty pledge to the Pentagon to be in that room. It is so fucked up that even Fox News refused to sign said loyalty pledge that dictated that you cannot report on any information that you get from the Pentagon that the Pentagon doesn't sign off on ahead of time. Okay? Per the Associated Press, The Post, Associated Press, CNN, Reuters, and Newsmax were some of the outlets that said Monday that they had requested special access to the Pentagon to cover question and answer sessions, but were denied. Instead, you have Joey Manorino and Laura Loomer and Cam Higbee and all of the fucking annoying reply guys that you see in my replies on Twitter. Now those are the only guys in the Pentagon press pool for the new media hour. Okay? It's I don't know where we go from here, you know? And Ryan Grimm has obviously been pissed off. Cam, you signed a document promising not to do real journalism in exchange for this desk. You are a disgrace to the craft. Nobody cares if you have a degree. Break some news or shut the fuck up. Being given a desk by the government is not an achievement. Okay? And then Lance Videos replies, quote, retweets and says, not true whatsoever. We are allowed to ask any questions and post anything we'd like. Stop lying at Ryan Grimm. To which Ryan Grimm replied with, show us the document you signed. Okay? Cam Higbee says, Ryan, the full document has been publicly posted since October. Please do some real journalism, Mr. Journalist. Here it is. To which Ryan replied with, Cam, I was hoping you hadn't signed this document, but maybe you hadn't actually read it. You have now promised only to solicit information from approved government sources, promise not to speak to sources who aren't explicitly authorized to speak with you, and have promised not to even post on social media that you are interested in getting tips. At least the military spokespeople are getting paid by the military. You're doing their job for free. You somehow made the mainstream media look good. And it's true. This document was so fucking insane. This document was so fucking insane that even Fox News did not sign off on it, okay? I need you to understand something. Fox News did not sign off on this document. That's how fucking psychotic this is, okay? Cam Higbee replies with, well, thank you, Ryan, for proving my point. This says simply that we cannot illegally solicit classified information, which also applied to the old press corps. Okay, man, enjoy whatever it is you think you're doing over there. Just stop calling it journalism if it doesn't involve obtaining and publishing what the government wants hidden. Every day they allow you into the building under these compromised conditions is another day you have debased yourself. It's so crazy. He's like, oh, well, it just means you can't illegally solicit classified information. Yeah, except if they change the boundaries of what they, the government, considers to be illegal. First of all, fuck you mean illegally solicit information? You're a goddamn journalist, okay? You're still gonna get, sometimes you're gonna report on some of the most important signature achievements in contemporary reporting have literally come from hacked materials, okay? Number one. Number two, can you imagine a world where the Republicans would feel some type of way if, for example, the Biden administration took the initiative to refuse to work with reporters that reported on illegally obtained information, like the Biden, the Hunter Biden laptop saga. Okay? Sorry, you can't report on whistleblowers. That we've decided that's illegal. Sorry, you can't report on anything that the WikiLeaks has figured out because that's illegally obtained information. You can't report on the Hunter Biden laptop. You can't report on Hillary's emails. Now, the reason why I brought up Hunter Biden's laptop is ironically because that is something that they were very mad about. That was a huge gripe for Republican reporters, right? For Republican newscasters, for Republican commentators. They were really fucking mad about that shit. Now they're signing off on now they're basically signing off on access. They're trading off access for conceding ahead of time that they will not be doing any real reporting on any of the shit that they're getting from being inside of that room. It's awesome. It is totally ridiculous.
Security and that they serve the best interests of the American people. The U.S. military has a long-standing partnership with Qatar.
Yeah, it's not illegal to get information. It's just illegal to get illegal information. Duh, this is an intelligent point. Yeah, also, it's illegal. What they have decided is illegal information, which is anything they haven't signed off on. Then you're not doing journalism. You're just quite literally repeating whatever the press release is. What the fuck? The press secretary sounds like a child. Hey, listen, it's new media hour at the Pentagon, okay? Excuse me.
And we look forward to continuing that partnership at our airbase in Idaho. And I would just point out that for reference, the Mountain Home, Idaho Air Base.
I do love that the contentious reporting, the adversarial journalism taking place here is, why isn't the Trump administration being more Islamophobic? Shouts out to Laura Loomer for that one. Real adversarial reporting happening here, okay? Why can't we just start shooting Muslims or suspected Muslims on crowded American streets? What's happening there? When will we be allowed to start personally deporting random people we suspect of being Muslim?
Just Qataris that train there. There are also Singapore military folks that are there as well. So it is a base that we do a lot of foreign military training, and we are thankful for those partnerships, and we'll continue to evaluate all of those to make sure, again, that national security is protected. That is the Secretary's utmost priority.
But given the fact that the Qatari royal family and Qatar itself is
look at the questioning, now that the Trump administration has correctly designated the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist operation, why won't they stop training the allied nation of Qatar that happens to house the U.S. Central Command, the entire base of operations for the fucking Middle East region? What is this question? You're just mad because they're Muslim. That's it. That's literally it. Laura Loomer is such a fucking freak. The entire question revolves around, why won't you be more racist towards Muslims, even if they are long-standing security partners?
Big financier, along with Turkey, of course, the financier of the Muslim Brotherhood.
Again, Turkey, NATO ally, once again.
That relationship and partnership be reevaluated since the designation could possibly include Qatar?
I'm not tracking any reevaluation at this time, but again, the Secretary really keeps national security top of mind, and this administration does as well. So we will always make sure that American assets are protected.
Now to the growing controversy over deadly U.S. airstrikes on an alleged drug boat in the Caribbean. The White House at first denied there was a follow-up attack that killed 2 survivors of the first strike. Now it says, yep, there was a second attack, but insists that it was all very legal. Defense Secretary Pete...
I'm assuming you already covered that video on Laura Loomer trying to flirt. Chatter, I covered that video probably every 6 months for the past 7 years that video has been out. I saw that it was going viral again on Twitter, and I love it. But ironically enough, I had actually recently covered the video on my broadcast right before it went viral on Twitter.
Texas faces new questions from lawmakers in both parties about exactly what happened here. Nancy Cordes is at the White House with the latest on this. Nancy, Rob just said something about a dicey commute. I think things are getting very dicey at the White House this morning. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Quite dicey, Gail, when you have lawmakers openly asking whether this was a war crime. Now, just days ago, the Secretary of Defense called this story fabricated. He said,
yeah, remember when I told you that they were going to own it, and they did? And now you can't live without it. They went from, we didn't do it, but if we did do it, then it was good. And actually, we need to do more of it.
it was inflammatory. But then yesterday, the White House confirmed the military did make a second strike on a suspected Venezuelan drug boat in September.
Secretary HEGSETH authorized Admiral Bradley to conduct these kinetic strikes.
Reading from prepared remarks, the White House press secretary said Defense Secretary Pete HEGSETH did order this strike on a suspected drug boat on September 2nd, but did not issue an order to kill everybody, as the Washington Post first reported this weekend. Instead, she said it was Navy Admiral Frank Bradley's decision to order a second strike to ensure the boat was destroyed.
Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority in the law.
Her comments came just one day after President Trump claimed there was no second strike.
No, I wouldn't have wanted that, not a second strike. The first strike was very lethal, it was fine, and if there were two people around, but Pete said that didn't happen.
The shifting explanations frustrated lawmakers.
You see, Pete said it didn't happen, and I believe him. He's my big, beautiful Pete. He's my big, beautiful Pete.
From both sides who are now demanding to see the orders and the video of the second strike.
We're going to conduct oversight, and we're going to try to get to the facts.
By the way, there's mad Mexican burrito shops in Dublin, which is, I don't know if it's like because of where I'm at, but it's been shocking to see. There are so many burrito places, and like from the outside, it does not smell like a real Mexican food. Marge is throwing up a question mark, but we already had this fucking conversation. Did you try any? Nah. We have not. We love Mexican food here. I really, really want to get Marsh to eat a burrito and film it to see what Irish people consider to be Mexican food.
Already been crystal clear that Pete HEGSETH is the most unqualified Secretary of Defense in American history.
Levin insisted the strike was conducted in self-defense and did not violate the rules of armed conflict. But DOD's Law of War manual states that shipwrecked combatants are in a helpless state, and it would be dishonorable and inhumane to make them the object of attack.
The second strike is a war crime because these individuals were injured. They were in the water.
My woke goat, dude. Dude, every day they go back. Every time now, it's just here. We will hear from Leon Panetta, Mr. Woke. Mr. Woke. There's here's former CIA director will tell you why this is a different type of war crime.
The basic rules of war that are involved here make very clear that you do not strike wounded people in the water.
I mean, he's not wrong.
That's coming from a former Secretary of Defense, Leon Panetta.
Or
We
fucking
are also
Secretary of Defense,
learning
sorry,
more
not-
about a recent call between President Trump and Venezuelan President Maduro. The Miami Herald is reporting that Maduro told Trump he's willing to leave the country in exchange for full legal amnesty, among other demands. Trump rejected his offer, according to the Herald, and instead told the Venezuelan president that he had a week to resign and leave the country, which has not happened, Tony.
He was both.
Nancy, speaking of learning more, while we have you, the White
Okay, well, listen. I'm not doing all right now, okay? This is insane and evil. Hopefully the lawsuit succeeds. Trump administration says it will withhold SNAP from Democrat-led states. Amazing. Amazing.
White House also released details of the president's recent medical MRI test. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, this got a lot of attention because the president kept claiming he didn't know why he got an MRI. Well, now the White House has released a memo from President Trump's physician that said that Mr. Trump underwent advanced imaging of his abdomen and his cardiovascular system for preventative reasons. His doctor said that Trump's cardiovascular imaging is perfectly normal and shows excellent health. The White House did not release the actual report from the radiologist, Tony.
All right, Nancy, thank you very much.
And they also sent drugs. Yeah.
On to Walls, Mr. President.
President Trump holds a cabinet meeting at the White House, takes questions from reporters. Let's take a look.
Do you think he should resign over the fraud scandal in his state?
And who should?
Tim Walz, over the fraud scandal in his state.
Look, I think the man's a grossly incompetent man. I thought that from the day I watched J.D. destroy him in the debate. I was saying, who was more incompetent, that man or my man? I had a man and he had a man. They were both incompetent, and I had a man and a woman. I thought she was very incompetent too, but now she's leading the field, and I think she's leading the field in this, for the nomination. Anyway, look, that's up to them. That's up to the Democrats. You know, the problem with them is they have really bad policy. And I'm not going to say what it is because I don't want them to change it necessarily. Because I want to run against it, whether it's not going to be me, it's going to be somebody that's going to probably sitting at this table. Could be a couple of people sitting at this table. Could be a couple of people running together sitting at this table, you know? But I want them to win because we've done a great job for this country, and I want that to be carried forward. And you know, I think we have a tremendous bench, really a tremendous bench. But no, I think that Walz is a grossly incompetent man. There's something wrong with him. Okay, there's something wrong with him. And when you look at what he's done with Somalia, which is barely a country, you know, they have no
logs. Very important. Let me guess. You're gonna tell me where to get a spice bag. Okay, let's see. Hey man, have you? Oh, never mind. Hey man, have you already ran into the issue of not understanding what the fuck any of the Irish people say? No, I haven't. And it turns out logs not important. Anyone that comes in hot with logs, you have to check my logs. Always has the dumbest question of all time.
Yes, Wade.
Oh, I forgot. There's also this from the new totally independent Pentagon press corps asking if the White House is going to sue the Washington Post for defaming Pete Hegseth.
We were speaking earlier about the Washington Post report concerning the Secretary of War and Admiral Bradley. And my question is, does the Department of War plan on pursuing any sort of legal action against the Washington Post? And what consequences will there be for lying to the American people? Because, of course, the implication there was that Pete Hegseth and Admiral Bradley are war criminals. And that was the implication, and that's what a lot of people on social media were saying after the fact. So could you speak to that?
Yeah, it is frankly disgusting that the Washington Post would publish something that is so insanely false. And we've seen this from the mainstream media before, right? Anonymous sources that are being quoted that probably have no idea what's going on. And the Washington Post actually went so far as to falsely attribute a quote to the Secretary of War, that he never said. That is preposterous that they would write that and pass that off as true journalism. Thankfully, the New York Times stepped in and corrected the record and let the American people know that what they were publishing was absolutely fake news. So the Washington Post, I think readership should think twice before reading that outlet again. It is disgraceful that they call themselves journalists, and we told them as such, right? We get press queries like we do from all of you. We told them this story was completely fake news on Thanksgiving evening with a 3-hour deadline, and they still published it anyway. It's disgraceful, but thankfully the American people see through it.
Fake news. Your outfit looks so good. Thank you. You missed Matt Gaetz in the press bowl? No, I didn't. I saw it.
I have no anything.
Yeah, Matt Gaetz is... Why is Matt Gaetz there? Is he dating this baby? No. She's too old for Matt. Come on now. If she was doing Goo Goo Gaga up there, maybe that would be age appropriate for Matty boy. Yo, you check more logs than a proctologist? I don't know what that means.
Just run around killing each other. There's no structure. And when I see somebody like Ilhan Omar, who I don't know at all, but I always watch her for years. I've watched her complain about our Constitution, how she's being treated badly. Our Constitution, the United States of America, is a bad place. Hates everybody, hates Jewish people, hates everybody.
Poop logs?
And I think she's an incompetent person. She's a real terrible person. But when I watch what is happening in Minnesota, the land of 1,000 lakes, or however many lakes they have, they got a lot of lakes, but this beautiful place, and I see these people ripping it off, and now I'm understanding, and you're going to look into that, Scott, I hear they ripped off Somalians, ripped off that state for billions of dollars, billions, every year, billions of dollars, and they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you, okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. I could say that about other countries, too. I can say it about other countries, too. We don't want them to hell. We have to rebuild our country. You know, our country's at a tipping point. We could go bad. We're at a tipping point. I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other.
It's not, brother, that's not just like politically incorrect. You're just straightforwardly a racist man, an incredibly racist man. And when you're the president of those people too. I don't know, like this is far beyond like, oh, I don't want to be politically incorrect. It's wild that we're bringing back like segregationist ass takes. Somali people are doubly cooked because they happen to be both black and Muslim. That's why he's going after him so aggressively. If you're wondering why. Racism light wasn't hitting. Yeah. Yeah, it's the double whammy, dude. That's what it is.
And we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country.
Yeah, I remember in the first Trump tenure when they had to do cleanup for a closed door meeting that Trump had where he was like, I don't want people coming in from shithole countries. And every Republican was like, oh, he doesn't mean that. You got to really stop listening to what Trump is saying. Please stop listening to what Trump is saying. Don't put a lot of emphasis onto what Trump is saying. Look at what he's doing. Well, what he was doing was also racist. But like, he straight up, like, they felt the need at the time to course correct. It's so crazy how far we've come from then, where he just says people are garbage people. Like, he just straight up saying people coming from Somalia are garbage people.
Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise, and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell, and they complain, and do nothing but bitch, we don't want them in our country. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it. Thank you very much, everybody.
They're clapping because he said they do nothing but bitch and complain, and they come from shithole countries. I mean, what do you say to this, man? For the record, make no mistake, like, America is built around people coming from less fortunate backgrounds. You know what I mean? That's like the whole point. Yes, I'm coming up to Belfast. Oh my God, I feel like I'm just going to keep repeating the same questions over and over again. Yes, I'm coming up to Belfast. And yes, I will have a spice bag. And yes, I will, depending on who's asking, I will either go to Temple Street or I won't go, okay? I probably won't, but there's like 8 different things that are circulating in the chat from the Irish chatters who just don't fucking answer it then. No, I want to inform the people as well. Jared Polish just called Trump a socialist 4 hours ago. Oh my fucking Lord. No, I will not be playing Dispatch today, I don't think. Okay? You need to calm down about that. What? Did you take part in Thanksgiving festivities, or do you think it's immoral because of all the Native American stuff, or both? What? Yes, I had a Thanksgiving dinner with my family. What? I'm nowhere near that woke, chatter. Who's on that trip with you? It's just me and March.
We're going to start that very soon, too.
Mr. President, thank you so much.
And you know what? When we start that, we're going to drive those numbers down so low. And then you're going to have families.
Don't kiss the Blarney Stone. Drunk teenagers go up there at night and piss on it. I wasn't planning on it. I don't know what the Blarney Stone is.
Be able to live without the fear of their son or daughter just having a pill to have a little fun and ending up dying within a period of 60 seconds, right? No, we're not going to let that happen. We're not going to let it continue to happen. What Biden did to this country by allowing all these people, and I call them animals in many cases. I think they're animals.
I mean, what do you think where do you think this goes? He's just straight up saying, like, immigrants coming from shithole countries are garbage people who are all animals, and we're gonna get them the hell out of here. This is just like I don't think at the time Adolf Hitler or Mussolini were as crass, but it's basically the same shit. It's just like somehow, by Hitler, exactly. It's bisexual Adolf Hitler. Which is extra crazy because then they get mad when you say this is just Adolf Hitler. You're being you're doing straight Hitlerian politics. They're like, how dare you say that? You want us dead. It's like, no, I think you want to kill people, and you are killing people, and you just want to kill more of the people that you're killing. But this kind of dehumanizing language about entire swaths of the American public that just happen to be non-white, okay? Just happen to be non-white for some reason. So you think half of America is pro-Hitler is the follow-up question here. And my answer is, if they're pro-Trump and this kind of rhetoric, then yeah, they are. The fuck are we talking about?
To come into our country and destroy our country and let all those drugs pour in. Let people just walk across the border like it was nothing. You look at them, a lot of them, you know, you say, oh, let's not discriminate. I'm not talking about color. I'm just talking about, you look into the eyes of some of these people. We're smart. And you see a killer. Come on in. Just come on in. 11,888 murderers. Many of them committed more than one murder. He allowed them into our country, totally unvetted, totally unchecked. But he also allowed drugs to come in at record numbers. And hundreds of thousands of people a year died. And we're taking those son of a bitches out, yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President,
you finish up.
One more, yeah. When you talk about affordability, is going forward, are the American people, do you believe, getting impatient with the reforms that you're making? They've talked about it's about.
No, I think they're getting fake news from guys like you. Look, affordability.
I will say Trump also sounds like shit, like more like shit than he sounds more shitty than he used to somehow. I don't know. Maybe he's dying. Who knows? Don't get your fucking hopes up, obviously, but
It is a hoax that was started by Democrats who caused the problem of pricing, and they didn't end it. When, look, they lost in a landslide. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything. You take a look at districts, it was 2,750 to 500, 525, because that was an affordability problem. We brought it down. Look at energy. Look at the gasoline price. It's like the simplest, and it's the biggest, because if energy comes down, everything comes down. That's the way it works. We're going to be at 250. You said 199 in some places in the country, right, Chris? You said it. I didn't say it. And they won't check you, they'll check me. So, you know, I'd like to use your number, 199 a gallon.
Yeah. Affordability is a hoax, but also the problem of the Democrats both lie and say things aren't affordable, but also they made things unaffordable. It's real when the Democrats caused it. It's fake news when you say, I'm responsible for the current situation. And also, the current situation is not bad, except for when it is bad, because I need to blame the Democrats. They did it. They did the bad thing.
Unthinkable. If you go back a year and a half ago, it's unthinkable. So now we're bringing the prices down, way down. Beef is coming down now. We've done certain magic, and beef is coming down. But we inherited horrible prices. We inherited really the worst inflation in history. We inherited that. When I came in, that's what he had. And we fixed inflation. And we fixed almost everything, if you want to know the truth, including 8 wars. We got 1 to go, but including 8 wars. But when they always say, I watched today where they have a race going on right now in Tennessee, and this woman goes, affordability. They're the ones that caused the problem.
Oh, by the way, remember that one girl who was like a big Destiny fan and was like shitting on me, but claiming that they were a liberal? I just saw this on my timeline. This is where internet liberals are at a time when regular ass American liberals are screaming with revolutionary fervor. These internet liberals, on the other hand, who are obviously, the Destiny Orbiter liberals, This is what they're up to. I tepidly support Trump's actions in D.C. D.C. has one of the highest crime rates of any major city, and the local government has done nothing to stop it. Minors prowl the streets, harass and attack people, and get no consequences because they are kids. D.C. should be beautiful and clean. The best thing that we could do for indigenous people would be to end all tribal land designations and encourage them to relocate plus integrate to modern society, funded by the government. The two-tier system is horrible for Native people, dooms them to poverty and subjugation. Does she want kids arrested or what? No, that ain't no liberal, that's a hawk. No, I'm just saying that is a self-described liberal, an online liberal commentator. So if you find yourself in the throes of liberalism and you're like, oh, what's a really brilliant liberal content creator I can hear from? Just know where you're getting your fucking information from, okay? Like, know who's guiding your worldview. I'm glad they're getting what they voted for. Breaking ICE arrests ramp up Muslim majority Dearborn, Michigan. Any peaceful solution to Israel-Palestine must include Palestinian re-education, probably from some Israelis too, lol. The majority of Palestinians support October 7th, Hamas, the eradication of all Jews in Israel.
Dynamic.
Yeah, this is the utmost vindication, of course. Another great liberal take from her. Sick. Yeah, she's happy they're arresting Muslims in Dearborn because they didn't vote for Kamala, average centrist. Let's take a look at what my friend Will Miniker on Chapo Trap House said that was posted by Post Left Watch on December 1st, 2021. Let's hear how Chapo Trap House had addressed this kind of liberalism.
Felix, I think another thing at work here is like the fact that like every evil thing, like for instance, like if you're a liberal Zionist, you have to be against the West Bank settlements. And then like as long as Netanyahu's in charge, those are never going to stop. And in fact, they're going to intensify. I think you see a similar dynamic here in Democrats when
2023. Sorry, not 2024.
They're confronted with the fact that Arab Americans or Muslim Americans are maybe withholding their vote from Joe Biden. And you see how immediately the Seldowitz jumps out of them.
Yes,
they're like,
yes.
enjoy being in a camp. And I think for the liberals, they need to have a bad right-wing guy carrying this out so they can displace onto that figure the evil things that they secretly want to take place.
Absolutely.
You know, like threatening, like for Democrats to be threatening Muslim Americans with deportation under Trump, wink, wink, is just like, they just want Trump to do that for them so they can say, oh, we didn't actually do that. We support Muslims.
Absolutely.
But as soon as they become inconvenient, like for instance, like whether they are voicing a political opinion in America as citizens of this country, or inconvenient in terms of like they live in a part of the world that Israel thinks is theirs, that their lives are forfeit. And they don't want to hear anything about it.
Arabs and Muslims, like more generally, have their use as long as they're firmly within the Democratic camp. And then once if they make any attempt to stray from that or like.
Yeah, when pushed on this, by the way, H3H3 Productions posted a picture of some random gay Muslim kid that was an anti-Zionist and told him to go to Gaza where Hamas would kill him. And this guy's a sock them lol. To which he responded with, it really seems like the last 2 months of dealing with Hasan Piker's pro-Hamas and pro-Russia audience has taken a toll on him. He was absolutely wrong to post that. Yeah. Yeah, he was just pushed into being a fucking racist asshole. Yeah. If only people weren't being pro-Russia, pro-Hamas.
Or any advocacy for anything but like
we need like an ethno-nationalist threatening to like ethnically cleanse the country to keep everyone in line.
And
keep the liberal side, to keep our good minorities in the tent pitching for us, because that threat of being, even more egregiously victimized or oppressed is just held over their head. Not actually listening to them or doing anything that would actually win their vote. But no, like they need to be disciplined with the threat, whether it's Netanyahu in Israel or Trump in America.
I like your turtle, Kirk. You look dapper. That is crazy. Please stop substituting the word neck with the word Kirk. That's crazy.
America.
Well, I mean, and like the simple calculation that the White House has made, which, you know, maybe makes sense for them, right? Is that there is a much more moneyed and influential block of voters, and those are people who are pro-Israel, whether they're mostly on the Democratic side, Jewish or Christian, that compared to the Muslim lobby and the Muslim voting bloc is completely outweighs them.
Yeah. There was no reports of any Arab being arrested. Sadly, one undocumented Hispanic person was, but centrist Democrats are now cheering ICE because in their fantasy, it is their instrument of vengeance against those that rejected the candidate who went out of their way to alienate Dearborn. Remember, the Biden-Harris administration didn't just send $20 billion to Israel for the genocide. She also sent Bill Clinton and Richie Torres to Michigan to insult the people upset over the mass murder in Gaza. Turtleneck and eating fruits. What the fuck? What? I wear turtlenecks all the time. Eating fruit is new because there was in the room, you know? Style question. I've got a fierce double Kirk. Should I grow my beard out to minimize it? This is how Nick Fuentes messages to his groypers about the Muslim problem. Okay, we'll look at that later. The answer to your fierce double Kirk's question is yes, you should grow out a fierce beard to hide it.
The prices were way high. We're bringing the prices down. But they're like scam artists. You know, they're I call them con men and women. They come out, they say affordability, like, I see prices. We're going to get prices down still further. But we brought them down from the prices they cost.
Yeah, Democrats made up the affordability crisis. It's not real. Putin says, ready to fight Europe before meeting Trump envoy. Steve Witkoff is in Moscow today. But before I get to that, I want to talk about some of this other shit that's going. Hillary Clinton just bricked. God damn it. Hillary Clinton broke my internet, my Google Chrome. You called his immediate turn on his bestie Zoran, by the way? Yeah, of course. I told you that was inevitable. I mean, that was a lock. Easiest lock of all time. Fuck. Hold on, everybody. I have to close all the fucking windows because the Google Chrome is busted. Google Chrome is busted. Now I got to go back to the history and restore the windows.
I feel like for the past
restore all the windows one by one, piece by piece. Let me tell you, okay? Hopefully it doesn't break again. It might break again. You already know this breaks all the time. Hold on. Don't know why I'm stuck talking like this. This is what I'm doing now. This is who I am now. This is who I am now and forever. Yes, that was Drew Gooden. You heard his beautiful voice. He's become a communist. Very bad. Very bad. He's very bad, folks. Drew Gooden, more like Drew Badden. Why is he talking about affordability? I call him Drew Badden because he's very bad, folks. Very bad for America. Not beautiful. Anyway, I was on Hillary Rodham Clinton, okay? So Hillary Clinton was speaking at an event for Israel Hayom, Israel's most read newspaper run by Israeli-American billionaire and Trump donor Mary Madelson. She'll join John Fetterman, Eric Adams, Trump's UN ambassador Mike Waltz, Biden official Amos Hochstein, and Israeli officials. Let's see what she had to say. Let's see what she had to say at the Israel Hayom seminar.
Students, smart, well-educated young people from our own country, from around the world, where were they getting their information? They were getting their information from social media, particularly TikTok. That is where they were learning about what happened on October 7th, what happened in the days, weeks, and months to follow. That's a serious problem. It's a serious problem for democracy, whether it's Israel or the United States, and it's a serious problem for our young people. And it was frankly shocking to me how little the students we were encountering, not only in this class we teach, which is a very large class, international relations about crisis decision-making, but students more generally. And that's why I mentioned the social media piece of it, because when you would try to talk to them to engage in some kind of reasonable discussion, it was very difficult because they did not know history, they had very little context, and what they were being told on social media was not just one-sided, it was pure propaganda. And so when you think about how to tell Israel's story, and it's important, it's not just looking internally, it's looking externally, and particularly looking at young people, because, it's not just the usual suspects. It is a lot of young Jewish Americans who don't know the history and don't understand. I was talking to Condi Rice, and, she said in an interview that I did after the 20-point plan came out, she and I were on CBS, and she said, when people were chanting from the river to the sea, she would ask the students what river, what sea they didn't know. I had the same experience. A lot of the challenge is with younger people. More than 50% of young people in America get their news from social media.
Yeah, they don't know what river and what sea, which is why it's totally fine to murder babies. Why can't they be smart enough?
Yeah, only when you can name the river and the sea are you allowed to say baby murder. Unlimited baby murder, ethnic cleansing, and genocide is actually wrong.
Guys, social media is so bad. Social media is so bad. It's so bad. All these young people saw on social media what Israel was up to, and they didn't like it. Then they heard how Israel was defending said actions. So fucking annoying. These people are monsters, dude. They are fucking monsters, okay? One of the best. When Clinton et al. Lament how social media coverage of Gaza does not contain sufficient history and context, what they mean is it doesn't prop up their preferred human shields, hand-waving narrative that reframes Israeli mass killing as an era pathology of self-destruction. Exactly. Clinton has given some version of the speech a dozen times, and the point is clear. By context, she means front-loading all images of death in Gaza with racist human shields, framing, like the New York Times and Jake Tapper does, so as to morally compartmentalize the nonstop stream of carnage. That's exactly what it is. Okay? That's it. If you see it unfiltered, you might accidentally make up your own mind about this unlimited baby murder, this live-streamed Holocaust, and that would be bad. Okay? That would be really bad. That's all this is. They're worried that the filters that previously existed are no longer working in the same ways that they did. They're worried that information control is not as easy as it once was. That's part of the reason why Larry Ellison purchased TikTok, for the record. Because these guys genuinely believe that as long as they control all social media platforms, then they can tackle the democratization of media head on. And there is some truth to it. Obviously, algorithmic boosting and deplatforming and blacklisting certain types of content and commentary is always going to be successful, but the people will inevitably find a way. People will inevitably find a way around that sort of thing. Yeah, she said, oh, you're against baby murder? Name every baby ever murdered. Trump DOJ official Harmeet Dillon describes the crackdown on schools and speech in response to alleged anti-Semitism. Minutes later, asked about Nick Fuentes, she says, the antidote to speech that you don't like is more speech. It isn't shutting down speech.
It is our responsibility at the Department of Justice, and specifically in my role, to fight anti-Semitism wherever we find it. And this administration...
Yeah, also, the other side of the story, of course, is, as you correctly clocked, Hillary Clinton said it's not just brown people doing it now, it's the whites now too, and that's the real problem. And it's not just the whites, it's also like young Jews as well. That's like quadruple the problem for these guys. If you can't even brain break the next generation of young Jews with unlimited pro-Israel propaganda, you're fucking cooked. You're cooked. Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why it's like not working. Perhaps it's not social media necessarily, but perhaps it's literally what Israel is doing and how Israel has chosen to defend itself. This is a key point that I think gets lost in the conversation in many instances that I will always talk about. It's not just the unlimited death and destruction campaign that Israel is engaged with, even though that plays a huge role, of course, that is the major role. But it's also the way that Israel has this like incredibly entitled way of demanding unlimited fealty. That makes the random onlooker go crazy, especially when that unlimited fealty demand is met with actual unlimited fealty from the government. When the average American hears the Trump administration go, yeah, we got to wage a war on anti-Semites, they go, what the fuck do you mean? I voted for you because you're anti-woke. Why is it anti-woke except for Jews? Like, why is that the case? That pushes them further and further in the direction of unrestrained anti-Semitism. Oh shit, hold on. Here.
Administration has a zero tolerance policy towards anti-Semitism in our schools, in our streets, around our houses of worship, and in our cities where we're seeing it proliferate. And so the president really has kicked off that effort on the universities, making it a signature effort of his first year of his administration. And it was my privilege to sit across the table from the Columbia University president and lawyers and negotiate that settlement, as well as several others, including one with Northwestern University that was concluded on Friday. And so it's a tremendous ongoing effort. And as I heard Ambassador Lauder say, we absolutely are seeing this in the schools, K through 12 as well. So I think you're going to see a renewed focus on that side as well.
Again, anti-Semitism, but coming from the extreme right. Now, I don't know if you have legal actions you can take, but for example, we see Tucker Carlson interviewing a declared neo-Nazi, Nick Fuentes. Is there anything the administration can do to stop such really horrible developments?
It's interesting because like they are low-key finally realizing, because it touches on anti-Israel stuff too, but they're low-key finally realizing that like anti-Semitism is popping the fuck off. But of course, the only reaction to it is like, well, we should do more censorship. We should do more censorship. Well, it's like half of the reason why it popped off to begin with, to this degree, is because of Israel. And the other reason is because of all the censorship the censorship demands that people have seen, and also the censorship that people have experienced. That makes them go, yeah, I didn't really give too much of a shit about, like, I don't know, Jews and Muslims killing each other over there, but all of a sudden it's become my problem. Okay? Do you see what I mean? I promise you, if the United Arab Emirates had as pervasive a fucking lobby as Israel did, and were literally demanding censorship, or Saudi Arabia was demanding censorship, and the American government was responding to that and being like, yeah, you know what, we are going to tackle Islamophobia or something, right? Whenever someone criticizes Saudi Arabia or whenever someone criticizes the UAE, Americans would be even more up in arms about the RSF, UAE-backed RSF genocide in Sudan. That's part of it.
Israel has grown far too comfortable with this level of fucking control over whatever is going on in American political discourse.
In addition to being a lawyer for civil rights, that includes the First Amendment. And I have also been a journalist myself before I became a lawyer. And I think that what I would say about this is what we say in First Amendment world is the antidote to speech that you don't like is more speech. It isn't shutting down speech. And so I don't agree with a single word that Nick Fuentes says or has to say. And the decision of whether or not to platform that person is one for my friend and former client, Tucker Carlson. But we have a free country still. Nothing is guaranteed.
So
it
forever,
is always one generation away from being lost. And thanks to Elon Musk acquiring Twitter, we have a free platform in America on X.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks to Elon Musk acquiring Twitter, that is quite literally the direct reason for why Nick Fuentes is popping off right now. Like, he single-handedly did that. So, hey, there's your fucking answer. But a lot of you dumb fucks are so busy hyper-focusing on Elon's pro-Israel sentiment to actually see the forest for the fucking trees. Like, that first guy's question can be directly answered with, well, Elon Musk bought Twitter, and there's not really anything you can do about it. Okay? I said this shit for so long. Oh, fuck. Why do none of the takeaway guys actually send utensils? Twitter is a safe haven for Jews? Yeah, famously. Let's see if there's any fucking... Let's see if there's forks or something in this room. It's so homey, but... Let's see. I got a spoon, and I got these. I'm gonna have to eat this shit with a goddamn spoon. Good enough. Irish chopsticks. Coke spoon. Yeah. Yeah, that's what this is. This is a Coke spoon. Okay. This doesn't look very appetizing. I'm not gonna lie. It's not a spice bag. I didn't get a fucking spice bag. I got regular chicken. Okay, so don't yell at me. Maybe I'll have a spice bag later after I drink. Do you think Austin would approve of your room? No. He would not.
So the beauty of our country is that you can drown out negative views and viewpoints by simply speaking more.
Whatever you do not order an Irish car bomb. They'll beat the fuck out of you. No, I'm not going to do that. When Stavros was in Dublin, he said mid-show, I always assumed our hotels were shit. Yeah, no, this, I'll be honest, this is one of the nicest hotels in all of Dublin. And by like, especially coming from China, it's a little, like, we experience like literally some of the peak of luxury in the planet, you know? It's not, it's a very old hotel. It's very cute. Don't say up the raw, even as a joke. I learned that the hard way. What about Chucky or La? I can say whatever the fuck I want in Belfast, I think. Yeah, we'll talk about Sabrina Carpenter in a second. Let's watch what Putin has to
From
say.
the foliage, a president, camouflaged as befits the theatre of war, meeting the chief of staff of the Russian army, who was to deliver good news from the front. President Putin is greatly interested in armies and fleets, and anything that shows his American guests that Russia is winning the war in Ukraine.
Yeah, where's Putler?
It's
I
not
can't
exactly
see him.
Subtle. You two, hold up the Russian flag for the camera. In the embattled Ukrainian town of Pokrovsk, the Russians want to show they're winners because President Trump loves a winner. Trump's negotiators, his son-in-law Jared Kushner and golfing buddy Steve Witkoff, was squired around Moscow by Kirill Dmitriev, the head of Russia's sovereign wealth fund, while their host, back in Civis, told journalists that the Europeans aren't America's allies, just an obstacle to peace.
They have no peace agenda. They're on the side of war. Even when they claim to introduce changes to Trump's proposal, we can clearly see all these changes are aimed at one thing, to block the entire peace process. They put forward demands that are absolutely unacceptable for Russia, and they know it. The goal is to later blame Russia for the end of the peace process.
Meanwhile, the Ukrainian president chose today to visit Ireland, one of Europe's smaller countries that has provided only non-lethal military aid, scarcely a sign of European strength. Zelensky is only too aware that Steve Witkoff is on his sixth visit to Moscow and has never been to Kyiv.
If I feel that we can count on real, specific dialogue, not just words, with some result, we will meet, and he's very welcome to Ukraine.
So pleased to see you.
But Mr. Witkoff, who met President Putin this afternoon, shows no sign of visiting Ukraine. Whenever he goes to Russia, the proposal that emerges echoes the Russian demands, and nothing suggests it will be different this time. President Putin feels confident enough to threaten Europe.
With Ukraine, we act in a surgical, careful way, you understand. It's not a war in the full modern sense. But if Europe chooses to start a war, the situation can very quickly reach a point.
Also, Ireland low-key taking like a more neutral stance on Russia, Ukraine is also very non-white coded. I swear to God, some of the whitest looking dudes, but dude, the mouth noises are brutal. Was that good?
There will be no one left for us to negotiate with.
Mist obscures the worst of the destruction in Pokrovsk.
A lot of people want
desolation
more.
of defeat. Russia is slowly gaining ground and is winning the diplomatic battle for American favor, leaving Ukrainians facing another winter of war, and Europeans wondering whether their old protector across the Atlantic will abandon not only Ukraine, but them as well.
Well, joining me now is Nina Khrushcheva, professor of
The drama.
International Affairs at the New School in New York, and the great-granddaughter of the former Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev. Nina Khrushcheva, it's great to have you back on the program. You heard Lindsay Hilsum's report there. I mean, and we've also heard, of course, saber-rattling from Vladimir Putin about war with Europe in the past. But
Wish my dad was rich.
This latest
Me too, chatter. Same.
Well, I actually would not disagree, would not agree exactly.
Just
that it was
kidding,
a
I'm
threat.
rich.
Basically, with Vladimir Putin, who feels very confident on the battlefield right now. Pokrovsk is almost taken. It actually was confirmed not just by the Russians, but by other analysts. And it's understandable that Ukraine, some in Ukraine are saying that Russia is not there, but it is there. So he basically says, if Europe wants a war with us, and we've heard that from many European capitals and European leaders, that the war, Russia is ready for war by 2029, 2030, 2028, something like that. So he is responding. And I would actually caution us to take it as something else than Putin's response, who now feels he's confident. So he's warning off Europe that I'm winning on this battlefield, so don't really mess with us.
Okay, so if he thinks he's winning, he's not about to do a deal with anyone that involves compromises.
No, not compromises. I think he's very ready to do a deal, and I think he has been ready for a while, but he's been very consistent of what he wants in this deal. And he.
Okay, I'm having Middle Eastern food, and everything that I've had so far, like all the sauces, taste like ketchup. And I'm almost certain that they put ketchup in every single fucking sauce. There is some spice, but it's not spicy at all. I don't know what the fuck's going on here.
He's certainly not going to get away from it. So he wants the territory, the Donbas region that Ukraine, part of it that Ukraine still has. So Putin wants them out of there. He wants to make sure Ukraine is not part of Europe. Sorry, not part of Europe. He's fine with Europe, not part of NATO. He wants to make sure that Russian frozen assets are not going to Ukraine. There's some other things. So if that is Donald Trump can deliver, Putin probably, likely will agree to that deal. But this is not a just deal for Ukraine, and that's where the stumbling block is.
So we saw these two businessmen, one of them happens to be Trump's son-in-law, in the Kremlin today. It was all smiles, and clearly they want to make a lot of money with Russia out of this. And then you remember the question that Lindsay Hilson asked at the end of her piece, rhetorically, you know, the Ukrainians can't rely on America to protect them necessarily. What about Europe? What's the answer, do you think?
Well, I think that Donald Trump is very clear. He is for himself in anything. If there is money to be made in Europe, over Europe, with Europe, he's going to be fine with it. But he doesn't seem to be a man who is going to go on defense of something if it's not in his interest. And in this sense, Europe does need to worry.
Right. They are vulnerable. We are vulnerable.
Absolutely.
And what should we do about it, briefly?
Well, I actually think that flattering Donald Trump is probably not the good way of doing it, because he gets away with it more and more. We've been here.
What the fuck? It's the only thing that the European leaders have done so far.
From NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte that Trump is not going to abandon. He's for peace. He's our daddy. Well, he's nobody's daddy. Trump is his own daddy. So it's America is the White House Limited, White House Inc. That's he's running. So Europe should find a policy to deal with Trump without catering too much to his interests and stand up on his own, on its own feet. And it doesn't seem to be happening. Right. I don't think they've decided whether they're flattering Trump or they're going to fight against him.
Sobering and fascinating. Nina Khrushcheva, as ever, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Voters in Tennessee have an opportunity to send the Trump administration a very strong message today. That's because there is a special election to fill a congressional seat in the Nashville area.
Let's go.
The president won this district a year ago by a very wide margin, but this race is very close after last month's elections. Nicole Valdez is with us from Nashville. Nicole, a lot of people watching this one. Good morning to you.
Gail, good morning. Republicans are making moves here in Tennessee, knowing that the result of this race could send a message not just to Washington, but to President Trump as Democrats try to flip a historically red seat.
This is absolutely critical.
In a deep red district of the volunteer state, there's an unlikely battle brewing over a special election in December. two candidates vying to become the next member of Congress. Democratic State Representative Afton Bain is looking to keep the momentum going and give Democrats another win following the recent blue victories in November in states like New Jersey and Virginia.
We cannot accept more of the same.
While Republicans pull out all the stops to drum up support for first-time GOP candidate Matt Van Epps.
It's a critical election. We know that the majority in the House is a narrow margin.
Ahead of Election Day, Speaker Mike Johnson flew to Tennessee, hoping to energize Republican voters to get to the polls.
They think they can flip this seat from red to blue. That is not going to happen.
And President Trump got on the phone, making one final push for Van Epps as a sign of strength of the Republican Party in a special election.
I have to say, the whole world is watching. This is a big deal because right now we're like 3 votes up on the radical left, and this would be a wonderful victory for us.
Bain leaned on heavy hitters on the left, like former Vice President Al Gore and Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Why do you think that you have a shot at winning in a district where President Trump won by 22 points?
The voters are tired. They're tired. I have routinely said throughout the campaign, I don't care who you voted for. I don't care what political party you belong to. If you are upset with the cost of living and the chaos of Washington, then I am your candidate.
Now, the campaign for the winning candidate will not end after tonight. They will have to run for re-election in the 2026 midterms. Tony?
Polls now open for Tennessee's 7th congressional district, the election that is such a special election. You've got political heavyweights coming in town from all
Low-key, the whole world is watching Tennessee. At least I am. From fucking Ireland.
across the country. It is typically a very deep red congressional district that is up for grabs. President Trump, for example, carried it by 22 points last year. But Democratic leaders have a real chance.
I don't think
here.
chatters understand. This would be... I can't think of a bigger upset than this, dude. Like, this would be an insane... Are we really focused on this? It's Tennessee, bro. The odds of her winning is slim to none. Yeah, I don't want to take any of that defeatist nonsense in here, okay?
They are rallying around Afton Bain, who has
I think she has
turned
a
her
shot.
messaging to affordability and the skyrocketing cost of living. The race is close, so close that House Speaker Mike Johnson has been on the ground campaigning with the Republican candidate Matt Van Epps, and the president chimed in by phone. CNN Washington Bureau Chief David Chalian is breaking down what you should be watching in Tennessee today.
Sarah, as you noted, just over a year ago, Donald Trump won this district in Tennessee by 22 points. So why are we even talking about this?
Like, do you hear this? The very fact that the polls are showing her close at all is already insane, chat. You might as well quit. There is no greater indication that your popular mandate was nothing and it already fizzled out and it's completely dead than this, okay? That's it. Why are we supposed to be excited for Cinema 2.0? Take a week off. Where are you getting that from? Where? Where is this coming from? Cinema 2.0? Dude, I can't stand you motherfuckers, bro. I cannot stand you motherfuckers. Some of you are so brain poisoned. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. What does that mean? Kirsten's Cinema 2.0 means that she's going to be a fake progressive and the most like the biggest burden to the progressive movement. She's going to become the most right-wing politician once she's in office. Race to the bottom, Twitter leftist posting. God damn it. I hate online leftists so much.
How could this be?
Get the collar. I do need it. I'm in Ireland. I don't have my shock collar with me, but some of you chatters do need it. Okay? Some of you chatters need to be fucking put on a goddamn shock collar.
Competitive. Well, the reason both parties are spending millions of dollars on this race is because today's political climate and in an off-year special election can produce a very different electorate. And this is what we've seen throughout 2025, not just in the November elections in New Jersey and Virginia and New York City, but in special House elections like this one that took place in deep red territory. Democrats are significantly overperforming how Kamala Harris performed in these districts just a year ago. And that's in large part due to opposition to Donald Trump. So Democrats are hoping to ride that wave of enthusiasm and energy in these off-year, off-cycle elections in order to produce upsets. Now, if the Democrat Afton Bain were to win here, it would be a political earthquake. So this is still a very tough climb for Democrats. But even if it is within single digits, that is going to be a warning shot to Republicans as we prepare to turn the calendar to 2026 and the midterm elections, and they try to hang on to their House majority. I will also note one thing else, that if indeed the Democrat were to shock the world with a victory, that would take a potential vote away from Mike Johnson in his very narrow majority in the House. He's got 219 Republicans right now. He can only afford to lose.
How tone deaf to spend millions in the midst of a cost of living crisis. Am I right? What are you talking about? Like on the race? Is that what you mean? Guys. Afton Bain is a godsend for fucking Tennessee. Okay? A literal godsend. No, they were referencing what the guy was saying, the anchor was saying in the video. They're not talking about me. I really can't stand motherfuckers who look at any kind of like positive improvement in any direction and instantly they're like, nope. Here's why it sucks actually. You suck actually, dude. You suck. Stop sucking. Like, your analysis is shit if you make a comparison to Kyrsten Sinema. You basically have no heuristic, and your analysis is blonde woman also will betray. Like, Kyrsten Sinema took years to get to the fucking awful position that she's in. You're just an annoying pessimist.
2 Republicans on any party line vote. He'd like one more for a little cushion, and that's what a Republican victory would deliver to the Speaker today.
David Chalian, you're the best. Thank you so much. Joining us right now, our Democratic strategist Megan Hayes and Republican strategist Doug Hyde, 2 of the best as well, not to diminish you guys, my friends. This also gives us the opportunity to play the latest round of our favorite game of big deal or no big deal. Let me set the table with this aspect when it comes to this race. Mike Johnson told reporters in Tennessee this: "We think what will happen here will be a bellwether for the midterms next year." And a month ago, he said this about Democratic wins in Virginia and New Jersey.
I don't think the loss last night was any reflection about Republicans at all. What happened last night was blue states and blue cities voted blue. We all saw that coming.
So it's not a bellwether at all.
That's awesome. That's yeah, what about a plus 25 or 22 district, you know? Do you see? Do you see why this is important? I always urge chatters that have this level of like unimaginable pessimism to look at why people that they oppose and people that they despise, why are they locking in? Because they're always locking in, whether it be the Republicans or whether it be the establishment Democrats, they're always locked the fuck in. You might not think this marginal improvement in living standards is consequential at all. You might think, oh, I'm going to make the perfect the enemy of the good. But establishment Democrats, by and large, do see a serious threat there. So if you are wholly incapable of foreseeing a better future, and I totally understand where you're coming from, I'm going to be honest. And if you're incapable of shutting the fuck up, though, about your pessimistic tendencies, because you saw yet another person who has like politics that are severely, like significantly closer to yours than any other Democrat that you've seen before, okay? Then just, if you can't shut the fuck up, think about why the Republicans are losing their minds over it. Okay?
The big deal or no big deal, what's going to happen in Tennessee?
I think we need to figure out what happens first, and we'll find that out, I think, pretty quickly tonight as the votes come in. As David is right, if this is in single digits, it's a big warning sign for Republicans moving.
Is blind optimism really the answer, though? Am I demonstrating blind optimism? Take a week off. Going forward, I'm going to treat motherfuckers who do this shit. Going forward, I'm going to treat motherfuckers who purposefully misconstrue what I'm saying with 1 week bans. I hate it.
To the midterm elections. Special elections do not determine what happens a year later. We do overrate this, but if it is that close, it's going to be a big deal. And one of the things when you get to election day,
even if she doesn't, I mean, first of all, there is no cope. It sucks if she doesn't win. But the reality of the matter is, even if she didn't win, the very fact that she got that close, at least in the polls, like depending on what the final numbers look like, that is an insane change of attitude for a district that was designed specifically for Republicans that went to Donald Trump by plus 22 points. It's ridiculous.
Campaigns say to themselves, "This is a true Republican or Democrat." Megan knows this. Is you ask yourself, did we leave everything on the field? And my fear for Republicans on this one is they didn't. They didn't leave everything on the field. And I say that not about Mike Johnson and the NRCC. They have left everything on the field. But Donald Trump should have gone on the ground. Donald Trump used to love doing political rallies. I'm surprised he didn't do it here. We saw him phone it in.
Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? What is this conversation we're having? Donald Trump needs to do a rally for a special election in fucking Tennessee? Donald Trump needs to do a rally for a special election in fucking Tennessee in 2025 as the sitting president in a district that went to him by plus 22 points a year ago. If this is being entertained, that is the maximum red alert for your movement, for your administration. Do you understand how fucking insane that is? Like, That is a clear-cut indication that you are cooked. What's next, bro? He needs to go to Alabama? Like, what are we doing here? If a plus 22 Trump district is a contest that is so close that Trump needs to personally campaign, there is no district in the country that could not be lost. That's it.
That's exactly what he did. He phoned it in. If Donald Trump had gone on the ground in Tennessee and done a big rally for this, he would have been able to claim credit if Republicans win tonight about how he brought this race home. That, to me, is a surprise.
Megan literally phoned it in. I mean, Doug really means it. He literally was put on speakerphone yesterday. Megan, big deal or no big deal?
So I think the big deal is actually what's happening before anybody's even cast a vote for this. I think that we're even talking about it in a Trump plus 22 district is a huge deal for Democrats. And it also just shows that the Democrats have a chance to open up the map into places that they have not been able to do in a long time. People are tired of Donald Trump's policies. They're tired of Congress bending the knee to Donald Trump. And so they are looking for a different option here, whether it's a more liberal Democrat or a more conservative Democrat. We don't know. But I think that this just gives Democrats an option to expand.
That right there is the beautiful CNN spin, baby. Yeah. Hey, this person that is this person that is more progressive than the average California senator. Okay. Running for a special election in Tennessee 7. Who is actually so close to victory in a Trump 22 plus 22 district. Who's to say if Americans want a more conservative Democrat or a more progressive one? I don't know. Maybe it feels like Americans actually do want a more progressive Democrat every fucking where. You just added that maybe they want a more progressive Democrat or a more conservative Democrat aspect because you can't fucking contend with the reality that your dog shit politics are dead. That is insane. That spin right there is the dumbest thing I've heard. It's almost as dumb. I was about to praise her for saying like, yeah, no, this is a huge deal that it's even a race that's in contention. And then she had to pull that stunt. It's so clear what these guys are doing, okay? This person, Afton Bain, is more progressive than California Democrats, okay? She's more liberal than California Democrats. In fucking Tennessee, run outward socialists everywhere in the country. That's all I'm saying. It's going to suck really bad if Afton Bain wins tomorrow or in a couple hours. It's going to suck really bad for Ezra Klein. As I said already, Matt Iglesias might end his life, okay? It's going to be really tough for those guys who are like, no, if in order to win in red districts, like, you have to be really fucking socially conservative. Like, you don't understand, okay? But for people like myself, this is proof in the fucking pudding. Of course I'm following this shit closely. Okay? As much as I don't want the abundists to, engage in mass seppuku, okay? And I don't want that. I love my abundists, okay? I don't want them to feel really sad about this. But this will be a massive blow to that kind of commentary, to that kind of mentality. Oh, we have to have Joe Manchin in West Virginia be a consistent spoiler because otherwise we don't even get a Joe Manchin there at all. It's plus 30. It's Trump plus 30. And the beautiful part about this commentary is that even if she doesn't fucking win, which, I still think it doesn't matter. She must win, right? No more like, oh, we did a good job. Who cares? We go back to the drawing board. I mean, she has to win. But even if she didn't, the very fact that this is a close race, at least according to the polls, with that kind of politics, oh my God, it's already over for the fucking Matt Iglesias of the world.
A map into far beyond frontline districts.
Republicans are working hard to avoid an upset in a deep red congressional district, one the president carried by 22 points just last.
Yeah, also the fact that they're dumping so much money into this fucking special election in Tennessee. I mean, come on, dude. Come on, dude. It is ridiculous. This should not be a race at all. I'm not talking about a close race. I'm saying this is not a race, okay? This is Tennessee. This is a district specifically designed for a Republican victory in Tennessee, dude. That's not a race, let alone a close one. The fact that it is a race at all, the fact that it is even a race at all means that the method is tried, tested, and now true in red districts. That's it. And I already know all these motherfuckers are gonna be like, oh, this is the anti-Trump race. This is the anti-Trump victory. This is the anti-Trump method. Okay, we're talking about a red-ass district. One of the reddest districts in the fucking country. Plus 22 is pretty goddamn red. So how the fuck did that happen? Because if you're running up plus 22 in a Tennessee district, that if you're snapping back from a plus 22 Tennessee district with a progressive candidate, then establishment Democrats in safe blue districts should be doing like, 99% of the vote. I'm talking Assad, Bashar al-Assad numbers everywhere else, right? If you're seeing a 24, let's say 25, 24, 23 point swing in one fucking year, then what the hell are we doing? Then all of the former CIA officers should have won by Assad margins. Should have been winning by Vladimir Putin numbers, especially in safer, bluer states, right? Or purpley states. They ran on "we're not Trump" campaigns and they won. So I'm willing to entertain the notion that the anti-Trump pick is a reliable way to beef up your candidacy, is a reliable way to win. But I'm gonna keep it $150 with you. I think there needs to be more. Per my teammate Hunter Woodall, a CBS News review finds at least $8 million is expected to be spent trying to win a Tennessee congressional district in a special election tonight. Trump won that district overwhelmingly, approximately 22, plus 22 last year.
Tuesday, voters are voting somewhere, and today that somewhere is Tennessee's 7th congressional district. Republican Matt Van Epps and Democrat...
You're the only 10 I see, baby. Tennessee, I'm coming for you. I will go to Afton's district if she wins. Make it happen.
Afton Bean are competing in a special election for a seat held by former...
Someone said... Is he at someone's house, chat? Yeah, mine. In Ireland, smile. But it doesn't look like a hotel room. It is a hotel. I want a Christmas tree in my hotel room. Neurodivergent. I'm in a very Catholic country right now. And yes, I am in a hotel room. Also, he said he'd moved to New York for Mamdani. Okay, calm down. I didn't say I'm going to live in Tennessee. I just said I'm going to go there. I'm moving in silence like a real G, like I'm lasagna, okay? One day I'm in China. One day I'm in Chengdu. The next day I'm in Hong Kong. The next day I'm in Los Angeles. And then the next day I'm in Dublin, all right? You can't anchor me down. You can't anchor me down. One day I might be in Tennessee. You won't even know. I might be in Chattanooga chopping it up, talking about how beautiful it is to have public utilities, to have your internet service provider be controlled by the local government. You don't know. You don't know. I'm moving crazy style. I'm everywhere at all times. Yeah, every block, every corner, baby.
Representative Mark Green, who retired earlier this year, hoping to build on the momentum from last month's election's victories. Democrats see an opportunity to put up a strong challenge in this deep red district.
Great.
Republicans.
These captions are great.
Appear to be feeling the heat. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson traveled to Tennessee yesterday to campaign with Van Epps, and President Trump appeared at a tele-rally last night. Joining me now from Nashville, Tennessee is NBC's Mel Zanona, and of course Steve Kornacki is where else? At the big board. Mel, you're on the ground there in Tennessee. You spoke to the Democratic candidate in this race who's forced Republicans to step in and help defend this seat. What did she tell you?
Well, she knows this would be an upset and a long shot for her to win here in the heart of Trump country. But she believes the fact that it's even close and competitive shows how dissatisfied voters are with the cost of living and how dissatisfied they are with the current Trump administration. She has been running a campaign focused relentlessly on the cost of living as well as health care. And she thinks that even if she loses but is able to keep the race close, that should be a massive warning sign for Republicans ahead of the midterms, given this is a district that Trump carried by 22 points. Just watch what she told me.
And now it's within single digits. It is, once again, a testament to the fact that this administration hasn't delivered.
Do you think the electorate is ready to embrace someone who is not only Democratic, but perhaps more progressive than they've been used to in the past?
Yeah, I think so. I think voters in this district have given me a lot of grace, and I've definitely matured. I was, an organizer, activist, a public-private citizen before I was a lawmaker. And as a state legislator, I represent 60,000 voters. As a next congresswoman for this district, I'll represent 700,000, of which, there's a lot of different varying political opinions.
Now, Republicans have tried to say that she is far too extreme for this district, and they have highlighted her past calls to defund the police. So I asked her whether she still maintains that position, but she largely dodged, saying it depends on what the community wants.
Interesting. So what is driving this momentum for the Democrats, Mel? Is it a continuation of the affordability message that we saw dominate last month's elections?
Ryan, one thing I've heard consistently from voters today is that they are concerned about the cost of living and that it is simply harder to pay their bills, to buy their groceries, and to put food on the table. That was a similar dynamic we did see in both Virginia and New Jersey during those governor races where Democrats did have big victories last month. And it is no different here in Nashville. Just watch.
Jobs, mostly jobs, the high cost of food, gas, everything. Job, mainly.
I don't mean to laugh, but it's kind of the same no matter where you go, isn't it? That's just how it is. And it's not just in America and Tennessee either. This is literally like the entirety of the Western world. Everyone is saying the same damn thing.
It's not as easy for lower income, middle income people these days. So that's a big part of my concern. Things are getting very expensive. I am still able to make it. However, things are getting really, really expensive.
Hasan, I'm watching your stream. Why are you trying not to laugh, bro? That's disrespectful as shit, bro. What do you mean? I am. Oh, you're doing the I show speed thing. My bad. I am laughing. I'm laughing out loud.
And Trump, of course, is the one who ran on lowering costs for Americans, making life more affordable. But so far this year, at least, it's been Democrats who have successfully campaigned and capitalized on that very issue.
Okay, Melanie Zanona live in Nashville. Mel, thanks for that. Let's now go to the big board. And Steve, give us a reality check here. How are Democrats' chances looking in Tennessee? I mean, this would still be a massive upset, wouldn't it?
It would be a massive upset if they do win. But yes, there has been some polling here showing a close race. And again, the backdrop you heard there, Donald Trump, last year he won this district by 22 points. Now, 4 years earlier, in 2020, when Trump lost the presidential election to Joe Biden, he still won this district, but it was only 15 points then. So, already that you hear that 22, but it's been closer than that before. And there have been some local contests in this area, a couple of them where Democrats have done even a little bit better than that. So where's the action going to be tonight as the results start to come in? I think one way to look at this is where we're talking about Middle Tennessee right here. About a quarter of the city of Nashville, that's Davidson County, is in this district. This is going to be one of the only, maybe the only blue spots you see on the map tonight, but it's going to be very blue. The question here is going to be, can Bain run up the score massively in the Democratic part of this district in Nashville and in Davidson County? A lot of rural areas here, ex-urban areas where it's going to be very, very Republican red tonight. And I think sort of the swing.
Remember, the hope here is that Republicans just stay home. Tennessee Chatters report from the ground. Is it snowing? I've heard that it has been snowing today. Is that true? Is there any veracity to the reports that it is snowing? No, it's not. It's cold, but not snowing. Fuck. Nope, it's cold as shit, though. Okay. That's good. Cold is good. Cold will keep some of the olds at home. Their bones are brittle. What is this Diddy blood doing on the calculator? Is blood Einstein? I hate this shit so much. The Diddy blood shit, I hate with my entire fucking heart, by the way. If you spam that kind of fucking copy pasta, I will ban you. I don't give a fuck. I don't know why. It's a major ick. Yeah, get the Jewish weather machines out. We need to fucking put a snowstorm up in this bitch. Specifically in the exurbs. Rain is proven 2x more impactful on turnout than snow. Good. Anyway, my point is for Afton to win, we know that those exurbs are going to stay red. It's just how many people actually go out and vote. Because if turnout is low in those deep red areas in the district, then Matt Van Epps is cooked.
Area of this district that I'm going to be looking at is right here.
How are we going to win over the younger voters if you keep yeeting them? Yeah, you can be a younger chatter, but if you do the fucking Diddy blood shit, it's just not, I don't know. I just don't find it funny at all. I think it's fucking insanely cringe. It's more cringe than saying 6-7 over and over again.
This is Montgomery County. This is where Clarksville is. This is the other major population center in the district. And I think, look, if Bain is going to have any chance of actually pulling off the upset and winning tonight, she probably needs to be winning in this county. There probably need to be 2 blue counties by the end of the night. That would be Davidson County, and then that would be Montgomery County if she's actually going to win this. So we'll see as the story unfolds tonight. But again, the backdrop for this, why this is even close, one thing we have been seeing in special elections this year, special congressional elections, Democrats have been overperforming relative to last year's presidential election. Take a look at this. In April, there was a pair of special congressional elections in Florida. Now, Republicans won both of them. They won both of them solidly, 15-point margin in one of them, 14 in the other. But this is what it had been in the 2024 presidential election. So from a 37-point Republican win in Florida's first district in 2024 down to 15 in the special election. That was a gain for the Democrats of 22 points. They didn't win it, but they made up a lot of ground. Look, look, from 30 to 14. Democrats made up 16 points in Florida's 6th district. We've seen this even where Democrats have won this year. They've won bigger than they did in 2024. Look at this district in Arizona. Kamala Harris had won it by 22. Democrats won it by 40 this year. They gained 18 points from a 34-point Democratic win in this Virginia district to 50 this year. That's a 16-point Democratic gain. So 22, 16, 18, 16. You see a pattern here. And again, this district where it was 22 points for Donald Trump, if Democrats are getting anywhere around that kind of gain that they've gotten elsewhere this year, then this does become a competitive single-digit race. Now, again, to erase all of 22 points, that might be a bit more of a stretch here, but it does speak to a political climate that we've seen in these special elections, that we saw in the New Jersey and Virginia results where Democrats, won landslide, unexpected landslides. And it does call to mind, this is a back to Trump's first term here. We're going back to 2018 here. March 2018, there was a special election in Trump's first term, okay, where Donald Trump had a 41% approval rating. He had won the district by 20 points. And remember this name, Connor Lamb. Connor Lamb won the special election in that district that had voted for Trump by 20 points in March of 2018. That was a harbinger. That proved to be a harbinger for the blue wave that fall when Democrats gained 40 seats, flipped control of the House. Here we are now, December 2025. Remember, Trump's approval rating was 41 then. It's not too far off that now. It's 42.5.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Holy Toledo kind of cleaned house. He kind of stole Steve the Khaki Kornacki's lunch money. Aesthetically speaking, he is way goofier. Like, he's way more autistic. You know? Harry Emden. Like, I used to, when Harry Emden first came onto the scene, I was like, you're not fucking Steve Kornacki. Stop trying to be Steve. And Harry basically heard our cries that he was not Steve Kornacki and said, holy Toledo, let me tell you what I will be doing with my newsboy voice, my transatlantic accent, and my weird weird speech patterns and the way I call out years. Like where he says 1,934 instead of 1934. He won us over. He won our hearts. He holy Toledo'd our way. He holy Toledo'd his way into our hearts. Kornacki is the OG, but holy Toledo is the newcomer. Harry Emden
has been edging down this fall. We're in a district that's only a little bit more Republican than that Pennsylvania one is. So again, that is the backdrop. Democrats would love, obviously, to actually win this tonight and to be able to do what Connor Lamb did in 2018. If not, they want to keep it close. They want to say it's another sign of Republican weakness. Republicans, they don't just want to win. They want to win by double digits tonight. They want to put up a solid win and say, hey, for all that talk about the close race, for that poll you saw showing a close race, they want to be able to say, hey, that attack on Bain as too far left, it actually worked and it could work next year.
Okay, Steve Kornacki, thank you. And if
Oh, man. I'm fucking stoked on this, dude.
Last year. The race is so close, House Speaker Mike.
Yes, Chatter is correct. If Afton Bain pulls this, this is the holiest of all Toledos, okay? This will be the holiest of Toledos yet.
Johnson has been on the ground campaigning with Republican Matt Van Epps and even brought in the president for a phone call.
The whole world is watching. This is a big deal because right now we're like 3 votes up on the radical left, and this would be a wonderful victory for us. It'll be really a positive sign.
Joining me now to discuss, Emily Cochran, domestic correspondent for the New York Times. Good morning, Emily.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So first, I want to talk about the attention on this special election. We, like politics, we're always covering every little race here and there, thinking that they mean something for the national conversation. But what is special about this special election?
It's the last special election of 2025, so I think a lot of people are looking for any kind of tea leaves ahead of the midterms next year. But as you said, it's unusual for Tennessee to get this level of attention, and I think both Republicans and Democrats are taking advantage of all of those national eyes.
I just think this is huge because, like, this is something that I've said time and time again. I said it when I was at the DSA National Convention, that there is a lot of potential in these forgotten areas for left candidates to actually organize and develop ground game with less money than it would take in a nationally prominent race. Democrats have no turnout machine in a lot of these places. They've just completely stopped even trying to win these races. So you don't have to go through the like double victory process of first securing your primary victory because you're going up against like an establishment machine there, and then on top of that try to defeat like a very difficult Republican candidate. This is a perfect opportunity. And Afton is a DSA endorsed candidate. Motherfucker, I'm the one who told you that. Yeah, I never said that before. Thank you, Chatter, for educating me.
All of those national dollars as well.
So Speaker Johnson, we mentioned, has been campaigning hard, and he was asked if this is basically these other elections a kind of warning sign this year.
Anyway, she's not a socialist as far as I understand. She's not. Just, you know, let's make that clear. But she is far more radical than what a normal Democrat would look like running on that race, running for that seat. Calling her radical is insane. She's not. I'm saying in comparison to the type of Democrat that the Democratic Party would run on a district like this, she basically might as well be a jihadist, okay? Do you not understand? Democrats would never, ever in a million years, if you were to suggest this at like a DCCC meeting, they would literally kill you, okay? They would fire you and then they would shoot you out of a fucking cannon. Hey, we want a DSA endorsed, no AIPAC donation, anti-Israel candidate who is openly feminist and openly socially progressive to run in this plus 22 red district in Tennessee. Democrats would be like, get the fuck out of here. No, what we need is actually an Amy McGrath style, like Amy McGrath style, like Air Force veteran who's going to talk about how many children she might have lasered with a F-16. To talk about how she's the real patriot and how she's going to be the real anti-migrant candidate. That's what the Democrats do.
Republicans, especially in a district that Trump won by so much. And here's what he told reporters there.
Is this a warning sign for the GOP that you are barnstorming the state the first day back from
Yeah, Democrats are looking at Afton Bain going, I don't understand. When we heard her name was Afton Bain, and we saw what she looked like, we thought she was going to be racist. Why the fuck is she not racist? Does she not want to win this race? Be more racist now. Talk about how you were in the CIA or something. What the fuck are you doing, Afton Bain?
Thanksgiving recess in a state that went 20 points for Trump, and you have to be here campaigning so hard.
No, ma'am, I did this all last year. He just happens to be the only race in the country right now, so he got my full attention. But we're delighted to be here to campaign for somebody who is so highly qualified.
Yeah, well, you know, Mike Johnson is a real popular figure, so I'm sure you're really boosting his profile here, Mike. Everybody loves Mike Johnson.
And we're very much looking forward to having him join us.
What's going on with this race? How close is it? And is Van Epps in a position where he needs his support?
I think Van Epps wouldn't say no to any kind of support from Mike Johnson or President Trump. He got the endorsement from President Trump before he even made it out of the Republican primary. I do think, considering how successful Republicans have been in this district, which was drawn to favor a Republican candidate, it is making some Republicans nervous. That polls, the couple of polls that we have seen, show it to be closer than they would expect. And I think for Democrats who are still very frustrated about how a Nashville-based seat was cut up into these 3 other districts, I think for Democrats, it's giving them a jolt of energy. It's proving, they hope, that they can either do an upset or that they can close the margins and have people believe that it's viable to be a Democrat in the South.
Yeah, I was going to ask, so many people look at Tennessee and see a very red state. That's how it performs in the presidential elections. Are there progressives, liberals, Democrats there who are hoping for more attention? How do you see that?
Yes, Chatter. I'm in your grandma's house. We're fucking. Okay? You say goofy ad chair. I blew your grandma's back out on this goofy ad chair. Okay? Yeah, me and your grandmother are having sex. Sexual intercourse. And not just on this goofy ass chair, but on that goofy ass sofa too. Mima's loving it. She told me she never threw it back for Papa like that. My grandmother's dead? Yeah, because the dick was too good. Sorry. She nutted too hard. Why do you always have to be so crass? Come on, man. You've been in here for 19 months. This is what I do.
Absolutely. Since the redistricting, there's just been a deep frustration. And I think State Representative Afton Bain, who is from probably one of the more liberal corners of an already blue city, she's tapped into some of that frustration and some of that enthusiasm to prove that if Nashville and some other more liberal, more blue parts of the district, if they rally behind a candidate,
I'm
they
eating
can
Nutella biscuits.
beat a Republican.
And this
It
shit's
is
bomb.
still favored for Republicans. This district stretches from the Kentucky border to the Alabama border. It goes through a lot of rural counties. It goes through parts of Williamson County, which is a Republican power center at this point. So everyone here knows that it's a tough race for a Democrat to beat, but it's certainly tighter than folks were expecting.
That's Emily Cochran of the New York Times. Thanks so much.
There is a new sign for President Trump and the Republican Party, and it's a warning. A fresh poll.
The Kleins made Casey Tron apologize and say stuff about you. Oh, awesome. Is she done? Is it over? Will she no longer be haunted by the H3H3 podcast? Right. I hope she said I suck. I don't give a shit. She settled and threw you under the bus, kind of? What do you mean? Under what bus? Something about your indifference, but whatever. We shouldn't talk about this, to be honest. No, great. She should have went harder. You think I give a shit? I want this legal bullying to end. You can say whatever the fuck you want about me. If it's gonna get Ethan Klein off your ass, go ahead. She said she had to say, you said you will help, but did not help at all and just use it to make yourself popular. That's what they demanded in the settlement. That's so fucking sad. But hey, yeah, no, that's right. I'm a bad person. You can say whatever the fuck you want about how much of a fucking douchebag I am, how much you hate me in your settlement negotiations. If Ethan Klein is up your asshole, crawling up your asshole, hell yeah. Say I'm a bad guy. Say I'm anti-Semitic. Say I'm an anti-Semitic terrorist. You think I give a shit? What are you, crazy? Yeah, I want this fucking insane. I want this insane torment to end. I'm glad that Caseytron no longer has to deal with this fucking nightmare. They made her say anti-Semitism is on the rise in the left. Pretty vile people. I mean, I don't think a single person that looks at this statement is going to be like, wow, this is a sincerely written apology. No, they're going to fucking be like, well, since this is brought up, they made her apologize to Asmongold too. This shit's got to stop. Again, great. If you are getting your rocks off of basically trying to bankrupt a random person online, so much so that they might become homeless, and you make them shoot an ISIS-style hostage video in the process of mediator, and that's how you can get your rocks off, you are one of the biggest, most pathetic losers of all fucking time, torturing small streamers to get your fucking rocks off like the absolute loser that you are. Congratulations. You got your fucking legally mandated, court-mandated apology, and it wasn't even to serve any sort of justice whatsoever. It was because you had a lot of fucking money. You had a lot more money than they did, so you could bury them in a mountain of paperwork. Okay? No, you're in the right, dude. Everybody knows that's what real winners do. And the reality of the matter is, yeah, by the way, Ethan is literally behaving like Israel. This is like Israel-style behavior. But the reality of the matter is, if anyone actually looks at that, if anyone actually looks at any of those statements whatsoever and turns around and says, wow, this is, justice has been served here, they're already a fucking loser too. The funniest part about this is the idea that like Hasan used this to promote himself and and maintain popularity. Yeah, it was a real popular thing, especially amongst the biggest fucking losers on the internet. Are you worried he will ever try to sue you? No. Why the fuck would I be worried that he would try to sue me? What can he sue me over? Nothing. No, he's too busy trying to sue whoever he can that he can bury in a mountain of fucking paperwork. That's it. If anything makes them look bad, is the most forced thing I've ever seen. Exactly. Yeah, what's he going to do? Defame me and then sue me for not suing him for defamation? What are we talking about? Yeah, he's going to sue me for not watching the content nuke after he begged me. Anyway. Gross. Let's get back to real shit. Issues that do matter here. Specifically, the Harry Emden polls on Donald Trump.
Gallup is out that could put Republicans on shaky ground in the midterms if the president's approval rating is an indicator of how they'll do. CNN's chief data analyst, Harry Enton, is here. All right, give us the goods on what this new Gallup poll says.
I mean, it's a disaster if it holds towards the midterm elections. And I should note, of course, it's not alone. I mean, just take a look here. This is Gallup. This is the longest running poll.
155K viewers are watching Candace Owens say nothing.
So that people would wake up. And I do think that it catalyzed an awakening here. And these are risks that I also feel missionally I have to take.
Turning Point has been keeping a big secret. Did Charlie know about it?
Because there won't be a tomorrow for our children. I sense that dread, and I hate to communicate that to you. I always try to be
Let's talk about the real shit like this. This is the real
you
shit.
all feel it too. So, yeah, there's a lot that is a lot.
Which is the fakest, dumbest shit of all time, but it doesn't matter. That's what Americans respond to, it seems, in the realm of politics.
Erica Kirk will issue a statement. I think in this new capacity, CEO and chairman, that we deserve an answer about that check, that phone call.
Who killed Charlie Kirk now? I think it was the French Legionnaires or something, right? And now, who is it now? Was it J.D. Vance?
My sources were pretty solid on that, and I am just kind of trying to digest the devastation of it all.
For the record, if you don't watch this right now, you're going to hear about this from your coworkers anyway, so you might as well fucking develop talking points against it before they kidnap you near the water cooler and hit you with like the latest and greatest from Candace Owens.
Head to the book club as we continue this conversation about Sigmund Freud and the Jewish mystical tradition, and which correlates directly with what's going on today. Kind of a war that happened and nobody really knows what was going on in Europe. This book is really important. So yeah, you can now gift a membership if you'd like to. We are kind of running out of time here, but I'm going to read the top comment from yesterday's episode. It says, "It's crazy to me that Candace is doing her own research on her own assassination plot. Meanwhile, uncovering things in our government that are hidden in plain sight. We need to wake up, America."
Oh my God.
Not just America, world. The world needs to wake up. And
the world needs to wake up to the Candace Owens assassination plot.
The devil makes, but in overplaying his hand was publicly executing Charlie, because it stirred something inside of all of us who still have goodness, inside of all of us who will say no to money, inside those of us who would rather be sued than to acquiesce to evil. I think it made us realize that we have to be soldiers for God. If they are going to be soldiers for darkness, then we have to be soldiers for light. Let me see if I can read a couple of these comments before we go off here. Wow, that's a huge donation that was made by Laughing Cats Music World.
Wow. Pierre DuPont. Yes. Okay. Project Constitution. Explosive bombshell. Candace Owens connects Charlie Kirk's assassination to $1 billion DuPont deal. Turning Point USA's insiders implicated. She's now publicly naming the mysterious French-American billionaire donor that multiple Turning Point USA insiders swear got an immediate phone call from leadership the minute Charlie Kirk was assassinated. The name, Pierre DuPont. Yes, that DuPont family. According to 6+ separate TPUSA sources, a massive secret deal was on the table. Not millions, potentially billions tied to an upcoming IPO. Only a tiny handful of people even knew it existed. The second Charlie was gone, someone allegedly called his donor prospect to, what? Reassure? Renegotiate? Celebrate? Candace says she forgot the name at first because she was traumatized and drowning in tips right after the assassination. But when she said Pierre DuPont yesterday's show, her sources flooded her inbox. You figured it out. It's Pierre DuPont. But now she's asking publicly, did Charlie Kirk turn down this money? Was DuPont deal the big money he famously said no to? Why was the Turning Point USA's spokesperson allegedly telling Charlie lost out on millions by saying no to Bibi. And how would the PR team even get a cut? This is starting to feel like a John Grisham novel written by Satan himself. We deserve answers. Who called Pierre DuPont the second Charlie Kirk was dead, and why? Wow. Yeah, Candace loves to suggest that people murdered Charlie Kirk without actually saying it. Excited to learn more about this Israel Frankist French Foreign Legion op. Well, it turns out it was Pierre DuPont.
Keep fighting the good fight. Snowy writes, integrity, courage, intelligence, articulate, as beautiful inside and as outside. Candace Owens from
I love this shit. I love this shit. Fuck it. Fuck it. Let the people have fun, bro. None of it matters anymore. People are just not believing. People could look at a situation
for money, which is what Bibi said on camera.
People could look at a situation that happened in broad daylight to themselves and still be like, what is Candace Owens' take on this? Does this somehow tie back to like her own personal gripes and grievances? Who knows? I believe her.
They helped us win our big independence from the big bad Brits. And then what? Yesterday,
Remember, it's the French, because she's beefing with the French government, because she's beefing with Macron, because she falsely suggested the dumbest thing of all time, which is that Emmanuel Macron's wife is actually a man, and that she is a transgender man, or a trans woman, rather.
and it's actually a riddle that we're all familiar with. What came first, the chicken or the egg? Chicken or the egg? That's what's on my mind. That's what's on my mind really all day, because yesterday we were explaining to you guys this sort of random coincidence, maybe not a coincidence, of the FBI seemingly choosing to work in offices that are kind of being run by like French royalty in essence, right? These old French American.
Are you going to mention the DuPont Epstein connections? And right on the fucking dot. Yeah. Epstein Israel, Epstein DuPont, Epstein Donald Trump. These connections all exist. Okay? I don't know, bro. I'm just making shit up. That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't have anything to do with fucking Charlie Kirk. You can, by the way, you're saying you just made shit up, but you can literally point to any fucking wealthy person and say Epstein, and there is a connection there. It's just a matter of whether or not. I like that you also arrived at this conclusion by just simply throwing darts at a board, and it's not even incorrect. But the point is, how does that tie to Charlie Kirk being fucking shot in the neck? I mean, motherfucker was tapped in with Noam Chomsky. What are we talking about?
Families. Now, why would our FBI do that? Surely they would have been aware that they were choosing to work in buildings that might potentially have some foreign interests. But then you know what? It clicked. The chicken came before the egg. Of course, don't be ridiculous. That's the answer to the riddle. LOL to the American history that's taught to us in the public schools. The French helped to establish the United States. They came over and they helped us win our big independence from the big bad Brits. And then what? They just left us alone. It was just an act of charity. Like, we're good. We want nothing in return. We just want you guys to be free. Does that make sense to you?
Wait, is she doing the Jews actually like changed our history books to make us care about Israel, but for France now? Are the French the real Jews? How far does this rabbit hole go? Oh my God. You aren't allowed to say that? That's right. You wouldn't want me saying that. You wouldn't want me cracking the real conspiracy. It wasn't the Jews controlling the media all along. It was the French. I like that that's her pivot, by the way. Like, this is literally she went from Jews control the media and you know, the banking institutions to the French. That's awesome.
Turns out, actually, in theory, the FBI
Oh my God. Oh my God. French connection. French connection. French connection. Sacre bleu. The French are coming after me. It's because I'm so close. I'm so close to the truth, but also so close to France in proximity. Oh no. That's what it is. Merde. Le Interpol. Dude, when the internet cut out, she said something very funny. We got to run it back. Hold on.
turning in return, we just want you guys to be free. Does that make sense to you? Come on. Turns out, actually, and you may have known this, maybe I'm just American ignorant, but our FBI was founded by the French. In theory, the FBI really is in France's building over in Wilmington, if you think about it, for a long time. And I have been thinking about this for a long time. So welcome back to Canada.
What? She's saying that America is not Zog, but fog. Francophone occupied government. Oh my God. Oh my God. Truth nuke. She's the new Alex Jones. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people thought it was a Federal Bureau of Investigation, but it was actually French Bureau of Investigation. Wait until she finds out that the Statue of Liberty is a French robot spy. Oh my God. Oh, you just gave Candace Owens her next 200,000 live concurrent viewer YouTube video. The Statue of Liberty, let's talk about it. Also trans, just like Emmanuel Macron's husband wife. I'll say it. And guess what? They can't sue me because it's not a real person. It's a statue. What is this fucking intro? Oh, there she is marrying her gay husband. Are you supposed to read any of these fucking comments, dude? Very carefully.
I actually want to begin this episode with a comment from yesterday's episode because, you know, we ran that poll wondering whether or not the public agreed with me about my lawsuit, me being filed by Brigitte Macron, me being sued by Brigitte and Emmanuel Macron, and whether or not it was just one big federal setup meant to bankrupt me.
This is literally where she's coming from, by the way. This is it. This is where she's coming from. This is the reason why she's doing this. The reason why she's doing this shit. This is the reason why she's doing the whole like French connection shit. Because she's getting sued. She's getting sued by Brigitte Macron, Emmanuel Macron's Emmanuel Macron. I was about to say husband, Emmanuel Macron's wife, because she said falsely that Emmanuel Macron's wife is a trans woman, assigned male at birth. That's the reason why she keeps bringing up France, bro.
And here is an answer that we got in the comment section. Look at this. I believe that the purpose of Macron's lawsuit was that it was supposed to go nowhere because Candace was supposed to have been assassinated.
Dude, what the fuck is this is so sick. Dude, this is just like a random YouTube comment, man. Like, what do you do? You're doing commentary off of random YouTube comments? What the fuck? Is this what she means when she says, like, I have sources? The sources are just like random person on YouTube in her audience that responded to her or some shit? Bro, that's what you do? You have to have the most severe brain disease. My sources aren't fucking you dipshits. There's a difference between me responding to a dumbass comment, sometimes like this one, versus her acting as though this is like new information. When she goes, oh, I got verified sources that confirm my suspicions, it turns out her verified sources are just random fucking people in her comment section on YouTube.
Before the case got to court. Then they could forever claim that Candace was lying, which is evident by the fact that they were suing her for quote unquote defamation before someone had killed her. This was their plan, but I pray that it has now been foiled. I had never considered that, and that hit really deeply, and that is a dark thought. And I think now I'm wondering, I have a lot of questions. Everything feels different in this post-Charlie Kirk world. Where to begin? How about we should talk about the founding of America? Because, man, those Catholic priests that I was telling you about, they were unbelievably correct. I told you guys a long time ago how when I was considering whether or not I should be Orthodox or Catholic, but I knew that I was sort of done with Protestantism, I had been taking instruction from these priests in Europe and in the UK. And one of the fathers is a real bookworm, right? Kind of this cantankerous Englishman, no time for the American education system whatsoever. And he said to me quite famously, you Americans know nothing of your own history. Your country was founded by Freemasons. And that just kind of permanently now echoes in my ear because boy, was he right. A war that had been sort of waging across Europe for centuries had then spilled into America. It was largely a spiritual war. It was really a theological war. That's what I'm starting to realize. That's why America never really had an appetite for Orthodox or Catholicism, because the Catholics and the Orthodox have...
I think it's pretty crazy how mentally ill we must have become. If there is like a not insignificant number of people that are like demanding, nay, craving this kind of conspiracy theory. We are so fucking cooked. We are so goddamn cooked, bro. It's so over. It's so jover. I need the insane right-wing old QAnon women to say crazy shit about my French last name. Please let this stick. I wish people were intelligent enough to treat her like a content creator, not a serious political commentator. She's farming views for her lawsuit, and people are consuming it like it's real news. Do you think she believes any of it? I don't know. I don't think it matters. I think what matters is this is what the Amerifats crave, okay? Amerifats want this. Amerifats want this, and Amerifats want, like, Ethan Klein versus Casey Tron settlement court proceedings narrated by Asmongold going, yeah, based. It's true. Like, at a certain point, you got to realize, like, Amerifats need this shit. This is what they want. If you're a real ball knower, you got to recognize that. And just like even with Israel, Amerifats don't want to hear someone go, here is why you must be anti-Israel from an anti-imperialist position. Lame, boring, talk about the Jews. That's what the Amerifat mind craves. And I think it's not just the hogs. It's even like the so-called critical thinkers of the internet, the Redditors of the internet. They also want a different version of the same kind of treat. There's just no world where we arrive at any sort of consensus truth any longer. You know? Some people bludgeon their brains with drama slop nonsense. Others go into the conspiracy side. Others go to tried and true techniques of blaming, minority populations. That's it. Yes, there is. Pump education and regulate. Yeah, that's not happening. That's not happening at all. It's never going to happen. You need systemic change to be able to implement. You need serious governance to implement systemic change like that. And not only do you need some sincere governing, it still will take time. It's going to take a long ass time to get there too. And that shit's not happening with Donald Trump in office. Candace is Alex Jones for the Joe Rogan audience's wives. I mean, I think not just for the Joe Rogan audience's wives, but for the Joe Rogan audience in general. The Templars are after Clandish. She must follow the Assassin's Creed. I agree. I think the truth could hit someone directly in the fucking face, and these guys would still look for a grand conspiratorial narrative. Like, even if it immediately impacted them, even if they personally experienced it, they would want a fucking conspiratorial narrative.
History. They know what was going on in Europe, not the fake history that's packed.
After all, America is the only country on the planet, as far as I know, maybe I'm wrong, that had a school shooting, a high-profile school shooting take place in Parkland, and one of the fathers of the victims believed sincerely that it was actually a psyop. You can't, like, that level of brain rot can only happen in the United States of America. Like, people who personally experience pain can still fall for random onlookers and opportunists and the conspiracy theories that they cultivate around an issue where you were personally victimized. I think there is a real QAnonification of American politics happening in every direction. And a lot of people think liberals will be spared from this, but I've been, paying close attention to the liberal circuit as well. And they have their own versions of this stuff. They believe that, like, the election was stolen. If you recall, in the aftermath of the election, a lot of liberals started rushing to the identical narratives of the Republicans where they were like, well, what about Starlink? There is a blue anon out there as well. Yeah. I'm a Parkland shooting survivor. QAnon convinced my dad it was all a hoax. You should make a debunking video of Sahar TV. What the fuck is Sahar TV? What the fuck is that? Debunk it? You don't want to know? What? Is it another fucking sloppy toppy slop tuber? Oh my God. Every other week, I'm learning about every other week, I have to learn about another name of another sloppy toppy hater slop tuber channel. Oh my Lord. Ugh. Slop tuber, but Middle Eastern. Oh, I love that. Middle Eastern slop tuber. Yeah. As a Middle Easterner, I think Hasan's Hamas support is really damaging to the cause. I'm Middle Eastern after all. Clearly I'm Middle Eastern after all. Clearly I'm a real pro-Palestinian guy, unlike Hasan, who's actually damaging the cause. Is that it? Did I nail it? Did I fucking nail it? Maybe I didn't. I don't know. Maybe he took a different angle. Slop tuber, but low-key the slop is fire? No, it's never fire. He's pro-Israel and anti-Islam. One video on you from 7 months ago, and yes, just as you described, Palestine was the critique 5 months ago. Yo, did you see Casey's apology? I did not. What brings the gentleman to Ireland? I'm receiving an award, a recognition from Trinity College, who very clearly hasn't seen the endless amount of slop tuber and Redditor angst. Don't watch it live. I'm not gonna watch it at all. Why would I watch it? I'm just happy that she's no longer has to fucking deal with this nonsense. I think you guys genuinely are confused with like what I do when I'm not live. I watch TV shows, man. You think I fucking tune out of this shit, and then as soon as I'm offline, I'm like, oh, time to go watch all my slop. Can't wait to see all the slop I missed out on. They had to throw you under the bus? Yeah, I know, I heard. Great. Awesome. Fucking dope. Our man's mission is to someday finish One Piece. Yeah, you don't watch your own streams? No, I don't. But you do. It seems. I got it, though. I got the joke. Like, you're saying, like, you don't want your own streams because you're a slob tuber. I know. I am staying in a hotel. He said, yes. Thanks, Shatter. It wasn't... you're not as brilliant as you think you are. This wasn't as... This wasn't a great gotcha. If the choice between getting sued into homelessness and reading a script, read the script. The real homies will understand. Guys, 100%. It's not even a question. He owned you, gonna watch them now? Oh no, it's over for me. All right.
And sold to Americans.
We're learning about how the French government has literally had America in a chokehold since 1776. And some of you are not locking in. Okay? I need you to lock in.
What the Freemasons were up to. Freemasons who caused all of those revolutions against really the Christian empire across Europe. The idea really, I now think, is keep Americans fat and dumb and drugged and propagandized, right? And then when we need to, use their men to mass murder other Christians overseas. That's the big picture that I'm beginning to see. All of this to say, did you know that our FBI was founded by Charles Joseph Bonaparte? I had no idea. I hate to be American ignorant, but I had no idea. And yes, that man was the founder. And yes, that is like Napoleon Bonaparte.
I'm not picking my face and looking at it. I'm pulling beard hairs that are ingrown, or at least trying to. And actually successfully pulling some.
His grandfather, Charles's grandfather, was Napoleon Bonaparte's brother. Was his great uncle. Napoleon Bonaparte was his great uncle, which makes it kind of hilarious, right? Because our tip yesterday from that person in Wilmington, Delaware, was asserting that the FBI had these offices, these kind of hidden offices, maybe kind of in buildings that appeared to be in part controlled by French-American families who might have some conflicted interests. Particularly, we were discussing the DuPont family, right? Mentioning the DuPont family led to a flurry of tips coming out of Delaware. It was incredible.
Okay, we saw the rest of this. It's awesome. When are we going to get more info on the fucking Tennessee race, chatters? Hey, at least she's not talking about the Jews for 5 seconds. No, she's moved on from the Jews to the French. She's saying the French are the real Jews. The real lost tribe was the French. It's not Zog, it's Fog. French occupied government. All right, let's watch Drew Gooden Talk about how greed is destroying the world.
3 years, I've heard over and over again that a recession is about to hit. The stock market is going to crash. The housing prices are going to come back down to earth any day now. And yet somehow all of these things keep not happening. And for most people, it doesn't make sense. What do you mean the economy's good? My dentist just tried to get me to sign up for a credit card. Since the pandemic, the cost of living has skyrocketed. Inflation is out of control. Groceries have never been more expensive. Layoffs are happening at an alarming rate. At this point, a college degree might be more likely to get you into crippling debt than it is to help you find a job. And even if you have savings, you're more than likely one stroke of bad luck away from losing it all to medical bills. And yet some people will look you right in the eyes and tell you, I don't know what you're talking about. The numbers are green. Is this guy stupid? The problem is each of these people are kind of correct in their own way. This is the best the economy has ever been if you already have money. If you bought a house 5 years ago, there's a chance it's already doubled in value. If you invested in the S&P 500 in 2021, you could be up as much as 80%. And that's not like saying, you'd be rich if you just bought Bitcoin in 1973. That's just the regular stock market. You didn't need to have some genius level of foresight to be able to do that. You just needed to already have a bunch of cash sitting around. And obviously for the overwhelming majority of people, that is not the case. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, you're not thinking about the stock market. If you're in your 20s, you haven't even been working long enough to save any money to invest. You don't get to benefit from rising home equity if you don't own a house. The only thing this graph represents to you is how much further away that dream is getting. Right now, the average age of home buyers is 59 years old. What a depressing statistic. This is the problem with an economy that disproportionately
Wow, Drew doesn't want 59-year-olds to own homes, chat.
benefits asset holders instead of the people still trying to earn them. Wealth grows exponentially, but wages aren't even outpacing inflation, which means if your salary hasn't been going up every year, you're effectively making less money. Meanwhile, the fastest way to make $1 million is to just already have 10 million. Leave it in an investment account for a year and congratulations, you now have $11 million. At a larger scale, this is why it feels like there's two different economies happening and they're both moving in opposite directions. 50% of the stock market is owned.
Oh my God. This is fucking awesome. This video is a banger, dude. What is happening?
By the top 1%, and only 1% is owned by the bottom 50%. Don't let somebody tell you that these numbers going up should discredit your own lived experience. Don't let somebody who's benefited from untaxed inheritance or years of compound interest granting them passive income tell you that your problem is you're just not working hard enough. No, the real answer is sorry, you should have been born sooner. Have you thought about that? Maybe instead of wasting all that time farting around kindergarten class, you should have been investing in real estate. It's not my fault you're lazy. People are getting squeezed in every direction while also being gaslit into thinking that it's somehow our fault. There's CEOs in earnings calls bragging about how they get to make customers pay for inflation so they don't have to. The economy is so bad right now, I'm about to segue into an extremely ill-timed brand deal in a video about greed. You think I like looking like a hypocrite? Of course not. But my avocado toast isn't going to pay for itself. Hi, I'm Upside Down, and I'm here to tell you about today's sponsor, NordVPN. If you're watching this video, you're probably connected to the internet. And if you're not watching this video, how are you hearing this? Anytime you're connected to the internet, especially when you're on public Wi-Fi, you should consider using a virtual private network for an extra layer of security. A VPN creates a nice, warm, encrypted tunnel for all your precious data to pass through as it gets communicated between your devices and the internet, keeping your sensitive information safe from criminals, losers, and especially freaks. But NordVPN takes online security a step further with Threat Protection Pro. All you gotta do is flip it on in the desktop app and it'll block dangerous ads, check your downloading files for malware. It can even warn you if you stumbled onto a fake online shop before you try to buy something that doesn't actually exist. You may think you're way too smart to fall for something like that, but take it from me, it could happen to anyone. You might have also heard that a VPN allows you to unlock websites and content that may be restricted in your area. Just by changing your virtual location in the app, you can essentially trick the internet into thinking that that's where you are, unlocking that show, movie, or YouTube video that randomly got blocked in 98 countries for some reason in the process. If you want to try out NordVPN for yourself with a 30-day money-back guarantee, go to nordvpn.com/gooden for my exclusive deal with 4 extra months added on. You can also get there by clicking the link in the description or scanning the QR code on the screen. But don't scan me. It's not gonna do anything. I'm just a guy. Thank you to NordVPN for sponsoring this video. The economy sucks ass for most people right now. The only reason we're not technically in a recession is because the GDP is still going up. But the only reason the GDP is still going up is because of the AI industry. But the only reason that even looks as good as it does is because a handful of companies are just like passing money back and forth. But there's no recession. You're hallucinating that. Because the AI industry is now single-handedly propping up the entire global economy, there's really only two paths forward. Worst case scenario, turns out it is all bullshit. The bubble pops in spectacular fashion, trillions of dollars of investments cannot get paid out, and everything goes up in flames. Or best case scenario, a few billionaires get even richer. Wait, is that what we're hoping for? All right, you're gonna have to bear with me while I go on another AI rant here. I know I do this like every 6 months, but it's not going away. It doesn't count as beating a dead horse if the horse is still alive. We gotta kill that horse first. People largely do not like AI and are worried about the future it imposes. It's currently being used to make a bunch of promises that almost no one asked for. The main appeal of it comes from corporations who see advancements in AI as a way to further reduce their dependence on human labor. The only thing cheaper than outsourcing jobs is just eliminating them altogether. The wet dream that soils the sheets of every CEO is a company that's somehow run entirely on its own, and they can just sit back and collect all the profits for themselves. No more dealing with pesky labor laws or health insurance or can I have Saturday off? My family died. No! Shut up. That's the eventual goal and why they're all pouring billions of dollars into NVIDIA chips and data centers and cool shirts for Mark Zuckerberg. And in the meantime, we're stuck with ChatGPT, a humanized Google search designed to affirm whatever belief you share with it, even if it's incredibly dangerous, or generative video apps that are already being used to trick people into thinking something happened that didn't actually happen. Awesome technology. I'm so glad this exists. And I think the best thing we can do to fight back against AI is to simply not engage with it. The problem is, even if you don't use these tools, if you live in certain parts of the country, you might be paying for them. There's been a lot of really good investigative journalism done on all these new data centers that are popping up around the country, who's funding them and who's getting screwed over in the process. For example, some residents in New Jersey who noticed that their power bill kept going up, even though they were actually using less electricity than usual. Well, it turns out it's due to an overall supply cost. Basically, when the total amount of electricity usage in an area goes up, power companies tend to pass those higher costs onto their customers. And for the past several years, electricity usage has been skyrocketing, with over half of that increase coming solely from data centers. Your utility bill is going up because Elon Musk wants to pretend to have a girlfriend. You see, AI doesn't just exist in some theoretical space. It has to be trained on trillions of gigabytes of data, and that data has to be stored in a physical location. To power this, it requires an absurd amount of electricity, which generates an absurd amount of heat, which then requires an absurd amount of water to cool off. Most of these buildings use over 1 million gallons per day, roughly the equivalent of 10,000 people. This would be even more problematic if they were being built in areas where water is extremely scarce. So we should be good as long as we don't build a bunch of them in like the middle of the desert. Whoops. But to be fair, they are extremely efficient about it. They don't just use the water, they also poison it. Every part of this process is wasteful and destructive, and this is only the beginning. AI is still a relatively new phenomenon, so we're only just starting to see the effects of this. But the Department of Energy projects that the percentage of electricity used by data centers could nearly triple in just the next 3 years. And who gets to pay for it? We do. It's hard for me to accurately express how infuriating this is. The giant buildings that power this stupid fucking technology are being subsidized by people who just happen to live near them. Oh, but hold on, because they're technically contributing to the operating costs. So does that mean that they get to share in the eventual profits? No, of course not. They're more like involuntary investors, doing it for free. Or really, worse than free, because a lot of them are being kept awake at night by the deafening hum endlessly emitting from the factory shoved into the backyard of their homes that have now surely plummeted in value as a result. But hey, at least they're doing all of this to make a product that hopes to replace 80% of humanity. It's not enough that these people already own everything they could ever want. They could so easily afford to pay for these things without even noticing that money is gone.
The reason why I'm not even pausing is because he is spitting. There's no additions. Nothing else I can add on to this. He is covering all fucking bases here.
But why would they do that when they could simply have poor people pay for it instead? Because nothing will ever be enough for them. You know, when a rich person makes some shit.
Also, of course, it's not only that, but the AI is also trained on your labor as well. It's trained on your work. It's trained on your inputs. You are literally making this machine that will inevitably replace you in the labor force with no alternatives, by the way. It's not like you're going to get subsidies for it. It's not like your life is going to get easier because of it. You're just going to still do some kind of shittier service job. You are training the machines to replace you and also subsidizing the costs in the process of development. It's awesome.
Deal to screw over the working class. People will joke that they just need that money to buy their 4th yacht. And like, I don't even think it's that. They could buy 1,000 yachts and still not run out of money. They don't want to spend their wealth. They just want it to get bigger. It's the same obsession with seeing number go up that keeps me addicted to old school RuneScape, except the only life that's ruining is my own. What they have is a disease. They have been scourged with the blight of insatiable greed, cursed to an endless pursuit of wealth that will never bring them true happiness. I would almost feel bad for them if they weren't actively destroying the world in the process. One of the most frustrating things about this problem is that if you even try to suggest that maybe these guys should just have a little bit less money, like you guys can still be rich, whatever, just turn it down a notch because you're kind of making shit terrible for everybody else, you're treated like you're crazy. No, this is the American way. If you don't like it, then leave. And yet these ideas aren't radical. They're not even new. Most people who advocate for a more progressive tax system are only calling for a return to something that used to exist in this country. We just forgot about it. So I think it's important to do a little history lesson here. If you can believe it, there was a time where the working class in this country actually had it really good. And it was mostly because things got so bad during the Great Depression that the government was worried about the country collapsing. Thousands of banks had closed, millions of people lost their entire life savings, unemployment peaked at 25%. So in fear of a revolution happening, the government was like, all right, fine, we'll give you livable wages. Just please put that musket down. I don't like the way you're looking at me. So the New Deal was born, and with it came Social Security, better labor standards, the right to unionize, a national minimum wage, an 8-hour workday. And over the next 2 to 3 decades, America became the most prosperous country on earth. Productivity skyrocketed and wages rose with them. Extra profits weren't just redistributed to employees, but their employers were proud to do it. They would brag about how lucrative it was to work for them. Look, 37% of profits went to our employees last year because this is a team effort, and when we win, they win. In 1943, Johnson & Johnson puts out this mission statement that's like, here's our list of priorities in order. Customers number 1, we got to make good products. Employees number 2, everyone who works.
Have I watched too many fucking like awful YouTubers that like this is just entirely refreshing? I feel like this kind of commentary, especially from like somewhat progressive, but still like his content is apolitical necessarily, right? Like his content is never like overtly political at all. But this is incredibly refreshing. It's awesome. I love it. For the first time in a long time, we are watching, because like I look, I was gonna say non-slop, but like I watch Eric's videos, Ben a Minute, and numerous other content creators in general, and they are political content creators. Their style might be looser in general, but like they are political content creators. Like Drew, on the other hand, is more so someone who does jokes on the internet. Like he has a political point of view for sure, and it sometimes comes across in his videos, but this is an entirely political, normie focused YouTube video. It's awesome.
needs to feel valued and respected. Our community, number 3, we all want to live in a better world, and as a company of our size, we feel like it's our responsibility to contribute to that however we can. And finally, all the way at the bottom, our shareholders can just have whatever's left. Of course, we need to make a profit to survive and grow, but that should just come naturally as a byproduct of focusing on these 3 tenets. Compared to modern corporate standards, this is all such a foreign concept that it almost sounds like it's coming from a fictional universe. But this actually happened. This was just America 70 years ago. Now, during this time, what do you think the tax rate was on the wealthiest Americans? For reference, in 2025, the highest income tax bracket is supposed to be around 24%, but because of how many ways there are to circumvent the rules, it often ends up being as little as 3%. For someone like Elon Musk, who doesn't take a salary from Tesla and instead just owns a large percentage of its stock, as long as he doesn't sell any of that stock, then technically there's no income to tax him on. Now, he can still leverage the value of those stocks to make purchases, you know, like how money works, but it's still not taxable because of the rules. This is how people like him and Jeff Bezos can be, in terms of net worth, 2 of the richest people on the planet, and in some years pay $0 in taxes. In the middle of the 20th century, the tax rate on the ultra wealthy was not 3% or 20% or even 50%. It was between 70 and 94%. It honestly sounds crazy, but even a lot of the people being taxed understood that it was necessary for society to continue to exist. And having a strong middle class was a crucial investment into the future of the country. But I don't know, man, I just think it's kind of interesting that during what's referred to as the golden age of capitalism, the government did a bunch of socialism. During the period of time that birthed the idea of the American dream, the government was taxing the absolute shit out of the richest Americans and using that money to provide jobs and welfare programs for everybody else. A single income household working a regular ass job could afford to start a family, buy a house, send their kids to college, and retire at a reasonable age. No wonder people who grew up then gush about capitalism the way they do, because for them, it was great. But at this point, it is disingenuous to use that time period as the example for why capitalism works, because that version of it stopped existing a long time ago. The generation of people who started as beneficiaries of a more equitable system changed the rules once the roles were reversed and they had the power. So what the hell happened? Everything was going great. What changed? Well, there were a lot of things, obviously, but one of the first big dominoes was the US's involvement in the Vietnam War, which was expensive and deadly, but to be fair, also accomplished nothing. And this had long-term ramifications. America had been diverting so much money away from manufacturing and towards defense that it opened the door for other growing industrialized countries to surpass them. More and more products were becoming cheaper to import than they were to produce. This led to factories getting shut down, unemployment starting to creep back up. A recession hits, and we're now facing a pivotal fork in the road in the late 70s. Either we could go back to what worked in the past, prioritize the working class, reinvest into our own infrastructure, try to help lift people out of poverty they've fallen into through no fault of their own. Or we say, fuck the government. We don't owe you shit. We're stupid, isn't that right? I don't even know my own name. Exactly. The deal is you pay taxes and we don't do anything. And you like that, right? They like that? Sounds good to me. The prevailing philosophy throughout the 80s became trickle-down economics. The logic being, oh man, these rich people are really handcuffed. You know, I bet if we lower the corporate tax...
I'm losing my fucking mind. He went from New Deal redistributive policies to Reaganomics. What is this video, bro? He's hitting every note. This is perfect for normies. No convoluted, complicated, like historical perspective. He's just giving you... This is a great entry point video. A great entry point video into this kind of stuff. This is the type of shit that like actually turns people, I think. And especially coming from a person who's not like as tarnished in his reputation as being like a political propagandist and a scary, dangerous person. This will be very impactful, in my opinion. This is great. Shouts out Drew Gooden.
rate from 70 all the way to eventually 28%, then companies will use all that extra money to pay their employees more. I mean, if there's one thing we know about rich people, is that they're always looking out for the little guy. Now, for some reason, this hasn't worked out yet, but it's only been 55 years, so the jury's still out. See, I would argue that part of the reason why companies in the 40s and
Just one more trickle-down economic cycle, and then it will trickle down. One more lane, and traffic will go away. One more war, and American prosperity is imminent. One more year of deregulation and tax breaks for the super wealthy, and it will trickle down immensely in ways that you have never even seen before. You never even thought of. It's going to trickle down so fucking hard, chat. Trust. One more highway lane.
these were so generous with their extra profits was because the tax rate was so high. I mean, think about it. If you're faced with the decision between giving a huge chunk of money to the government or redistributing it back to the employees who helped you earn it in the first place, you would be much more likely to do the latter because it's an investment in your own company. It's a mutually beneficial exchange. Well-compensated workers are proven to be more loyal and more productive, and those are two things that you want. Now, there were other factors as well, loosening a lot of anti-monopoly regulations, the legalization of stock buybacks, but this dramatically lower tax rate is a big reason why—
Destruction of labor unions as well. Deregulation and destruction of labor unions also played a big role.
By the 80s serves as the dividing line on just about every economic graph you could look at. This was the beginning of a long and continuous transfer of wealth from the working class to the top 1%. And while it would be very easy to just blame all of this on then President Reagan, that would only be mostly true. Sure, this new approach opened the door for more exploitation and greed, but you still needed a few scumbags willing to go through that door for the evolution to be complete. And nobody sprinted through it faster than one man. The real-life cartoon villain who designed the blueprint that most modern CEOs are still following to this day. His name was Jack Welch, and he's often referred to as the man who broke capitalism. During his tenure as CEO of General Electric, he turned the once quintessential American company that reshaped people's lives and supplied hundreds of thousands of high-paying jobs all across the country into a worthless carcass and a joke of a corporation, all while he became one of the richest people on the planet. In the century before Jack Welch took the reins, GE invented things like X-ray machines, jet engines, TVs, radios, and just about any kitchen appliance you can think of. In the 1980s, Jack invented laying people off. That was his big idea. What if we just fire a bunch of people? And then we don't have to spend as much money. It seems so simple and obviously very commonplace today, but before Jack, companies were not doing this. It was almost seen as un-American to fire somebody unless you absolutely had to. But Jack didn't think like everybody else. He was a pioneer. He bravely instituted the rank and yank system, where every year the bottom 10% of employees would get laid off no matter what. Not because they all deserved to be fired, but just because they fell on the wrong side of a spreadsheet. What's that? You were 3 years away from retirement and now you no longer qualify for pension? Okay, then die. And to be clear, the layoffs were also not because the company wasn't—
Also, it really helps the bottom line when you do that. That's less expenditure. Duh. Hello.
Profitable, it very much was, but it just wasn't profitable enough. See, when you routinely shut down entire facilities, you uproot thousands of lives, you create a toxic and selfish work environment where loyalty is replaced with fear, and if you're a company with the size and influence that GE had at the time, you can almost single-handedly destroy any semblance of a middle class across all of America. But
also, when you fire the bottom 10%, the rest of the workers notice that, and they get very worried. And it causes them to work extra hard.
this number gets a little bit bigger. So it's kind of a fair trade. GE was at the forefront of this countrywide philosophical transition from an economy that cared about making things and rewarding the labor it took to do so, to an economy that only cared about shareholder value and would prioritize anything it could to make that number go up. But the thing about the stock market is it's mostly just about perception. As long as something seems to be growing in value, then people will be more likely to invest in it, which will in turn cause it to be more valuable, even if it shouldn't be. A lot of what Jack did during his time as CEO did not make the company better, but it did make it bigger. And in the eyes of Wall Street, that was all that mattered. I mean, come on, a business that relies on something boring like selling products can only grow so much. But a company that's constantly acquiring other companies simply has no ceiling. I mean, they could be worth infinity dollars when you think about it. So that's what they did. Over the next few decades, GE bought and sold hundreds of companies, and Jack was lauded for his brilliance because from the outside, everything seemed to be working. I mean, sure, they were becoming a bloated, nonsensical hodgepodge of unrelated businesses, eroding the company's infrastructure and prioritizing constant quarterly gains over any long-term sustainability, but no one gives a shit because the stock price has never been high. They've stumbled upon an infinite money glitch. They're just alchemizing value out of thin air. It gets to a point where the company founded by Thomas Edison doesn't even make their own light bulbs anymore. It's cheaper to get them somewhere else. Who cares? All they care about now is their ballooning financial division. They're issuing high-interest loans. They become a massive holder of subprime mortgages, a famously good investment to make in the early 2000s. Literally whatever it took to juice the numbers, that's what they would do. After about 30 years of short-term decisions that received instant gratification from shareholders but were gradually making things worse for the company and its dwindling number of employees, GE had become severely overvalued. And it wasn't until right after Jack retired with his $400 million severance package where his successors stepped in and were like, wait, this doesn't make any sense. The time bomb Jack planted explodes in their faces, and GE spends the next 20 years slowly bleeding out. And at this point, they couldn't fall back on just like selling microwaves because they'd been cutting corners on production so long that nobody wanted to buy any of their shitty garbage anymore. And of course, they had fallen way too far behind on innovation because they spent all their money on acquisitions instead of research. By 2021, the company that helped bring electricity to America was mercifully laid to rest, split into 3 separate institutions, none of which have come close to the dominance or influence that GE once had over the American economy. But here's the thing. You know who isn't affected at all by the cataclysmic downfall of General Electric? Jack.
So the stream is watching someone else's video while Hasan just fucking chews. Where is Electric Dog? I do sometimes also electrocute my dog, but I didn't bring my dog to Ireland, so unfortunately you won't get the dog electrocution part of the broadcast. I like that you didn't get what you wanted out of the first statement, so you had to come in with this one. There is not much I can add to this video. The reality of the matter is Drew Gooden is cooking. You know? Yeah, Kaya's getting a break from the electrocution. She is safe for another day. Yeah, she's safe for a couple days. But when I actually come back from trips, I electrocute her extra hard. So it's 12 a.m. in Dublin right now. I always thought it's on stream during the day. This is crazy. I do always stream during the day. Do I know Drew? Yes, I do. And I really like him. This video is really good. Just joined Why in Ireland? Just a vacation? No. Not gonna lie, this is your weakest subject. You haven't said a lot on it for the many months. It's been an issue, or rather should be considered an issue in my opinion. Yes. This is not my entire life's work. You're correct. It's true. I really do need to do more in terms of talking about how American material conditions deteriorated to the degree that it did. I need to talk more about that kind of stuff. Yeah, I need to talk more about the pitfalls and evils of capitalism. Definitely not enough of that on this broadcast.
Because he's dead now. He already got to live his entire life of luxury and adoration without ever having to deal with the fallout caused by his actions. He took control of a building with a rock-solid foundation and just kept scrapping it for parts until the only thing left for it to do was collapse under its own weight. But by that point, he was long gone. I believe that this is the goal of those who now follow in his footsteps. They don't need to care about whether or not what they're doing is...
Like, if I'm going to be super duper critical, the only thing I would say is that, like, he talks more so about individual CEOs and less about how every single capital owner is either taking advantage of this structure or participants in it because it is their class interest. That's it. The only thing missing from this is basically that is the class dynamic, the class analysis. That's it. But overall, it's a fantastic video. And it's also, not only is it a fantastic video, but I think it's a really good video for explaining this problem to the average person who doesn't really think about it too much or recognizes that there is an issue, but doesn't necessarily put it together in this way.
Harmful or unsustainable. As long as the facade can be maintained long enough for them to reap the rewards, it doesn't matter that the ship is sinking behind them because they have a lifeboat. It doesn't matter that America spent the past 60 years exporting all its jobs and decimating the economies of small towns all across the country because a few hundred people responsible for those things already got to live long, happy lives. They don't give a shit. This cutthroat corporate culture that Jack pioneered is still seen all around us today, and through the magic of time, it's only getting worse. CEOs make $1,000 every second, while their employees have to piss in water bottles so they don't fall behind. Routine layoffs, regardless of if a company is even struggling, are so normalized that it's just something we've come to expect. The stock market rules the world. Every major decision is dictated by this inherently volatile and short-sighted metric, and look at where that's gotten us. Millions without jobs, an enshittification epidemic, and a concentration of wealth that should be seen as a threat to humanity. Even while owning everything, billionaires live in fear of losing it. So they weasel their way into politics, they influence elections, they buy policy changes, they use their wealth to reshape the world to benefit them even further. They try to control narratives by buying up news outlets. They can dictate what's on our social media feeds. They spend an enormous amount of resources on pitting us all against each other, so we're too distracted to see that the real problem is them.
Should the human race survive?
Everything kind of sucks right now, and as a result, most people are justifiably pretty angry.
I did do a lot better than Peter Thiel in front of Ross Douthat. Also, I got a new really funny take. Hasan Piker platforms terrorists, promotes political violence, and does shameless propaganda for murderous authoritarian regimes. So why is he in such good standing with American politicians and progressive media? This is, I think, is this the same group? Center for New Liberalism. I love guys like this, man. Haven't seen the platform's terrorists taking a hot minute? I know. It's because of those things. If your worldview is that America, and by extension the broader West, is a uniquely evil actor in the world stage, his defense of authoritarianism is not even among Hasan's worst attributes. This is one of those circumstances where the implicit yet should be a because. That is, you point out the XYZ. Yeah, it's weird that all this guy's entire fan base is saying it's because they're all those libtards are in on it and they love authoritarianism, terrorism, platforming. Interesting how a self-described liberal has just an entire fan base that sounds like the average run-of-the-mill dumb fuck Republican. I wonder how that happened. Go read the article. Sure. That's the group that my lady's with. They must have been in the group chat talking about you shitting on her, Lamau. He tried hating on Lena Khan and then deleted in shame. The thing about the new Lena Khan mythology, she's a clever bureaucrat who takes very old laws and finds new ways to use them, is that Khan lost most of her big case at the FTC and mostly failed in the dead laws effort. Yeah, except she won 90% of her cases. The only big cases she lost were in tech, Microsoft, Activision, Blizzard, and Meta / Within. Big case she won, Kroger Albertsons, Illumina Grail, Tapestry Capri, IQVIA, Propel Media, Novant Community Health Systems. Also, she was right even on the ones that she lost. Like the Microsoft one, which is a very famous example. The Blizzard Activision, Microsoft Activision Blizzard merger was fucking dog shit. And even a bunch of gamers turned around and apologized to her for it, for being critical of it. It is funny that these guys are like always outside of the tent. Like, I will say this much, okay? For as much as I shit on Maddie Iglesias or Ezra Klein, they are actively a part of the Democratic Party's like mouthpiece machine, and they don't do this shit. This guy is not. This guy is a fucking Redditor, okay? That's the difference. Like, as much as I shit on a lot of, like, the Neera Tandons of the world or, you know, Ezra Klein or Maddie Iglesias, like, and they, I'm sure, have their criticisms of me. This kind of stuff is the work of people who are on the outside, who have no real investment in American politics at all, and are simply on the outside being like, why would the Democrats not turn around? Why would the Democrats turn around and allow Hasan to remain within the party? It's like, why are you hating from outside the club, bro? You can't even get in. What? I might have started a ball rolling. Is night code the best contact for what? It's my manager's email or my email on the fucking Twitter description. Check his location, maybe. Did Denham do apology too? Oh, she hasn't yet. I deliberately didn't include Israel because I think the point is valid whether you're pro or anti-Israel. Either way, parroting propaganda for the CCP should be disqualifying. Might be that people try to turn it into Israel-Palestine discussion anyways, but the choice was deliberate. I predict this takes off. He's going to get slammed for leaving out Israel from his list of governments. No amount of, to be sure, I think Republicans are worse, is going to save him from that omission with the anti-Piker crowd. Wait, what? Manhattan Institute guy. If this takes off, he's going to get slammed for leaving out Israel from his list of governments. Why are there so many like right-wingers who actively fantasize about like the Democrats deplatforming me or something? Like, why is this even a point of contention? All these losers know who you are. Yeah, it's just like, I want to respond to this by being like, it's because they love that shit and they hate you because you suck. Also, it's pretty funny to make this argument because like the Democrats didn't listen to any of my concerns and they lost the fucking election. Not to say that I'm like, you know, holding the keys to winning elections or whatever, but not only did they invite me to the DNC, they literally revoked my press credentials live at the DNC in front of 70,000 people in a New York Times journalist who was profiling me at the time. And then guess what? They fucking lost the election anyway. So maybe it turns out that their opinion wasn't great on Israel and a litany of other problems that they are now coming to terms with as well. Every single thing that I brought up as a problem, as a broader holistic problem within the Democratic Party, whether it be their inability to address the immigration crisis or at least counter message against the reactionary Republican framing, or obviously refusing to do anything about Israel or even saying anything about the Palestinian plight or taking active measures to curb back Israel's violence, unlimited bloodshed. All of that was a problem. All of that was consequential, and it played a role in the Democrats losing. I will say this much. I don't think these guys are actual Democrats. I think these are the type of people who see the Democratic Party from the outside and don't want the Democrats to become a winning party. They don't want the left flank Democrats to win. They don't want any kind of even self-described socialist to win any power within the party. So their goal is not to vote for the Democrats necessarily, but to sit on the outside, sit on the margins and be like, listen to me instead. I really do hope. There are plenty of people like this already in the confines of the Democratic Party, the establishment Democrats, but they're being listened to less and less every single year. So you are referencing 1 million PowerPoints and 1 million think tank meetings, both liberal and conservative? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's not like they listened to you and then lost. You ended up being right and they hate you for it. I mean, I don't think these guys necessarily care. I think this is the type of guy who would rather have Donald Trump than Bernie Sanders. Maybe I'm wrong. But I think a lot of people would rather have a outright fascist than a moderate social democrat. That's it.
For media outlets and politicians, that anger is their single most powerful tool because they can tell you where to direct it. And they don't even really care who it is, so long as it's not them. That's why it changes all the time. Sometimes it's trans people, sometimes it's immigrants. Most recently, it's been poor people. There's been this whole war going on over food stamps because when the government shut down, 42 million Americans lost access to SNAP benefits. Now, that's an objective piece of information, an inarguable statistic, but depending on how it's presented to you, it may lead you to draw a drastically different conclusion than somebody else. For some, it might put into perspective how dire the situation has gotten. Like, surely there's underlying issues with a system that's allowed 12% of its population to be unable to afford food. Alternatively, you might hear that and think, wait a minute, my tax dollars are paying for these greedy freeloaders? I'm busting my ass over here to barely make ends meet, and these leeches are using my money to buy cookies? That's not fair. And all it takes is highlighting a story or two of someone taking advantage of the system to make you think there's this rampant issue, that you're expected to feed all of these people with money you barely have enough of to feed yourself. This narrative has been used since the 70s because it's very effective. You work hard, they're lazy, this program is bad. It's easier than ever now to push this narrative because you can just AI generate a video of a fat lady screaming in Walmart and get everyone pissed off. But in order to properly analyze this, let's take a look at the data. First of all, SNAP only makes up about 1.5% of the overall federal budget. Less than 1/8 of what we spend on defense and 1/8 of what we spend
$75 out of the pockets of the average taxpayer.
Just on interest on the debt that we owe. By my math, cutting this program would only save the average taxpayer a couple $100s a year. And of course, that's assuming that if they were to cut it, they would send you a refund in the mail. No, I'm pretty sure they would still take the same amount, but instead of reinvesting it into the economy, which is what SNAP ultimately does, they would just buy some more missiles or send a pile of cash to Argentina. Second of all, by definition, the majority of SNAP recipients fall under the umbrella of elderly, disabled, disabled, veterans, full-time caretakers, or just temporarily unemployed. Remember, not everybody who isn't working does so because they don't want to. It is very hard to find and keep a job right now. The fact that SNAP spending ebbs and flows so closely with the overall state of the economy should be proof that this program is primarily used for temporary relief. Even still, many of the people on SNAP do work, and about 70% of the ones that do work full-time. That doesn't seem like a laziness problem, that seems like a wage problem. They need supplemental income to survive because of how little they're being paid. Of those full-time employees, their two most common employers were McDonald's and Walmart, who combined to earn $23 billion in profits last year. $23 billion, and you're telling me they can't afford to pay their employees enough so that they don't need government assistance? See, what that means is you wouldn't have to help pay for these people's food if their employer, a nearly trillion...
Remember, not only is that pure profit, but also people will say the profit margins are low in the grocery sector. And there's truth to this, except the reality of the matter is there's a tremendous amount of cutting you could do in other expenditures in order to, pay your workers a better wage, for example, or offer them better benefits, for example. Okay? Whether it be on the marketing front, whether it be on the lobbying side of things, legal counsel, labor lawyers, all this stuff. So remember, profit margins are not the end all be all. Okay? Whenever people talk about profit margins, that doesn't necessarily mean that, executive pay is another great example of this. All the many benefits, all of that still goes into the overall expenses. Hasan, you're in Ireland. I think it's time for you to be baptized in the Catholic faith. Sure, fuck it. Why not? I'm Catholic now. Dogan Piker. I'm Catholic. I'm Irish Catholic. Dogan Piker. Who's your favorite streamer, YouTuber from Ireland? I don't think I have one. But I mean, I really like Super iPash Wolf. He's dope. About time you cash in your IRA to join the IRA.
Corporation just paid them a livable wage. You're more upset at the people using the program than the companies who have put them in a position where they even need it in the first place. Also, Walmart double dips here. The majority of food stamps are redeemed at Walmart. So not only do they save money by underpaying their staff, but their revenue then gets subsidized by this program because that's where people tend to use it. Final statistic, about a third of SNAP recipients, over 12 million of them, are children. What's the argument there? Are they not working hard enough? What, you don't want to get a job just because you're 7? Like, can we stop for 1 second to think about what you're saying here? You have let somebody convince you that in this situation, the only way to make your life better is if 12 million children starve. So I want to ask, who is more to blame here? A bunch of kids who got born into poverty, or CEOs with more money than anybody could spend in 1,000 lifetimes who expect you to solve the problem that they helped create? For some people, it doesn't matter what you say about capitalism, they will still go to war for it, even if it's not working for them.
Yep. There it is. You're defending capitalism, and here you are, devoid of capital. You got no capital. You got your entire yearly revenues generated from your wage labor. You are a laborer, okay? The minimal amount in your 401k is not making you a capitalist. You're sitting here bitchless, devoid of capital, no factory deed, no riz whatsoever. Your smoke ain't loud. Your bitches ain't bad. You got no bitches. And you are still defending capitalism. It's not going to happen. Yeah. But one day I will make it. And then those fucking pesky poors better watch out.
Speaking, it's probably not. You'll try to criticize a multi-billionaire who's not paying enough taxes, and people will defend them like, hey, it's not their fault. They're just taking advantage of loopholes like any smart business person would.
Or even with like Drew. I mean, he did this in the nicest way possible. But they'll be like, says you, big YouTuber, multi-millionaire guy, talking about capitalism, hypocrite much? And it's like, that is the dumbest person, dude. You can't argue against that guy. You can't argue against something so illogical where it's like, excuse me, Mr. Big multi-millionaire YouTube guy talking about the rich, hypocrite much? Okay, well, you're fucking broke and you're defending capitalism, dumbass. At least I'd rather be a class traitor as a rich person than what you're doing. You're just being stupid. It's the greatest marketing scheme, dude. It's so powerful. The propaganda is so fucking powerful that even if someone is being like, hey man, better things are possible, you just still go, no, it's not. Shut the fuck up. You're stupid and a hypocrite for saying that.
Okay, so then we agree there's a problem with the rules, right? If they're just exploiting the system, then maybe the system shouldn't be so easy to exploit. We've reached a point where a lot of the core principles of a free market no longer apply. Like the idea that you can vote with your dollar. I get to pick which businesses I support, therefore the best ones will succeed and the worst ones will fail. Yeah, except when one company is allowed to corner the market and price out all their competition, suddenly there isn't any.
And we would have small businesses tell us if they walked into a Walmart or a Costco, the retail price at those stores, the price on the shelves at those stores is lower than the wholesale price a small business is getting. And so there are huge disparities here.
And that's now feeding into itself, right? The more dire the economy is for everyone, the less freedom they have.
Rollins, Joe Biden increased food stamps program funding by 40%. Now we continue to roll that back. Just gratitude and joy for this work. So grateful to you.
By 40%. So now as we continue to roll that back. So the partnership in Making America Healthy Again is also in food stamps, but a lot of what Bobby and I are doing together is.
Dude, 16 million kids rely on food stamps. Let me tell you something, okay? They are stoked. Legit trying to learn here. Do you count as bourgeois? What's the line when you cross into that class? I'm not going to get into this again and again and again. There is no exact science on this. Especially because of how retirement works. Okay? In this day and age. If you are, oh my God. While you are capable of being a productive worker, a productive wage laborer, if the overwhelming majority, if not entirety, or at the very least like 50 to 60% of your yearly income is coming from your wages, and if you stopped working, capital accumulation would not be able to make up for that lack of wages, then you are a wage laborer, technically, or at least your interests are closer to a laborer. We have to pretend it's a good faith question. No, I think that person is not asking it in a bad faith way. No, it's not about do you need to budget your paycheck or not. The designation between a capital owner and a wage laborer, bourgeois versus proletariat, is about your relations to the means of production. Do you own the means of production? Do you hire wage laborers to accumulate profit? Okay? You need definitions posted, Haas? It's not my definition. No, this is not my definition. I'm describing to you like the most basic point about Marxism. The fuck do you mean? My definition. It's not mine. Ay, ay, ay. It's not even Marxism necessarily. It's just Karl Marx's analysis of how capitalism works. That's it.
when they're deciding what to pay for. Amazon is certainly not the only place to buy things, but historically speaking, it's almost always the cheapest and most convenient. So how do you convince somebody who's also been forced to pinch pennies due to their own circumstances that they need to spend more time and money buying that same thing from a local mom and pop shop when they could just click 3 buttons and have it magically appear at their door in 3 hours? It's not even really fair to impose that because that person is also struggling. But then the cycle continues. The small business closes, Amazon and Walmart extend their reach even further, and once all competition is defeated, then they can just raise the prices to be whatever they want. They can train an algorithm to charge you the maximum price they think you'll pay at any given moment. Now, one of the most common counter-arguments you'll hear if you bring up the idea of raising taxes—
dynamic pricing, coming to a grocery store near you, by the way—
on the ultra-wealthy is that, well, if you do that, they're just gonna leave. First of all, no, they're not. That's a bluff they've been using for years, perpetuated by media networks owned by, you guessed it, rich people who don't want their taxes to go up. Sure, a few of them might leave, but the kinds of people who are willing to go to the trouble of moving their entire business from New York City to like Kissimmee, Florida, are probably already doing everything they can to avoid paying any taxes at all. It doesn't seem like a very productive mindset to cater to this parasitic minority at the expense of everybody else. Second of all, oh my God, can we grow some fucking balls here?
You don't understand. They're not gonna like it if we raise their taxes.
Do you hear yourself? Do you hear how pathetic you sound? Okay, so what, we can't do anything then? That's it? It's over? They won? Your plan is that we should just give up and let the billionaires have whatever they want.
No.
Buddy,
No. Kissimmee is not called K-Town. I'm sorry. That's crazy. That's crazy. There's one K-Town. It's called Koreatown. You seem frustrated. I don't blame you. Take a break from chat if you need to. I'm just tired, man. Again, I'm going to repeat myself, but I got back from China, went to Los Angeles, and then after my brief stint in Los Angeles for a couple days, I flew immediately to Ireland. I just got off of a 10-hour flight, did a podcast for 2 hours, and then immediately went live. It's normal. I'm just tired. And I am going to go to bed. It is, 12:30 here. I don't even know what time zone I'm in at this point. Like, I don't know what the time zone that my body's in. I was waiting for... Isn't Kissimmee bad in... Kissimmee is bad in Arabic, yes. It means like your mother's pussy, I think.
We tried that, and that's not working either. Third of all, this criticism is predicated on an idea that taxation essentially has a bell curve to it, where after a certain rate, your overall revenue actually decreases because people will lose the incentive to work as hard or, like you're saying, move away. With this in mind, there have been studies done by economists who believe that every country has its own ideal rate for maximum efficiency. However, the implication that raising taxes would cause the overall revenue to go down would only be true if we were on the tail end of this bell curve, and we are nowhere close to that. So if your main concern is to maximize total revenue, it's pretty clear which direction we should be moving in. Otherwise, the very metric your point is referencing contradicts the argument you're trying to make. Now, even having said all of that, I'm not going to sit here and act like just raising taxes is an immediate fix to all of our problems, because we'd still have to rely on elected officials to actually use that money in a sensible way. I'd be happy to contribute more if I knew it was going going to better healthcare or nicer parks or public transportation. But if my money's just going to be used to blow up a hospital on the other side of the world, then yeah, maybe I'd rather just give it to a food bank. I don't know all the answers because at the end of the day, no matter how hard I try to expand my legacy beyond it, I'm still just the road work ahead guy. But I do know that this amount of wealth inequality that's showing zero signs of slowing down anytime soon is not sustainable. Turns out that actually every single thing in the world becoming a for-profit commodity, from housing to healthcare, is just a way to enrich a few people at the cost of many. And I have to wonder if we've finally reached a point now where the greed has gone too far, that it's now so impossible to ignore that no amount of gaslighting about how the economy is good actually will convince people who are dying because they can't afford to go to the doctor that...
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know, maybe I'm too pessimistic on that note, but I do feel like there is an endless amount of distractions for the average American to hyper focus on, that they quite literally will still find a way to be like, I don't know, maybe it's not the system. I mean, voting for Donald Trump is a great reminder of that, you know? People turning around and voting for Donald Trump. People turning around and voting for any Republican. And, you know, AI slop too, yes. AI slop is another. There aren't many adequate distractions from not being able to get an operation. No, it's not that. My point is, there are so many people who experience that hardship and don't immediately tie that back to greed. Don't immediately tie that back to putting profits over people, over the interests of people, and how the system is designed that way. It's that simple.
This is just how life should be. History shows that, unfortunately, sometimes things have to get worse before they can get better. And if this is what it takes for a return to class solidarity, then I guess at least we're closer to that than we've been in a long time. We just need to put down our phones, set aside our differences for a little bit, and unite on this one issue. They want us divided because they're afraid of how strong we would be if we stood together. Do not fall for it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go argue on Reddit about how Ghost of Yote is woke because they didn't make the main character hot enough for me. Thank you for watching.
Banger. Greed is destroying the world. From 1 day ago with 1.7 million views. Oh my God. I'm going to say I'm quitting my job. I can't compete with this. Tennessee updates. There's none yet. 30 minutes until the polls close. Here, let's go to Harry
Gallup has
Emden.
been conducting polls since my father was a kid, and my father was born in 1927. Had me in his
1927. Oh my God, this fucking guy. This fucking guy, bro. We're back. Harry Emden, Holy Toledo. My father was born in 1927. Who says that? Why does he say that?
60s. Look at this in January. Donald Trump's net approval rating, not too bad, not too great. It was at -1 point, right within the margin of error, breaking even. But look at this now. Negative 24 points, way down. We're talking about a drop of over 20 points in the wrong direction for the President of the United States.
You know what I just realized? Harry Emden is Waterboy with more confidence. Come on. There's like a 5-second delay in the chat. I just realized, by the way. Go to bed? No. That's a lock. He's water boy with more confidence. He's got the same vibes.
Minus 24 points. That's a 23-point move in the incorrect.
As the official water boy enjoyer, you're like 75% correct. Not pathetic enough. Pago.
Correct direction if you're the president. And of course, what's so important here, Sarah Seidner, is it matches the trend that we've seen with other polls. That is Donald Trump hitting his low for the second term. I was doing the count last night. I think we're up to 10 polls in sort of the last 40 days, 10 different pollsters who have said that Trump is at the lowest point he is in his second term.
So how does this compare to other presidents in their second term at this point in time?
Yeah, okay. So, this is one of these great examples where I kind of run out of room on the slide.
You sure did.
Yeah, I run out of room on the slide, so I just put up the Republican presidents. But look, the only one who's worse for me, either among Republicans or Democrats at this point in his second term, is Richard Nixon. And of course, Richard Nixon had to wave adios amigos goodbye less than a year after this poll was taken. He was at minus 36 points. Trump at minus 24 points. That beats, or is worse, I should say, beats in the wrong direction. George W. Bush, minus 19 points. His Republican Party, of course, suffered major losses in the 2006 midterm elections. Dwight Eisenhower, plus 31 points. Donald Trump has never smelt that at all. I had to go into the archives to dig up that photo. And Ronald Reagan at plus 41 points. But again, it also is worse than Harry S. Truman. It's worse than Lyndon Baines Johnson. It's worse than Barack Obama. It's worse than Bill Clinton. Anywhere you look, this is the second worst for a president of either party at this point in their second term, dating all the way back since the 1940s.
Wow. All right. Look, what does this mean for the midterms? Because are you seeing a trend that it's linked to how people feel about the president?
Yeah, okay. So, we always say, hey, look, we still got 11 months until the midterm elections. Right. That's forever in politics. So I decided to go back and look at this point in the second term. What happened? What was the trend line heading into the midterm elections? Were there any presidents who saw their net approval ratings rise by more than 5 points? Well, guess what, Sarah Seidner? You go all the way back since Harry S. Truman. 0 out of 8 times did the president's net approval rating rise by over 5 points. And of course, Donald Trump, right now on Gallup, minus 24 points. He's in the minus teens according to the average. If he does not see a rise of more than 5 points, see you later, that Republican majority. It has never happened. Of course, we live in such a weird time in politics.
We are in a
Who knows?
weird time.
We live in a weird time,
We
but
are.
he's going to have to break history, Sarah Seidner.
All right, we will have to see.
She's the funniest sidekick on the Harry Emden show. It's always so great. He's just kind of there to say embarrassing shit and have her react a little bit to it. Like, ha ha ha, okay, Harry. And then she goes, I get really excited, you see? I get really excited. I start saying crazy things. I start speaking crazy.
Mr. Harry Emden.
We will see.
The latest Gallup poll numbers are in, and they do not bode well for President Trump. The president's job approval rating has fallen to 36%, the lowest of his second term. Meanwhile, his disapproval rating rose to 60%. For comparison, Trump's all-time low was 34% at the end of his first term, following the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Gallup's latest numbers are from a poll conducted during what became the longest federal government shutdown in U.S. history. Here to break that down for us and more is our political panel. Brian Tyler Cohen.
Look who it is, not Brian. Y'all remember Alex?
Here to break that down for us.
Look where he's gotten. Our boy from a Fox local affiliate in Los Angeles to CNN. Main stage, baby.
And more is our political panel. Brian Tyler Cohen is the host of the No Lie with Brian Tyler Cohen podcast, which is seen by hundreds of millions of people on his YouTube channel. And Republican strategist John Fleischman is here. You can read his work at SoDoesItMatter.com. Great writing there. Also the publisher of the Flash Report. Brian, welcome back. John, good to have you here for the first time.
Thank you, sir. Great to be here.
So let's start with
I think they're
President
literally
Trump's
filming this from the same Fox affiliate studio, by the way. It feels like it's this, maybe I'm wrong, but
approval rating. What do you make of that, Brian?
I think that people are recognizing the con that they've been sold. This guy swept into office amid a fury of populist promises that he would lower the cost of groceries, of eggs, of housing, of rent. And then he got into office, engaged in a trade war that sent the cost of everything surging, cut everybody's health coverage, Medicaid, ACA subsidies, food assistance. And on top of all of that, had the audacity to actually focus his attention on encrusting his Oval Office in gold, building a $350 million ballroom, buying a couple of Gulfstream jets, getting his own Qatari jet that he retrofitted to the tune of $1 billion, paid for by American taxpayers. And so, I mean, it's just...
He says that one won't be, but we'll see. Your point taken. You're not a fan.
Right.
What do you think? I mean, and do you agree? Do you think the president's doing a good job?
Well, I guess the short answer is I think the president's doing an infinitely better job than Harris would have done, not surprising from your conservative panelist. But I think that these polling numbers all need to be taken in context, because if you go back and look all the way back, Reagan, Clinton, Obama, both Bushes, Carter, Ford, Johnson, Truman, all at some point during their presidencies had polling numbers in the mid-30s, just like Trump does. It goes up and it goes down. I will say the economy is a problem for the president, and I think that becomes the biggest issue. I think while a lot of the stuff that my panelist here has brought up are sensational, I don't think the approval numbers for the president rise or drop based on whether or not he's putting an addition on the White House. But when people's price...
Okay. I'm inclined to agree with the Republican pollster here. He's saying it's kitchen table issues that actually hurt Trump more than anything else. Except I do think that the fucking ballroom thing paired up with his inability to deal with the affordability crisis was a real turning point. I don't like to admit it, but I do think that the American base of voters actually do respond to like aesthetic shit like that. Epstein stuff was also big. I wish Americans were more so invested in ICE raids or hyper focused just on, Trump not doing anything for their health care. But they need to be led in that direction. It's hard.
When they're buying groceries, when people are buying gas and those prices go up, that's a problem. And when the president decided to go out and start, he definitely said, we're going to end the Biden economy and we're starting the Trump economy. And he imposed all of these tariffs, taxes, right? I think that's not had a good effect on the price of goods. And we've now seen him now scrambling and actually untariffing a bunch of things, which is a challenge. But the polling numbers don't really bother me. They may bother him because I think he's very concerned about what his polling numbers are. This stuff goes up and it goes down. It's the nature of things.
You pointed out that Ronald Reagan had lower poll numbers and then went and won 49 states.
Right, in 1982, there was...
There needs to be some real game changers for those numbers to get back up. And I'm not so certain they're coming back up.
A recession, again, it's economy related. And so I think that President Trump over the next year, if he's able to turn the economy around, he will save the midterm elections. But if the economy stays where it is right now, it's not going to be a positive night for Republicans next November.
And it's interesting, you're saying the way to turn the economy around is to get rid of the tariffs that he implemented?
That would be one helpful thing. I also think when all the great economic policies in the One Big Beautiful Bill get implemented, that's going to have an overcharging effect on driving the economy, as my colleague will tell you.
I'm sure that cutting Medicaid from 17 million Americans and cutting food assistance to the tune of $186 billion is going to just send the economy surging.
Yeah.
Well, again, I would remind you, especially like we're talking about the Medicare subsidies right now, these were a COVID-era policy that were passed on the idea that during COVID, these would go up.
Yeah, no, people love hearing about why their health care will be less affordable and how they need to deal with it. That's my favorite thing. This is why Democrats lose all the fucking time, by the way, because they also do this kind of shit where they're like, well, better things are not possible, actually. Nobody wants to hear that. Okay. Also, it's not Medicare, it's Medicaid, but that's besides the point. I understand what he was trying to say. We need more. We need like a new war or something, dude. Give us a new war, and then maybe people will forget, or maybe they'll get even more mad.
And then on a completely partisan budget rescission bill, Democrats extended the temporary cuts for another 2 years, and now everybody wants to extend them again. So the idea is that on the political left, we don't care about the budget deficit. What we care about is growing the welfare state and giving more and more subsidies.
Well, I would ask, you're a conservative. Is it conservative to blow up the deficit to the extent that they have $4 trillion over 10 years?
Of course not. Of course not.
Well, that's what the One Big Beautiful Bill does.
Well,
it was the
that's
biggest
because the One Big Beautiful Bill did not have enough cuts in it. There needs to, if we're going to get rid of the deficit, we need to true up federal spending.
But it's not about eliminating the deficit.
Sure
it was
it
never
is.
about eliminating the deficit. Donald Trump, in his first term, added 25% of all debt that we have. His second term now adding another $4 trillion. These Republicans,
if you're asking me to confirm for you that deficit spending is a bipartisan problem that is done by presidents of both parties, absolutely. But it's not good policy for America because it is to say to our grandchildren, we have a $48 trillion debt. I watched some congressmen say, I think from Northern California, say, hey, I got money for a fire engine for my district. And I'm thinking, really? You actually just borrowed money from our grandchildren to buy a fire engine. And so everything's turned around in Washington.
You didn't start writing a concession speech, did you?
We had one. I never read it.
Did you say nice things about Andrew Cuomo?
Democrats, it feels as if we are often in an ever-lowering ceiling of possibility. And it's time to finally bring that imagination back.
I mentioned you and Lena are Muslims.
Here's woke Nick Fuentes talking about Muslims.
Well, in terms of the Muslims, I continue to believe this is really not a major problem for the United States. Just in terms of pure numbers, Muslims are about 1% of the United States and concentrated in a few enclaves, like in Minneapolis and in Dearborn. And of course,
election
there's a
for
lot of them in
Congress
New York,
between the
and
Republican Matt Van Epps and the Democratic nominee.
Kornacki Cam is on.
And this race so significant because folks are looking at this as a clue
Never
for
mind.
where we are politically right now and where we may be headed in the 2026 midterms. You think of what has happened this fall. This fall, politically speaking, has been full of some rough news for President Trump and for the Republican Party. The president's approval rating, it has slid a few points. That slide seemed to coincide with the October government shutdown. It has continued to the point where he's now at the lowest approval rating on
15
average
minutes.
at any point in his second term. We've also seen the generic ballot. That's something we're always keeping a close eye on, asking folks, what party do you want to see control Congress in 2026? Democrats have opened a lead on the generic ballot this fall over Republicans. And then, of course, there's what happened in New Jersey and in Virginia a month ago. Landslides, Democratic landslides. Maybe not as much of a surprise in Virginia, but certainly in New Jersey, where Republicans went into Election Day believing they had a chance at an upset, and they ended up losing by double digits. That's the backdrop for what we're about to watch in a traditionally Republican district here in Tennessee, one that President Trump carried by 22 points in his election campaign last year, one that he lost by 15 points in his reelection campaign. Won by 15 points. I'll get this straight by the end of the night, back in 2020. So Republican territory we're talking about here, but potential Democratic momentum. So does this land in a close race tonight? Would this ever land with a Democratic victory? If it does, it's the clearest, loudest signal we've had yet of this political environment moving decisively in the favor of Democrats and against Republicans. Conversely, for all of the attention this race has drawn, for the polling, we saw a poll that put this as a 2-point race just a couple days ago. If Van Epps, if the Republican is able to walk out of here with a decisive win tonight, say a comfortable double-digit win, that is something Republicans might take some hope from, given how difficult the political environment has seemed for them lately.
in my mind all
so
day.
We have a lot that we're going to be covering tonight. I'm looking at the clock. It is 7:47 right now. The polls are going to close in this district about 13 minutes from now at 8 o'clock. You can see here, counties will start lighting up. I'll take you through here in a minute what we expect over the course of the evening. I'll also take a bigger picture look at sort of what we've seen in other special elections. But let me tell you maybe a little bit about how tonight is going to work. Thank you, by the way, if you're joining us on the live stream. Our goal tonight is to give you the results. Just all of the results, nothing but results from the time those polls close at 8 o'clock until we get a call. Is it going to be a short night? Is it going to be a long night? Is it going to be something in between? We're going to be along for the entire ride. I hope you're going to be with us for it as this board lights up. So with that in mind, let's use these few minutes before polls close, maybe to set the stage a little bit more. So what I want to show you first is we're going to go off the results map. We can do that now because there are no results yet. It's safe to navigate away. And I want to show you what we've seen in special elections so far this year that sets the stage for tonight, because there's been a pretty clear pattern. These are the House special elections that we've seen coming into tonight. There were 2 in Florida back in April. There's 1 in Arizona and 1 in Virginia in September. And what you're looking at here, this was the 2024 presidential election result in those districts. This was 2020. And this is what happened in the special election for Congress. And here's the pattern. Look, in Florida's 1st congressional district, in the Panhandle, Donald Trump won that district, very, very Republican district. He won it by 37 points. Republicans comfortably won the seat in the special election, but it was only 15. In other words, that was a 22-point shift away from the Republicans and toward the Democrats in that Florida district. Okay, same day, across the state in Florida 6, another very Republican district that Trump had won by 30 points. Again, Republicans won it comfortably, but by 14. That was a shift. You could probably do the math too. 16 points away from the Republicans in the Democrats' direction. Now, in September, in Arizona, this was a very blue district. This was to replace the late Raul Grijalva. 22 points Kamala Harris had won this district by in 2024. That swelled to a 40-point Democratic victory in the special election. So that is an 18-point jump for Democrats. And in Virginia, September 9th, again, Democratic district, 34 points for Kamala Harris, became in the special election a 50-point Democratic win. So that is a shift in the Democrats' direction of 16 points. You see the pattern. It's clear. It's unmistakable. It's in Republican districts. It's in Democratic districts. It is gains for Democrats on net between 16 and 22 points so far in these special elections. And take a look. This is a 22-point Trump district tonight in Tennessee 7. So if tonight brings the same kind of shift we've seen in these special elections so far this year, that would bring this race down into the mid-single digits, into the potentially competitive category. If it ever produced the kind of result you saw in this April 1st race in Florida first, that could even, at the outer edges, mean a Democratic victory tonight. So that's why this thing got interesting, why this race in Tennessee got so interesting. We talk about the difficult political waters Republicans have found themselves in the last month or two. And then there's just this broader trend we've seen in special elections. Now, what's behind that trend? Part of this is there seems to be, it's pretty clear, an enthusiasm gap between the two parties when it comes to special elections, when it comes to lower turnout elections, non-presidential elections here. The Democratic base on the whole seems a little bit more motivated to go out and vote than the Republican base. Add to that the fact that in 2024, a key part of Trump's success in terms of, winning the popular vote outright, getting these margins as high as he did, he attracted a lot of voters who really only vote in presidential elections. They don't vote in midterm elections. They don't tend to. They don't vote certainly in special elections. So those voters seem not to have taken part in these elections too. That's hurt Republicans. And to some degree, certainly when you start seeing numbers like this so consistently, there's that question of the swing of voters who did vote for Donald Trump, who did vote Republican in 2024. Perhaps now some of them have begun to shift away from the president and his party. It's not new that when you get into a midterm atmosphere, the political landscape can get difficult for White House parties. They almost always lose seats in midterm elections. So again, that's what we've seen in special elections so far coming into this race in Tennessee's 7th district tonight. And again, there was a poll as well that put this race within 2 points a couple of days ago. So that's why this, seemingly very Republican district has gotten so interesting. Okay, now I'm taking a look at the clock here. You're probably watching it too. Don't worry, you won't miss any results. 7:52 7:52 and 34 seconds. Let me take you through quickly what we expect in the district tonight, where the action is going to sort of be as this results board lights up. So we're talking about Middle Tennessee right here, the city of Nashville. It's not all of Nashville. It's about a quarter of the city of Nashville. That's going to be Davidson County. You're going to hear me say Davidson County an awful lot tonight. Immediately south of Davidson County in Nashville, you've got a part of Williamson County. Williamson County is the biggest growing suburban area right outside of Nashville. Williamson County, part of it at least, is a big chunk of this district as well. The other major population center in this district is right here at Clarksville. It's the city of Clarksville. I think more votes potentially are going to come out of here than Davidson. It's going to be interesting to watch between those two which one actually produces more votes tonight. But the key thing, I think, as you see the results sort of come in tonight is most of the population is going to be in this part of the district. Okay, you have a lot of smaller rural counties sort of in the outlying parts here. In fact, you're actually technically in West Tennessee when you get over to these two counties. You're down at the Alabama border here, but again, tend to be very small rural counties. Most of the action in terms of the big chunks of votes are going to be coming out of this area. Now, Davidson County, I'll click it right here, where Nashville is. This is the Democratic core of the district. Kamala Harris won this portion of the district by 38 points in last year's presidential election. So this isn't a question of are Democrats going to win Davidson tonight. The question is, how much is Boehne winning Davidson by? And I think she needs two things here. She's got to do a lot better than Kamala Harris did. Like, I think Boehne, if she's having a good night, she may want to get somewhere near 80% of the vote in Davidson County.
Jesus
Let's
Christ.
see as these results come in. Is that something she can do? Also, what's the turnout level? Again, we're talking about that motivated Democratic base. If you're going to really see that be a factor tonight, if there's some sort of disproportionate turnout, Davidson County is going to be the place to look at it. So that's a big one we're going to be keeping an eye on. The other place, I think if there's one other county tonight that could theoretically turn blue, and that if it does, the Democrats would actually have a chance in this district, is right here. It's Montgomery County. It is basically Clarksville. Now, Clarksville, you're talking about a city here of about 150,000 people. Fort Campbell, right on the line between Kentucky and Tennessee, is a big sort of local presence here. This is also a college town, Austin Peay State University, home of the governors. That's in Montgomery County, too. Montgomery County, again, this is typically going to be a Republican county, but I think if Democrats are having the kind of overperformance that they need to actually put this district in play, I think Boehne probably has to win this county tonight. So if there's a swing county on the map tonight, it's going to be Montgomery County. It's going to be where Clarksville is. We're going to be talking about that a lot. Otherwise, I suspect every other county you see on the map is going to be red tonight, but the question is going to be to what degree is it red? Robertson County here, right up on the Kentucky border, near the old dueling grounds. And this was a 75-24 Trump county last year in a presidential election. Again, if you're the Democrats and you're trying to make this a competitive race tonight, you want to have that Trump number, if you're a Democrat, down at about 65. Red on red's not going to work. You probably want to get that down to about 65%. Obviously Republicans, they want to get as close to the Trump number.
Are you coming down to London, or are you staying in Ireland?
Possible.
I'm not going to London.
We'll talk more as this starts to light up. I do think once 8 o'clock rolls around, it's 7:56:07 right now. Once 8 o'clock rolls around,
see, he doesn't do like 1954. If he wanted to be unique like Harry Emden, he would have to say like, instead of 8 o'clock, he'd say 20 o'clock or 2000. Get real weird with it. The clock is currently 1,956. And when the clock rolls around to 2000, holy moly, holy baboli. Are you excited to stop traveling for a bit? Holy fuck, man. Yes, eventually. No, it's Harry Emden. That's what Trump called him. So his name is Harry Emden now.
Typically how it's been in the past. So it's something to keep in mind. When you start getting, especially in these big counties, the initial
Are you going
results
to drink
when
a
they come
Guinness?
in,
Don't forget to
in the
split the
past,
G.
That's been the high watermark for Democrats in these counties, and they've sort of receded from there a bit.
There's
as
no
the night
Guinness
has
in
gone
the
along.
hotel
We'll see
minibar.
if
I
that pattern is
checked.
something we're going to be looking very closely at as these returns come in tonight. We'll see if that pattern holds. But again, it's 7:57 and 15 seconds. 8 o'clock, these polls are going to close. I suspect they're going to start lighting up then. Again, Biggest single source of votes in the county, in the district, should be Montgomery County, although if Democrats are having a very good night, it'll be right here in Davidson County. Again, Williamson County right here. We're going to be talking an awful lot about Williamson County. Cheatham County, I've kind of put the red blob, but this is Cheatham County right here. You'll hear a lot about that. And certainly Robertson County. Again, a lot of the vote is going to be coming out of these counties, and really Dixon County right here. This is where 80%, 85% of the vote is going to come in this district tonight. Now, it's 7:58. We're 2 minutes to poll closing time. I'm going to leave it up here, and I want to tell you what's going to happen when polls close, because we're going to keep this stream up all night. You're going to see some behind-the-scenes stuff. One thing you're going to see is this. Our streaming platform, NBC News Now, is live. My friend Gotti Schwartz is hosting at 8 o'clock. They're going to be live with their nightly broadcast. They asked, could they check in with us as the polls close at 8 o'clock? I said, hey, the more people who want to watch an election, the merrier. So I'm going to do a hit with Gotti just after 8 o'clock here. And what that's going to mean is, as these polls close, I'm going to have to pause for a few seconds. I'll tell you when I'm doing it. I'm going to hear Gotti in my ear. He's going to be telling the viewers what's going on, and then he's going to send it over here, and I'm going to do a hit. So you'll get to watch the hit that's also going out to our friends on NBC News Now. But don't worry, you're not missing anything, because the hit is going to be what's going on in Tennessee 7? Do we have any results yet? And so obviously, if during that hit anything lights up, because this is going to be 8:01, 8:02 p.m., obviously I'll be talking it on the air. You won't miss it. And again, I can't stress it enough. If you're watching this live stream now, I know you want to know every twist and turn of the action tonight in Tennessee.
That's right, we do.
You won't miss it. I'm not going to leave this screen. I might.
We
go
do want to
into
know all the
individual
twists and
counties,
turns.
but I'm not going to go away from this
He's
screen.
right.
Even if I'm not talking, there's going to be times tonight when I got to go over to this computer terminal over here. Computer terminal, that's a very dated term, I think, but I think you know what I mean. To my laptop, check in on some spreadsheets, things like that. Even when I'm doing that, you're going to get to look at this. You're going to see everything as it comes in. We're going to talk about it with you. I'm looking at the
What do
clock.
you
Maybe
mean?
you're watching yours at home
He's got a
too. It is
future in streaming.
7:59.
He's been
This is
doing
like
this for
New
longer
Year's
than
Eve.
we
This
have.
is like
I have.
being in Times Square. This is like, I feel like Dick Clark back in the old days. Speaking of Clarksville, 10 seconds till poll closing. So again, polls are going to close here. This is going to light up in a few seconds, and I'm going to do this hit with Gotti Schwartz, so, bear with me. Everything I say to him is what I'd be saying to you anyway. So it's 8 o'clock. Polls, folks, officially closed in Tennessee 7. And like I said, I expect you're going to see some returns here, and I'm going to take my call here from Gotti Schwartz.
Holy Toledo. Holy Toledo. Holy Toledo. Let's hear it. Give us one.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think we're going to find out at this point, unless it's a blowout for Matt Van Epps or whatever.
Can they just show the results, though? Yeah. They're doing their intro, folks. Don't worry. Nothing yet.
You're in, this is BTS. This is BTS. You're in Ireland. It's tomorrow now. It is tomorrow now in Ireland. It's Wednesday, the 3rd. Wednesday, the 3rd of December, 2025.
Yeah, Gotti, polls now officially closed here in the 7th Congressional District of Tennessee. And again, you said it, this is a district that on paper, should be a layup for Republicans. It normally is. Donald Trump won this district by 22 points last year. In 2020, he won this by 15 points. But there was a poll that came out that showed this to be a close race. And something else we've seen this year is in other special elections for Congress. In races like this, we've seen Democrats doing a lot better in those special elections than they did in the presidential election last year. And so there's indications this might be a suspenseful race tonight. We are waiting. The way it's gone in this district in the past, they've started to report out results in these counties really quickly. So I'm kind of watching this like a hawk in case we see one of these counties light up right here. But basically what we're looking at tonight, Gotti, as the results start to come in, I'll zoom in a little bit. You're talking about parts of the city of Nashville. It's not all of Nashville in this district. Nashville suburbs. There's some well-to-do suburbs to the south. Then there's the city of Clarksville here. That's one of the bigger cities in in Tennessee, and then there's a lot of rural areas to the west and to the south in this district. If Democrats are going to have a good night, if Democrats are going to have a winning night in this district, I think they need to have two things happen. Number one, right here where Nashville is, that's Davidson County. Democrats have to win this. They have to win this big, and they have to have massive turnout. That's what we're looking to see. Are they able to do that in Davidson County? That's one piece of it. And the other area here, I think this is, we're going to spend a lot of time tonight looking very closely at Montgomery County, where Clarksville is, because I think it's the closest thing of all the counties you're looking at here to a swing county in this race. If Democrats are going to pull off the upset, I think Montgomery County, where Clarksville is one they would need to win. You're going to have a lot of other Republican areas here, and the question for Republicans, because they've really sounded the alarm in the last week, Republicans have about this district in these rural areas. Are Republicans getting some big turnout too? That was one of their concerns, that their voters maybe weren't as engaged.
Give us the numbers, Steve. First numbers coming in, first batch.
You got it. All right, folks, thanks for bearing with me on that. And look, you didn't miss any results, and we got to do a great hit there with Gotti and his team. That was fantastic, and I appreciate them.
It's not Jover, Jack. Calm down.
It's unusual for them, but anyway, polls, as we say, now closed. I'm going to say that a lot now until we get some results up on the screen. I can tell you, though, as a matter of fact, though, why I keep saying, and I keep my eye on this, don't worry, and you keep your eye on it, too. Just to give you a sense of this, take a look back here. I have the log from the last general election year, and I'm just calling it up on the screen right here. The first report we got in November 2024 in this district was at 8:04 p.m. It's 8:04 p.m. right now. We got that
it's just from Wayne.
Wayne County, I believe. 8:05
and
p.m.
Stewart
was the first report in Wayne County in 2024. So we did get a lot of these initial reports in these counties. But in terms of the big ones, because again, we're setting the stage here for the population centers, which again, we're talking about are sort of, Nashville, its immediate suburbs there, and then up to Clarksville. In terms of when we got the first report from one of those, we got Robertson County. Okay, this is about 10% of the vote is going to come out of Robertson County. This is a big core Republican county. The question tonight in Robertson is, how Republican is it going to be? We got our first big batch of vote at 8:15 there in 2024. Williamson County. Oh, we've now got our first real vote. I can stop stalling, and now we can get to the action. Let's go to the Alabama border. This is Wayne County. And again, look, what you see, this is very small. Remember what I said. You're talking about the west and the south of this district. You're talking about, they're big geographically, they're small counties, they're rural counties. That's Wayne County on the border of Alabama. You see that's like 45% of the vote. 45% of the vote we expect from Wayne County just got reported out. Why that much all at once? That's the early vote. That's the vote that folks went and cast, days, weeks before this election. Here's the Republican. This is no surprise, 79-20 for Van Epps with the early vote. Now, here's something we're going to be doing throughout the night as results come in. We want to compare it. How does this compare to the presidential election last year? Because remember, the margin overall in the district in the presidential election was 22 points.
Holy fuck.
So how much, as these results come in county by county, are the results differing from that? So this was in this county, in Wayne County, it was a 77-point Trump victory in 2024. What are we seeing with about half the vote in Wayne County? You can do the math. That's a little bit under 59%. So that's
two things matter in Wayne County. Not necessarily just like how much she's cut the difference between the Republican as the Democrat, but also how many people went out to vote in general. Because if there's lower turnout overall in Wayne County, then that's good. Because she's not winning those counties, right? She's not winning those counties. She's just winning whatever chunk of fucking Nashville exists in the district. Okay? Because this is specifically designed to eat away at the Nashville, the blue voters and the Democrat dominance in Nashville by picking it apart and spreading it around as many big Republican neighborhoods as possible. So the goal, what your takeaway here has to be Your takeaway has to be not just like what the difference is here, but also how many people voted in Wayne County overall.
Expecting to come in. And again, what do you see? You see Donald Trump won it by 69 points in 2024. What do we have here? That's 40.6 points, round that up to 41. So that is a 28-point shift. And it very small. You're talking like 1% of all the vote in the district is going to come out of Perry County. But it's a 28-point shift there in the early vote. Again, that might get less Democratic, might get more Republican-friendly as that same-day vote rolls in, but that's the initial readout right there. Continue now. Again, we're still in rural parts of this district. Houston County, named after Sam Houston. Again, very Republican, very small, very rural. What do we see here? Trump won this by 58 points in 2024. What do we see? That is 36, so that is a shift. 22 points at the moment. That's a shift of 22 points at the moment. Again, is that the high water mark for Democrats in Houston County? We'll see as the same-day vote comes in next. Now let's go. We're actually getting west of the Tennessee River. It's the, Tennessee's got the 3 grand divisions, maybe. You got West, Middle, East Tennessee. The Tennessee River is the dividing line between Middle and West. There's actually 2 counties from West Tennessee that are in this district. Benton County, at least part of it, is one of them. Again, Republican, rural, small. 65 points was Trump's margin in 2024 in the early vote in Benton County. That is a
That's crazy. That's crazy. 200 people, 259 people in fucking Benton voted for Afton Bain, and I saw a chatter go, I'm starting to believe in a blue Texas. Y'all need to fucking calm down. Brother, these are tiny, minuscule counties. That is fucking nutty, dude. I mean, the performance has been pretty solid so far. But y'all are libbing the fuck out beforehand. You're pre-firing.
Again, that's only 3% of the vote. These are all 80%. We say 80% or so. I'd say 85% of the vote in this district is going to come out of these counties. This is when the this is when it really gets real, when you start getting the numbers from here. But we're kind of whetting your appetite here.
The gerrymandering in Texas is big value. If we even see a small swing, to be honest, the Republicans might have played themselves with that maneuver. That'd be the funniest outcome. The funniest outcome is that all the Republican gerrymandering still doesn't amount to like a additional Republican seats, and all of the subsequent California gerrymandering ends up really blowing out, and Democrats just pick up all the new seats just across the board. Democrats end up winning every new seat. Congratulations, you played yourself. That would be fucking awesome.
He's not currently at Trump's level in those small counties. He's not close to Trump's level in those small counties. We will see if that changes.
Yeah, how is she doing better than Kamala, even though she's backed by AOC? How is she doing better than Kamala, even though she was anti-Israel? How is she doing better than Kamala Harris? I thought real centrism hadn't been tried yet. Is she doing real centrism? Chat, is Afton Bain a real centrist? Is she doing centrism like it's never been done before? Is that what's going on? How strange. How strange.
Be about 6% of all the vote in this district, and we got more than half of Cheatham County's vote right now that just came in, the early votes. This is getting more significant.
Bro, this
now.
is actually.
You can see here 60
am I crazy or is she kind of cooking?
Is what you got in the early vote there, and we'll do our math game. It was a 46-point Trump margin in Cheatham County in 2024. Currently, that is a 21.4 point margin.
Oh my God!
For Van Epps. So that is a swing there of 24.5 points. Remember,
is
22
it
is the Democrats' goal tonight. With the early vote, at least in Cheatham County, that is 24.5 points.
This is early vote
away
plus
from the
this is
Republicans and toward the Democrats. You could see this is building towards a very critical question here. How different when we start getting
this is an incredibly impressive showing so far for Afton Bain without the fucking
the early vote.
Without the blue areas.
How crucial that is, because at these current swings that you're seeing in the early vote, This would be very competitive for Bain if that were replicated across this district. But if the same-day vote ends up being significantly less Democratic, significantly more Republican, and this is sort of her high watermark in these counties, then that would not be enough if that's what plays out across the rest of the district. Let's take a look here. Again, we're in those small rural parts of the district here. Early vote, very Republican. Hickman County, we'll do our math, 61 points. Donald Trump's margin in Hickman County back in 2024. And we just got something very significant. We'll finish the thought here, though. 41.5 right now. This is basically a 20-point swing in Hickman County in the early vote. Look what just came in. It's blue. I don't think that's a big surprise, but if it is at the end of the night, it will be. So this is maybe the single most important county in the district. This and Davidson. Montgomery County, again, we're talking about Clarksville here. We've just got the early vote in Montgomery County. And Afton Bain, the Democrat,
That's the
you can see by a 3-point margin, wins the early vote and takes the lead here in the tally in Montgomery County. Again, in 2024, more votes in this district came out of Montgomery County than any other county or any other portion of this district. And we said, if you were watching, or if you missed, I'll say it again at the top of the broadcast, as these counties fill in tonight, if there is one swing county, if there's one county I want to know the winner of to guess who's won the whole district, it is Montgomery County. There's a core Democratic county in Davidson County. If there's one other that has a chance of being blue tonight, it would be Montgomery County. In the early vote, it is. Let's show you what happened here in 2024. Donald Trump won this by 18 points over Kamala Harris, Montgomery County. Again, you see right now, that is a margin of 3 points for Afton Bain. So with the early vote, that is a swing of 21 points
across the
away
board,
from
baby.
The Republicans and
Shit
towards
looks
the Democrats.
crazy.
And remember,
virtually every single county has experienced at least 21-point swing. At least a 21-point swing in the blue direction in every single county, including all the red ones.
With the early vote in Montgomery
County, that's an interesting number. That's an interesting swing. This is the reason why what matters here is how much did the red counties actually turn out? If the red counties didn't turn out a lot, and the one major blue county did turn out a lot, then all of a sudden,
if Van Epps is winning it, then these numbers are going to change. Van Epps
oh my God.
And then that shift from 2024 will become lower and lower and lower. And the more it moves from 22 points, the lower it gets.
I just don't understand why, I am an Ezra Klein enjoyer. I am a Maddie Iglesias enjoyer. I'm not hoping until we see the election day votes. I know. I'm not an Ezra Klein enjoyer, and I'm not a Maddie Iglesias. I am an Ezra Klein enjoyer, and I'm a Maddie Iglesias enjoyer. These are the only people that I have gotten my political notes from. So I'm a little bit confused because Afton Bain doesn't seem to be doing politics the right way, and yet Maddie Iglesias' favorite candidate, Kamala Harris, was doing politics the right way, and yet she got fucking destroyed in Tennessee as opposed to what Afton is doing. So it's just been a really interesting night for me. It's been a really confusing night for me. And I'm just going to try to figure out a way to confirm my priors. Okay? I'm going to, as the night goes on and we see Afton's performance, we see Afton Bain's performance look significantly better with the point swings from Kamala Harris's performance. I am going to try to find another way to reconfirm my priors that I have, which is that Afton Bain was doing politics the centrist way. Afton Bain's radical Islamic style politics only works in blue areas like Tennessee, also known as Blenessee. You know, I don't know, maybe something along those lines. Another choice one is this is the anti-Trump pick, and that's the reason why she's actually cooking, because this is the anti-Trump election and has nothing to do with. Yeah, this election will be close. Van Epps is struggling.
For Van Epps in sort of the running tally, but again, we're breaking this down a level deeper than Dixon County. I see Dixon County. I don't think I'd shown you this. Again, this is significant. This is a pretty significant one. About 8% of all the vote in the district is going to come out of Dixon County. You see half the vote. That's the early vote that came in Dixon County. This is a very Republican county. How Republican? Donald Trump won it by 52 points last year. What are we seeing tonight? That's easy math. That's 25 points. So
yeah. Your analysis is off here. This kind of DSA style platform may work in the thriving cities of West Tennessee, but there's no proof of it. There's no proof that it would work in the swing states of Pennsylvania and Ohio. Yeah. No, I like that. Hold on. The new meta is actually swing states need real centrism, whereas red states actually respond positively to radical progressive politics. And we only care about the swing states. Forget the rest of the country. And you can't even consider the red states to be swing states if they swing in the blue direction. It's actually only Pennsylvania and Ohio that I care about. I am going to look for an increasingly smaller sample size to try to justify that politics should only be done in the extreme neoliberal centrist manner. Okay? That's it. There's an actual sundown town in that district. I mean, that's not surprising.
And again, I have a second here. I can finish a thought I started as I keep an eye on this board. We'll go to the the district-wide results here. That is one thing, and this is why I talk so much about the same vote.
These are Tennessee is a populist state. Yuck, clearly, and it's bad for that reason. And unlike the centrist states of Pennsylvania, which is a non-populist state, and therefore neoliberal politics is what thrives there. Yeah, red states swung so far right, they came around back to the horseshoe theory. Yes. What is going on here is somehow bad, actually, because it's horseshoe theory. It shows that Afton Bain is doing politics the wrong way. Why? Because she has a shot at winning an insanely red district in Tennessee. And that's wrong, because we don't want Democrats to win. I'm a Democratic Party consultant, but I hate when Democrats win. I want Democrats to be the Washington Generals to the Harlem Globetrotters of the Republican Party. So when you actually do end up winning non-competitive districts as an underdog, that's not good. Hi, I work for CNN, and I can't tell if these results show that the country wants more progressive Democrat or a more conservative Democrat. Yeah. Yeah, that's what they said earlier. That's what they said earlier. It's true.
These Democratic inroads that we're showing you with the early vote, again.
Actually, it's not that big of a win, and frankly, AOC was there, so really she was getting weighed down. Yeah. She needed to campaign alongside Kamala Harris more, I think.
Particularly in a place like Davidson County, which we're waiting on, who themselves weren't engaged until the final days, you would see a Democratic surprise with that same.
Why would Democratic consultants want Democrats to win? That just shows them what the winning formula is. You want to repeat consultancy services. True.
At his computer, and what he is doing is he is looking in all of these counties.
New York Times has it at +3 for Van Epps in the final estimate, guessing election day vote.
Light it up here, lit up.
Come on, baby. Fuck that.
We have the early vote. As soon as we start getting the
Current R+3 final estimate reflects solid estimates about the early vote, but the election day vote is still at guesswork. You can track. No. If only Afton Bain actually campaigned with Liz Cheney, I think at that point she would have had a much more reliable shot at winning. And she didn't do that. So that's why she's at +3. Or he's at +3.
We've heard from one of them. We've got the early vote in from Montgomery County. We await the same day. The one we haven't heard from right here is Davidson County. And again, Davidson County, this is where the city of Nashville is. About a quarter of Nashville is in here. It's some different parts of Nashville. Some of the heavily black areas of Nashville are in this district. There are also some areas here in West Nashville, some areas around Vanderbilt University, some college students, some economically upscale areas as well that are more almost like suburban in nature. We haven't heard from that, but this is where Democrats run up their margins. I'll show you again. This is what happened in 2024. Kamala Harris won the Davidson County portion of this district by nearly 40 points. Bain wants to be winning this tonight by like 60 if she's going to have a chance district-wide. And again, she also wants disproportionate turnout. I'm saying we're not sure whether Davidson County, we're not sure whether Davidson County is going to produce the most votes or whether Montgomery County is going to produce the most votes. But I think if Bain is winning tonight, has any chance of winning tonight, the answer to that question for her probably needs to be.
Also, just like the most populous counties that have a higher density. inevitably turn blue. But that's a totally separate point. You know, Republicans will look at this map and go, see how all that land is red? And it's like, yeah, all of that land combined is basically the half of a fucking county. It's just interesting. And these aren't even like cities except for Nashville. I think most of this is like at most like suburbs and exurbs. I've got you on the big screen and my cat likes it when you move the mouse. Can you give it a shake for him? Here you go.
Suburbs fit that mold. And we see this in suburbs around the country where they've moved pretty dramatically against Donald Trump. One of the features of 2024 was a lot of those suburbs in the Sun Belt region of the country, outside cities like Nashville in Williamson County, outside Dallas in Texas, other places like that, swung back, snapped back pretty strong towards Trump and towards the Republicans. That sort of slide away from the Trump Republican Party. I'll put the overall numbers back up here. Don't worry, nothing new has come in yet. As soon as it does, we're all over it. Don't worry about that. But again, those Williamson County suburbs are still, you hear nationally about the suburbs becoming sort of the core of the Democratic Party, the Democratic coalition, not outside Nashville. They are still big Republican suburbs. They're also extremely fast growing. That Nashville area, metro area, very fast growing. So again, we're waiting on Davidson. That's going to be a huge moment when we see what happens with that early vote in Davidson. Again, just how Democratic it is. And the question, too, is just how big it is in terms of the size of the turnout. Big moment when we find out something about Williamson County here. Again, I'm giving you a target there just in terms of trying to gauge the competitiveness of this race. If it's a single-digit race in Williamson County, this could be a competitive race. If it's double digits, it starts to move towards an advantage for Republicans. And the other big piece of real estate we have nothing from so far, Robertson County. Robertson County going to be about 10%, maybe a little bit less the way the turnout patterns go. But I'd say about 10% of the vote tonight is going to come out of Robertson County. And again, you're talking about in the sort of southern part of Robertson County here, closer to Nashville. You do have some suburbs. You have some older towns, some rural areas as well. You go all the way up to the Kentucky border there. You got a fun little story, that little divot there between Kentucky and Tennessee. They call that the dueling grounds. It's actually, there's a horse track there now, but this was contested land between the two states way back like in the 19th century. And so since no state really had ownership of it, that's where they did the duels. That's that, if you ever notice it, it's that little dip there between Kentucky and Tennessee. Fun facts I could share with you as we wait for results in some of these counties. That's the fun thing with doing this live stream. But again, so again, that's just to reset. That's where we stand. A quarter of the vote. 16-point advantage here just in terms of the raw tally for Van Epps over Bain, but some very big outstanding pieces of real estate here just in terms of getting even the early vote in those three counties. Again, those three counties should be just back of the envelope calculation here, 25, 36. You're talking 45% of the vote in this district, or so should come out of these three counties. So very, very significant when we get those three. These are small, rural, low population counties that we have results in from so far. I just managed to switch the lines off. I put him back on. So again, if you wanted to make sort of an overall sort of assessment of the situation right now, I think it's clear, at least in the early vote phase of this, that Democrats have made very big gains in this district relative to 2024 when Donald Trump won it by 22 points. The gains that I'm seeing Democrats post in the early vote in all of the counties I've shown you so far are very consistent with the gains Democrats made in all of those special elections that I showed you at the top of the broadcast. If you were watching, we showed you a host of other special elections for Congress that have been held this year. Florida, Virginia, Arizona, where Democrats were making net gains of 16, 18, 22 points over their 2024 performance in the district. Certainly what we're seeing in the early vote here is consistent with that. In fact, probably exceeds what we've seen in those other places. But the problem Democrats have right now is that they need to replicate that when the same day vote is reported out in these counties. Again, the folks who did not vote in the early voting period, who came out, went to the polls today. How many of them are there? Is that group Is this going to be a much more Republican group than a Democratic group? Because Democrats really, again, we'll see what happens when you get numbers in here from Davidson County.
I got a
When you
beer. It's not a Guinness.
If we were to get right now, if we were to get the early vote in from Davidson County,
It's not a
Bain
Guinness.
would move ahead in this tally. She's going to do that well. Even, we don't know exactly how well, but she will certainly, if we right now added the early vote in Davidson County, I'm pretty confident she would move ahead in this count. So the question is, once you get through all of the early vote here, and we'd still fill in these other two counties, once you get through all of that, can that pattern for Democrats continue when we tabulate the vote that was cast today? Or again, does that become a much more Republican vote? And again, if you're a Republican watching this right now, I'm telling you, if you're a Democrat watching this, what you would need to see your party have a chance to pull this out tonight. Again, if you're a Republican, you don't just want to win tonight. Obviously, you're hoping you can win big. You can win bigger, certainly, than the polls and the expectations were suggesting. How might that still happen, despite what you're seeing from this early vote? Again, it would be, was there a flood of Republican voters who went out to the polls today? And my producer, I think, has...
Wayne County, one precinct election day vote.
Uh-huh.
And it's in the sheet. It's 85-15 minutes.
Do we have that precinct early?
We don't have that precinct early, but we
Okay.
have overall results.
Okay. So, folks, this is the beauty of the live stream. You get to see all the raw individual component parts. You get to see the meal as it gets cooked. Again, the exercise, I think you know it by now if you're watching it. We're trying to see if the same-day vote is different than the early vote. We have one precinct in this entire district right now that you see colors from. We have one precinct, okay, where we've got same-day vote. It is in Wayne County. Now, this is what the early vote looked like in Wayne County, okay? The same-day vote in the one precinct is 85-15 for Van Epps. So you could see there about 60 points in the early vote and about 70 points the spread in the same-day vote that's coming in. Again, that is something we've seen in this district and elsewhere in the past, that when you start getting to the same-day vote, that it is more Republican flavored, it is less Democratic flavored. One precinct. There's going to be a lot more precincts that come in. We'll see if that continues. That's about a 10-point net improvement for the Republicans in the same-day vote. If that's something that continues across the district, that is very good news for Van Epps and for the Republicans in terms of winning this district tonight and surviving that scare. We don't know, obviously, if that's going to continue throughout the rest of the district. And again, I stress, we're talking about right now, not just one precinct, we're talking about the most rural, the most Republican part of the district. There just aren't that many Democrats in Wayne County. There just aren't that many Democrats. There just aren't that many. Sorry to make you go dizzy there. There just aren't that many Democrats in this part of the district. So it's not just that Republicans that right now Van Epps may do better with the same day vote here. Again, it really is he doing it here? Is he doing it maybe even in Davidson County? Not many Republicans there, but Democrats need to do just as well whenever we get that early number in Davidson as they do in the same day there. So again, that's one precinct from Wayne County. We will give these to you precinct by precinct if we need to. I'm looking over at my producer, Adam. We got one. What?
2 precincts in Perry County.
Perry County, 2 precincts. What do we got? Let me put it up on the screen. Okay, we're talking Perry County. We're going to give you same day from 2 precincts. What are they?
85-14 minutes.
One precinct is Van Epps, 85-14. What's the other one?
That's in both combined.
That's the combined total. 2 precincts combined in Perry County, same day vote, 85-14. So again, now you're looking at about a 46-point spread. What was the early vote there?
69-29.
69, okay, yeah. So it was 40 points. The margin in the early vote in Perry County was 40 points for Van Epps. So far, the margin in the same-day vote, you can see right there, wow, that is 71 points. Yeah, 2 precincts in Perry County. I can't stress, these are very, very, very small units in very, very small counties, but that is the trend that Republicans want to see as we start to get a more meaningful number of precincts that come in here. They want to do much better on that same-day vote than they did in the early vote. at least in these 2 precincts in Perry County, they are doing that. In that precinct we showed you in Wayne County, they're doing it, not quite to this extent, but they are doing it. They want to do better than they did in this early vote in all these places, because again, the pattern in this early vote is friendly to Democrats. Friendly enough where if that pattern was replicated in the same day vote, Bain would have a chance here. If it's not, she doesn't. And if Republicans really run the numbers up in the same day, Van Epps would have a chance to win this thing still by a solid margin. So a lot of things still possible right now. Again, you see those precincts we're giving you, I keep telling you how small they are. So small, we're still at 25% in total. We're still at 57-41 in terms of the running tally. I'm going to look at my producer and ask, Adam, are there any more?
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet, he says. Just the answer I wanted to hear. How are we going to kill time right here? We're not killing time, folks. We're waiting on the results. I am going to open up, and bear with me right here. There might be moments this night where I slow down for a second because I am looking in. I'm not checking Twitter. Don't worry. I'm looking in at our spreadsheets here because I want to check. There are a couple things that I want to check in our spreadsheets, and I need to open this up. There we go.
It's tough as fuck to hold people's attention like that.
We got a, I don't know if you folks can hear him, so I'll repeat it. I may sound like an echo here. My producer just said we have an indication that numbers from Davidson County may be imminent. So I'm really going to kind of just stand here again.
Get ready,
this is
blue
Davidson
wave.
County. Whenever we get these numbers,
Blue wave.
that is going to be a very big moment in terms of putting this puzzle together. And again,
blue wave, blue wave,
I think
blue
you
wave.
know it by now. I think you probably knew it before you even turned it on, but I'll say it just in case. This is the Democratic heart of the 7th District of Tennessee.
Blue wave
it is
incoming.
a quarter of the city of Nashville. Actually, this might be a good time to there it is. Davidson early vote.
Oh,
okay. Half the vote that we expect out of Davidson County just came in. And you can see it. Look at this. Let me put it up. Let's do the math we keep talking about. Remember at the start of the night, if you were watching, we said we thought Bain probably wanted to get 80% in Davidson County if she wanted to have a shot at this election. So 38 points was the margin for Kamala Harris, the one blue county in this district. 38 points for Harris. Tonight, that is a 70.5, we'll call it 70-point margin in the early vote for Bain in Davidson County. Net improvement of 32 points for the Democrats. Now, we've been showing you these net improvement numbers county by county. We've shown you some in these red rural areas, you know, it's 23, it's 19, it's 25. I can tell you if you're Democrats, you want your 32-point net improvement to be in Davidson County because it's the most Democratic and it may end up producing the most votes of any of these counties tonight. So I said, when we got that early vote from Davidson County, I was sure that Bain would take the lead, and she certainly did. Now, you can see that puts you near 40% of the vote that we expect to be cast in this district is in. You can see with Davidson County, Bain has moved ahead in this count. That margin, about 7,500 votes, about 7,600 votes and change there for Bain over Van Epps. And we just got something significant. What was it? We got Robertson. Okay. The plot thickens. Robertson County, very Republican. Again, about 10% of the district. Van Epps here, you can see early vote Robertson County. This was a 51-point margin for Donald Trump last year. What are you looking at there? That's 34. So that's a net shift of 17 points away from the Republicans toward the Democrats. Remember, Democrats' goal overall here is a 22-point shift. They need to get at least a 22-point shift in this district. So early vote, Robertson County, that's a little bit more encouraging for Republicans than we've seen in some of these other counties. What does that do to the district-wide vote? Okay, that brings it down. That brings the Bain lead down there. You're looking at about 7.4 points. Okay, that's about 5,000, about 5,200 votes, more than 7 points. We have one piece left. Now, we have a very, very small amount of same-day vote that's come in, but basically all you're looking at here is early vote. There's, again, a few precincts. We've taken you through them. It's basically the early vote. So there's one more piece of this to come. It's right down here. Oh, it's right down here in Williamson County.
Good.
Now, again, this is suburban Nashville, higher income, professional class suburbs, fast growing, and still very Republican. This portion of the district in 2024 went for Donald Trump by 30 points. We said at the start of the night here that if Democrats want to have a chance at the end of the night, they probably want Williamson County to be a single-digit race. So we'll see. This early vote, again, we think the early vote may be a little more friendly to Democrats. How friendly? In Williamson County, in these suburbs. This is going to be, I said it's a big moment when Davidson came in. It was. It changed the leaderboard. This is going to be a very significant moment when Williamson comes in. I'll tell you the other reason, because if Williamson comes in shortly, before we've got a lot of same-day vote from elsewhere, if Williamson comes in shortly, then we're basically going to be looking at all of the early vote together. All of the early vote. And I think that's a very important benchmark, because if Bain is leading,
the bad part about the New York Times projection is that based on their early vote analysis, which was much more favorable to Afton Bain from what the actual same-day voting percentages look like, they were on a +3 for Matt Van Epps. Now that we're seeing the disparity between the early vote and same-day voters favoring Matt Van Epps a lot more, that puts it at a guarantee at +3 for Matt Van Epps, if not even worse. So it's not great. Under normal circumstances, the early voters are supposed to be, I guess it's because it's a special election and it favors turnout for high propensity voters. Maybe that's the reason why you saw more Democratic performance. But under normal circumstances, the early voters are supposed to favor more conservative voters, as opposed to same-day voters being younger and more liberal. Why is everyone being so pessimistic?
It's a really, really impressive.
I mean, we're trying to make projections.
That Bain would actually win the early vote in Williamson County, and I think she obviously she would want to. But I mean, you start to look at the math here. That how many votes, how many net votes she gains or loses from this early vote is it's huge right now, because it gets to that question of how much slippage can she afford on election day. She doesn't just want to win the early vote, by 100 votes, because then if Van Epps is doing, even a speck better in the same day vote than the early vote, he'll win. She wants to win the early vote, and she wants to have a pad that can withstand. Okay, I think we just got another update. Is that right, Adam? A small same day? Okay, did we get some same day there?
Yeah, same day.
Okay, so let me call it up on the screen. And again, how many precincts?
4.
4 precincts. What was the early vote in Hickman?
70-28.
Okay, so the early vote in Hickman County was 42 points for Van Epps. We have 4 precincts. 4. So far in Hickman, where we've got same day, and this is the aggregate number?
80-19 is the aggregate number.
Okay, so the number, those 4 precincts collectively, it's a 61-point margin for Van Epps. So again, this is, a limited number of precincts, but you're seeing it now in 3 different rural counties where we've gotten some precinct reports same day. You're seeing Van Epps running better on the same day, running, in this case, again, significantly better than he did in the early vote. Van Epps won the early vote in Hickman County by 42 points. In these 4 precincts that we've got same day, it's 61 points. So again, when we say Bain wants to win the early vote portion of this district-wide so that she can withstand slippage in the same day vote, that's the kind of dynamic that she has to guard for. So that's why that's so important, because you are seeing it. Certainly you're seeing it, and pardon me, I'm going to take a little bit of water here.
How dare you?
It's not TV. I can take a break. Give me 1 second. I'm going to take a little bit of water.
Mouth noises, mouth noises, mouth noises. Everybody type mouth noises in the chat. Spam mouth noises in the chat. Excuse me, why are you drinking water every time I log in? You're drinking water, Steve Kornacki. Why are you drinking water every time I log in? Okay. Why can you not drink water off camera? I hate hearing mouth noises. I have misophonia.
okay.
I have audio
But can we compare
sensory
that to the,
deprivation
to the early?
issues.
Not for those same counties, just for the.
Okay, hang on one second. Folks, I'm looking at one thing. Again, I don't know if you can hear Adam. He's giving me a
Put the
little bit of
reacts in the
guidance
bag,
here
little bro.
on
Put the reacts in the
same-day
bag,
vote.
little bro. Get
I
back
wanna
to the
look at-
reacts. Chop, chop. Get back to the analytics, the real little bro.
Right, so in the precincts I've shown on the air are the only ones we have. Is that right?
We got like one more precinct in Wayne and one more precinct in Perry.
Okay, and it was the same basic?
Yes, exactly.
So that's eight to 10 precincts. Okay, so story hasn't changed.
Yeah, I could be a fantastic
much.
chatter if I wanted to, okay? And by that, I mean a real fucking demon. A real ass demon. Stop the steal, I think. Stop the count. Stop the count. I think they've counted enough. What do we think, Chad? Should we just stop counting?
Because again, he may very well, I think it's very likely that just in the early vote portion, it's very likely that just in the early vote portion here, he's going to be trailing Bain, excuse me. So he's going to have to outperform his early vote total with the same day. So again, we're just, I wish I could wave a magic wand and take a look here at Williamson County, because I think if we get that piece of real estate here in the next, in the next minute or so, I think that's really going to clarify what it is we're looking for with the remainder of the vote. I was hoping I could kind of talk it into lighting up, but it didn't. And so while we wait, I'm going to keep an eye on it, and maybe I'll finish a thought that I was starting when we got the Davidson County numbers. And that is that one other significance, I think, to keep in mind as these results come in, whatever the outcome is tonight, this special election is coming against the backdrop of what? This drama over mid-decade redistricting, the redrawing of maps in all of these different states to try to give one party or the other an advantage in next year's midterm elections. This district, okay, has not been redrawn for 2026, but it is the product of that kind of a politically motivated redraw in this most recent round of redistricting back heading into the 2022 election. And what I mean is this. Traditionally, I'm talking about going back to the Reconstruction days, post-Civil War. The city of Nashville was unified in one congressional district. And that district was basically an uninterrupted Democratic district, 19th century, 20th century, right up until the year 2022. Democrat Jim Cooper represented the Nashville-based district. The city of Nashville was the anchor of the district, and that had been sort of a historically...
Why isn't Kernaghi reading chat? Great question. Probably because he doesn't want to take on whatever kind of mental illness Chad has. Yeah, also, Dave Wasserman says, Bain may be ahead on early votes, but signs overall still pointing to a single-digit Van Epps win. I'll be honest, it's not looking too great.
I don't know if you could hear Adam, but again, it's coming. Wayne County, Tennessee is the king of same-day reporting so far. We got another precinct out of Wayne County. Same story. Small, rural, Republican, more Van Epps friendly than the early vote was there. But again, waiting here on Williamson County. So to finish the thought I was on a second ago, Nashville was the anchor of a unified Nashville was the anchor of a Democratic congressional district, for more than a century.
Fuck to make fun of my mental illness.
And what Republicans in Tennessee did in the redraw in 2022 was they said,
what's your mental illness? Being sexually attracted to Steve Kernacki?
They broke up Nashville and they split it up portions.
Or are you
going to
say it's misophonia?
Into different districts, and so that's how this district, which is rural, ex-urban, again, part of this district is even west of the Tennessee River in the West Tennessee, that grand division there. They added a quarter of the city of Nashville to it. So the idea Republicans had was, break up that Democratic district based in Nashville.
Everybody stop talking about how it's still a big W even if she loses, okay? We don't want to think like that right now.
So this was a safely Republican, we've been telling you. Trump
no more giving it your best shot and then losing, okay? No more graceful losers. We want undignified winners, okay? That's what I rather have.
In a potentially changed political climate, with Trump back in the White House, with all of the sort of political externalities we've been talking about, we're looking at a special election here. I don't know exactly how this is going to go, but as I'm looking at it right now, Republicans at the very least have had to sweat this one.
We should have a completed county, Decatur.
Yes. Hold on. Say it again.
It should be near complete.
What county?
With Decatur.
Decatur. Okay.
Yeah.
We got all the vote folks in Decatur. Again, small, very Republican. Okay. It says 95%. This may be it. This is close to it. This may be it. Again, very small, less than 2,500 votes
Don't
here.
say it's over. It's nothing.
Let's compare it. We've got our first
it's
full
2,000 people.
where we can
Shut
compare
up.
2024 results. Donald Trump won this by 69 points last year.
That's not
and
good.
Tonight, that is a 60-point margin.
That's
So
not
that is a
good.
net shift in the only completed county that we have.
I mean, it's Decatur, but it's still not good that it's a 9-point swing. That's not enough across the board.
Again, district-wide, the Democrats need that number to be 22 points. So, again, that is an encouraging sign for Van Epps. Certainly, the numbers that we've been seeing in these other rural counties suggest you might see something similar in all of these counties right here. So that is a very encouraging sign for Van Epps. That said, he also needs to see similar, maybe not as dramatic, but he needs to see some similar strides when the same-day vote comes in, where there's a lot more voters and there's a lot more Democratic voters. He needs to see it in this portion of the district too, because a 9-point shift in the Democrats' direction right here may sound underwhelming, and it may prove to be very underwhelming here. But we showed you that in the early vote, Democrats were outperforming by 32 points in Davidson County. I don't know what I just did there. Democrats were outperforming by 32 points in Davidson County. If they were ever to continue at anything like that level, 32-point overperformance in Davidson County, that would more than wipe out what just happened in the rural part of the district. So again, for Van Epps, that is an encouraging sign. It's an encouraging sign that while there was significant drop-off relative to 2024 in the rural portion of the district, and again, what are we talking about here? We're really kind of talking about this swath right here, the one completed county, and all of the same-day vote that we've seen so far there suggests that Van Epps is doing significantly better in the rural areas in the same-day vote than he did in the election-day vote. But again, you're talking about maybe, this is a big area geographically. It's about 15% of all the votes that are going to be cast in his district. He needs to see something like that, something along those lines happening in this part of the district too, if he wants to get out of the woods and if he wants to build a big lead here. Meanwhile, the fact that he's doing that in the rural part of the district underscores for Boehne and for the Democrats the importance of continuing when we get same-day vote in Davidson County. Boehne and the Democrats needed to continue to look something like this. Because if they're not getting the kinds of gains they need down here, they need bigger gains than they expected in a place like Davidson County, a place like Nashville. And again, it also underscores for them, we said this at the top of the night, the lone, I think, swing county in this district, Williamson might fall into that category, but the lone real, I think, swing county in this district tonight, right here in Montgomery County. And again, the same holds true with those rural areas, with Van Epps doing a little bit better same day, doing significantly better same day than early. It underscores for Boehne the need to be able to win here in Montgomery County. Or get very, very close to it. And again, she leads by 3 points. That is the
against Donald Trump and swing back the other way. So we need to see what happens in Williamson County. Donald Trump won it by 30 points. Mark Green won it by about 30 points a little over a year ago. We have nothing so far, and it's got a lot of votes there. And I just want to come back and make the point again about Davidson County. Look at this district now. This is tonight. This is 1 year ago, excuse me. That's the congressional race. That's the presidential race where you have Nashville and then a sea of red, right? So you come back to tonight, you have Nashville, a little bit of blue, and we're waiting on here. So the Democrat is ahead. We got about 45% of the vote counted so far. Again, I get the Republican math that when those final rural votes come in, they tend to eke it out. But this is nowhere. This is not the blowout it was a year ago.
New York Times has improved its
going to be a competitive
Van Epps' chances by to 4.1.
Anderson, I was just going to say, John and I were talking about this real quickly. John and I were talking about this. Can you,
The rural people vote for their own demise and just blame immigrants. Suicide cult. It's true. Look, I gotta go to sleep though. I wanted to see like early performance. I wanted to see a better performance from Afton early on, but it does kind of look. It's not an end. It's not the end yet, and I will give you my thoughts on it tomorrow as well. But I do literally have to wake up early tomorrow to do the Trinity College stuff. But I'll be live tomorrow with some fun stuff, some fun IRLs, specifically in Dublin. But I have to go to bed. It's not the beer chatter. It's the fact that it's 2 a.m. here and I have to wake up early and I haven't slept at all. I didn't even fucking finish the beer. Yeah, I wanted to see this through to the best of my ability, but I was literally falling asleep and someone caught me in the chat and was like, is Hasan falling asleep? It's true. We'll see. Hopefully crazy things happen when I'm not live. Is the college thing going to be filmed? Yes. We'll be filming it. I don't think we're going to be live streaming it though, because it'd be far too early for you guys, because it's at like 2 p.m. here, which would be like 6 a.m. or even earlier than that. I think it would be like 5 a.m. LA time. So anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow, okay? Peace, everybody.
Starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in. I'll sell people hay. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The stun lock to the stun lock to the topic's just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Euger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, gray names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anye out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in D.C. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.